Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 19, The Predator or the Prey, Turaran vs. Kisame. Unspecified location, 20 or so miles outside of Konoha. Recap. Turaran, to Kisame's shock, then stuck her blade to the ground before she then got on her right knee and closed her left hand into a fist, save for her middle and index fingers which she placed on the ground. Kisame didn't realize that he should have stopped Turaran at that moment as the Arankar was about to release her Zanpakuto. By the time that Kisame realized that Turaran was planning something, it was too late. Hit your mark, Cazadora A.N. Spanish for huntress, Turaran said before a large column of emerald green ryutsu with a black outline emanted around her. Current time. As the column of spiritual pressure continued to envelop Turaran, her opponent stood back shocked at this display of power. Such power, and yet it feels so different from chakra. I can see why Samahata couldn't eat any of it, Kisame thought to himself. Unlike all of his other opponents, the missing nin had noticed that this girl's energy was far too light and potent to be chakra, a theory that was given further credence when he noted that Samahata was unable to ingest any of that power. Kisame snapped out of his thoughts when he saw that the column of energy suddenly dissipated. The swordsman was then taken further aback when, from out of nowhere, a massive tree suddenly sprouted from the ground where the female Numero was kneeling on. The tree then enveloped Turaran before it finished growing. The whole spectacle had gone on for 3 minutes by this time and, unbeknownst to Kisame, was about to end. After a few seconds, the hole emerged from the side of the tree facing Kisame, from which Turaran came out, her appearance having completely changed from what it was prior. Turaran now wore a lightweight, green leather, sleeveless vest, while a short-sleeved skirt that was made out of some sort of short black fur was seen underneath. Said skirt extended to just above her knees and was covered in the hip area by a small apron that was the same color as her vest. The headband-like fragment of her mask was now an actual headband that was black in color, while her green hair, which was already waist-length, was even longer than before. It now reached to her knees, while 2 strands of it framed the side of her face and reached to her collarbones. Turaran also had a necklace made out of what appears to be the various claws and fangs that were seen on her bracelets, both of which were now gone, while her leggings had been replaced by short-length fur boots that were black in color. Her right boot has a sheath strapped to it that held an all-black and very large hunting knife, while a similar knife, though green in color, was sheathed and placed on a belt strapped to her waist. In addition to the knives, a green recurve bow with black horsehair attached to both ends was slung on her back. Kisame just stood there for a few moments, in complete shock at what he was seeing, until he saw that his opponent had drawn out her bow, which forced Kisame snapped out of his shock. I don't know what she's planning to do, but I have a feeling that even I don't want to find out, Kisame thought to himself as he moved towards a very large lake that was nearby. Turaran didn't make it easy for him, however, as she formed a green energy arrow with a fiery tip. Colmillo del Jaguar, Turaran said as she released the bowstring and sent the arrow flying at speeds greater than what a normal arrow should be capable of. Kisame only had 30 seons to respond, which he did by forming a few hand seals before he held both of his hands up. When Kisame finished the short sequence of hand signs, some of the water from the lake, which was now about 50 or so yards away from where Kisame was located, surged towards Kisame. After the water enveloped Kisame, the missing nin then created a giant shark out of that water. Water style. Super Shark Bomb Jutsu, he said as he thrusted both of his hands forward, which sent the water shark barreling towards the arrow. Despite the impressive display of power, Kisame was well aware of the fact that his attack was a gamble. This jutsu, for all the chakra used for it, normally drew most of its power from the chakra of the enemy's techniques. This characteristic, which normally made the jutsu unstoppable, was a non-factor in this scenario. However, as Turaran's arrow was made of Raryoku, not chakra, and as such it couldn't be absorbed by Kisame's jutsu. Kisame could only hope that the jutsu can at least redirect the arrow. The attacks collided 10 seconds after they had been launched. As Turaran's Colmillo, which had puntered the shark-like entity that was Kisame's jutsu, penetrated deep into the technique, Kisame had the shark change the direction of its surge, moving it to his right, just seconds before it was forcefully dispersed by the arrow. The change in direction was small, no more than a few feet, due to how quickly the shark had been destroyed after it had its course altered. Luckily for Kisame, the change was more than enough to cause the arrow to miss him by a few inches. That arrow had somehow kept flying through the air for at least 5 miles before it finally detonated. The explosion that occurred as a result was, if Kisame could have seen it, a mile high and was a magnificent shade of green that slightly masked its awesome power. The power behind the explosion was so great that the shockwave it generated could actually be felt 20 miles away as it flattened the 3 miles of forest that was in the vicinity of the explosion. What Kisame didn't realize was that Turaran, in her usual haste when using the colmillo, had used only a tenth of the attack's true power. If the arrow had been launched at full power, it would have actually been twice as powerful as Ulquiorra's Lanza del Relampago. In other words, Kisame had unknowingly dodged multiple bullets, in a metaphorical sense. The power generated by the colmillo was, ironically, also strong enough to send Kisame flying for several yards, before he plunged into the very lake that Turaran had tried to prevent the swordsman from reaching. As Kisame swam the surface, he wondered why his opponent, who was now standing on the shore of the body of water, used an attack that would have also struck her if it had actually hit him. If he hadn't been forced underwater, he might have seen his answer dangling from Turaran's neck as it glowed the same color as her arrow. The necklace of fangs, teeth, and claws that she wore contained many of Turaran's different abilities, the most relevant of these in this situation being a sort protective talisman that would protect her from most attacks, including all of her attacks. Whilst there were drawbacks to the necklace's protective capabilities, none of the foes Turaran had faced so far were able to force her to point that such weakness could be exploited. Kisame was no exception to this pattern. Once he got back on his feet, Kisame performed another sequence of hand signs whilst standing on the water. Water style. 1,000 hungry sharks, Kisame said as a massive wall of water formed which used to create 1,000 sharks. This wall of water sharks soon surged towards Turaran, who simply pointed her bow at the center of this jutsu before pulling back the bowstring. Dozel del Bosque, Turaran said as she formed another green arrow, though one that was weaker than the colmillo. When this arrow was at full power, it is equal to one of Ulquiorra's Luz de la Luna javelins. This difference in power is seen in the form of the arrow itself, as the fiery point that the other arrow had was noticeably absent. Firepower was not the greatest asset of this attack, however, as Kisame was about to find out the hard way. The Urankar quickly released the bowstring which sent the arrow flying. That arrow then, to Kisame's horror, began to split apart into more arrows of equal size. The number of arrows kept growing and growing until, after a few seconds, there were at 5,000 arrows barreling straight towards the sharks. It didn't take long before both attacks collided with. As the arrows began colliding with the water sharks, it became clear that there were simply too many arrows, each of which was capable of destroying 15 sharks each, for Kisame's jutsu to withstand. The wave of sharks was easily broken, leaving around 4,300 arrows to continue on their path. These arrows blocked out the skies above Kisame before a barrage of projectiles fell upon the former member of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. The arrows began exploding as they impacted the surface of the lake. The thousands of explosions that rocked the area lasted for several minutes as the water in the lake was literally being pushed out by the explosions, until all the water was gone. As the explosions winded down, Turaran looked at the scene of devastation with a bit of surprise in her face. Her surprise was not from her attack, however. "You're actually very strong, fish man, if you managed to survive that attack," Turaran said as a single figure appeared in the middle of the column of smoke and steam that had arisen as a result of her attack. Kisame, sure enough, was the one standing on the edge of what used to be a lake. Though alive, the Akatsuki member was severely wounded after having been caught in the blast of 3 of Turaran's arrows. "She's really good. If I hadn't merged with Samahata and dove underwater when I did, I would be dead right now," Kisame thought to himself as he considered his options. Kisame knew that those options were limited. The missing nin couldn't stand and fight against the Urankar. His opponent would kill him very quickly if he did, given the gap in their powers. Retreating was out of the question as well. Itachi was still fighting his opponent, and, since Itachi was the one who knew where the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was located, Kisame knew that he had to go and aid him in his battle. With Turaran keeping him pinned here, however, Kisame was in no position to aid his partner, and, even if he was, he would still have to deal with Itachi's opponent, assuming he could live long enough to reach his partner. As Kisame thought of what he should do, Turaran decided to give him an idea. "You know you could just surrender, right? I'm sure the people in Naruto's village wouldn't mind having a new friend around, Turaran said in a playful tone. Note to self. Remember to ask for the name of that village when I see Naruto-sama, Turaran thought to herself as she aimed her bow for Kisami's heart. These were the type of thoughts Turaran had during most battles due to her personality and, most importantly, due to gaps in power between her and most of her opponents. Kisame scoffed at the numero's suggestion. Do you really think that I would actually agree to do something like that? You must be even more naive than I originally thought, Gaki, Kisame said. Turaran got steamed by Kisami's Nahashi-calling. The Arankar was just as annoyed by her opponent's nickname for her as he was by the nickname that she had given him even if it hadn't shown up until that time. My name is not Gaki, it's Turaran, so at least remember it, fish man. She yelled in a childish manner. Kisame guessed that her personality was either like this in every battle, or was due to the fact that she wasn't fighting him with even remote seriousness, or was a result of a combination of the two. The former Kiri nin shook off these thoughts before giving an introduction of his own. And my name isn't Fish Man, Turaran, my name is Kisame Hoshigaki. Sized now that we've given proper introductions, why don't we continue our battle already? Kisame asked the Arankar. Turaran nodded in reply before she smiled at Kisame as if she were still mocking him. If you want to keep fighting, then I guess it would be really rude if I said no. Don't complain, however, if I kill you, she said. Kisame had decided not to guess whether Turaran was being serious or not with that warning, as he already knew that the numero could easily back it up. As Kisame prepared himself for a continuation of this fight, Itachi suddenly appeared before the battered shinobi. We have to go now, Kisame, Itachi said. It was obvious, however, that the Uchiha was already going to forcibly remove himself and his partner from the battle. Turaran was rather surprised by this, and Itachi, using that small opportunity the numero gave him, threw a couple of smoke bombs, which Itachi had placed timers on, at her. The timers had been activated a few minutes prior and, as a result, exploded the moment that the bombs rolled next to a confused Turaran. Turaran was soon enveloped by a large cloud of smoke which she was stuck in for a few minutes. By the time that the Arankar managed to get out of the cloud, Itachi and Kisame had both fled. Before Turaran could chase after the two missing nins, Django appeared behind Turaran. Damn, looks like I just missed it, he said, referring to Turaran's battle. I guess these two are very quick on their feet, Turaran said as she resealed her Zanpakuto. Though she tried to hide it, Django knew that something was on Turaran's mind. You don't have to worry about Naruto-sama, Turaran, you know that their chances of actually beating him are even less than those of them defeating either of us, so he'll okay, Django said as he saw that Turaran was worried about their master's safety. After seeing that Turaran's expression lightened up a little, Django, honoring Naruto's orders, returned to Konoha along with his partner, just in case there were other members of the Akatsuki heading there. Chapter 20 A Truth Confirmed. Reunion of the Uchiha Brothers. Sasuke and Itachi's location. Recap. You can drop the act, Itachi. Naruto told me everything, Sasuke declared. Itachi, though only reacting to this on the outside by raising an eyebrow, suddenly had a sinking feeling regarding the meaning of Sasuke's words take root in his gut. Everything. What do you mean by that, I wonder? Itachi asked. Though he still seemed unfazed by Sasuke's declaration, he couldn't but wonder what the blonde-haired shinobi had told his brother. A few minutes later, Itachi was shocked at what he had just heard, even if the former Anbu captain's expression didn't change to show it. Apart from the moment before he killed his parents, where they told him that they would always be proud of him regardless of what he did, he had never been at such a loss for words. Sasuke had been told the truth of what had happened, all of it. Everything that Itachi had hoped to hide from his little brother, every secret that he had hoped would die with him was now firmly stored in Sasuke's young mind. The fact that it was Naruto of all people who had told Sasuke all of this made Itachi wonder where Minato's son had been for the past 7 years and, of equal importance, what other secrets he might be aware of. Itachi shook off these thoughts as he heard Sasuke question him. Is what Naruto said true, Itachi? Sasuke asked. Itachi didn't reply for few minutes as he was unsure of how he should respond to his little brother's question. As Itachi was still determined to have his clan redeemed with his own death, he had to choose his words carefully, since he also realized that lying to his brother would have been a pointless action. While Itachi tried to consider what his response would be, a very irritated Sasuke, quickly losing whatever patience he had up until that time, decided to snap Itachi out of his silence. "If that's how you're going to be, then I'll just force an answer out of you," Sasuke said as he got into a fighting stance. The younger Uchiha had hoped that Itachi would give him an answer willingly, but, knowing the chances of that happening were slim, was more than willing to fight his older brother if that was what it took. Itachi raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's warning. "You're going to force me to answer? Do you honestly believe that you could defeat me at your current level?" Itachi asked. Despite appearing to be unmoved by what Sasuke just said, the missing nin realized there something was changing within Sasuke. What the young Uchiha said next would make the nature of the change much more apparent. "Realistically, my chances aren't that good. I won't know for sure, however," Sasuke said as he activated his MS. "Until I take you on, Itachi," Sasuke said rather defiantly. Sasuke knew that he shouldn't be constantly using the MS, but he also knew that fighting Itachi without would have been a fool's fight. Itachi barely heard the last part of his brother's sentence as he was too focused on his brother's eyes, and for good reason. The Mangekyo Sharingan, when did he activate that jutsu and, more importantly, how? Itachi thought to himself as he felt an upsurge in the surrounding atmospheric pressure which the Uchiha, as a wielder of the MS himself, recognized. The Amaterasu, so he's already developing some skill with the Mangekyo, he's gotten much stronger. Is this perhaps because of something you said to him? Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi thought to himself as countered with his own Amaterasu. The two waves of black flames collided with each other and, being the same jutsu and being of similar strength, the attacks basically smacked into each other and were unable to progress any further. After a few minutes of what was basically a match of willower as it was of jutsus, the black flames from both of the brothers' Amaterasu dispersed as the non-stop use of the technique had taken its toll on the two Uchihas. The eyes of both of them began to bleed as the harsh side effects caused by the overuse of the MS. Itachi was now heavily exhausted, though his earlier fight Django meant that he was tired to begin with, while Sasuke had to place his hands on his eyes as he suffered a sudden pulse of excruciating pain that lasted for a few seconds. Sasuke, not having drained as much of his chakra as his brother due to his recent acquisition of the dojutsu, prepared to use the Amaterasu one more time once the pain subsided, but stopped when he heard Itachi's voice. "I guess I was wrong in not believing in you, Sasuke ni," Itachi said, which confused the younger Uchiha. "What are you talking about, Itachi?" Sasuke asked before he saw his older brother's expression change into something that the younger Uchiha hadn't seen before. "I can no longer deny it. What Naruto has told you is the truth," Itachi said, finally answering Sasuke's first question. The younger Uchiha, having finally gotten the confirmation he had been seeking, was now the one that stopped moving. He now stood there and didn't say anything for several minutes. Sasuke deactivated his MS before he finally spoke. "Then why, Itachi, why did you lie to me? Why did you leave me alive? With all that I've gone through, you might as well have just killed me," Sasuke said as he began crying. Itachi suddenly had feelings guilt and sadness gnawing at his heart at the sight of his brother's tears. The missing nin had expected his brother to be in great pain due to his actions, but to see that pain with his own eyes was something that was almost too much for him to deal with. The guilt the elder Uchiha felt from having forced Sasuke to go through so much pain was present in his eyes as he answered his brother's question. "There were a lot of reasons," Itachi said under his breath. Sasuke looked up at his older brother, his tears having stopped, as he continued to speak. "For one thing, you were just a little boy back then with no idea of what was happening around you, so taking your life would have been a pointless death. More importantly, you're my little brother. If I had killed you, I had too many burdens to carry back then, and the burden that taking your life would have placed on me would have been impossible for me to carry," Itachi said, stunning his brother. "Itachi," Sasuke thought to himself. Before he could even finish that thought, however, Itachi continued his explanation. "There's one more reason for why I didn't kill you, one that involves a promise that I made to someone very close to me. As Naruto told you, I wanted to be judged for my crimes by another Uchiha so that our clan's name would be redeemed," Itachi said. Sasuke didn't register that last part of his brother's explanation for a minute or so. When he finally did comprehend those words, however, the young Sasuke clenched his fist in anger. You tried to do everything by yourself even though there were people who could have helped you, including me. Why didn't you tell me all this from the start? Why couldn't you just trust me? I thought that you said we were brothers, so why did you go it alone? Sasuke asked. Itachi waited for a few seconds before he replied. I didn't want to put other people in danger needlessly and I thought that I could handle these things on my own. He sighs. It's only now, after seeing how much you've grown, that I realize that I've made a terrible mistake in judgment. Maybe you're right about working with others. Maybe if the both of us had worked together we could have saved our clan and village without a war breaking out. Just the same, however, you must understand the time for that has already passed. I can never return to Konoha now, Itachi said. Itachi then walked towards Sasuke who, thinking that Itachi might try to do some sort of trick, got into a defensive stance. Itachi simply kept walking towards Sasuke until they were around 10 feet apart, at which point he stopped walking. The two brothers just stood there, not a word spoken or a muscle moved. They simply locked eyes with each other as if they were trying to understand each other. After a few minutes Itachi finally ended the silence. I can understand if you've lost the desire to kill me, Sasuke, but I must ask that you still come for me when you've gotten strong enough, Itachi said as if it were a simple request. Sasuke's response, after all the things that had learned, was not surprising in the least to his older brother. What makes you think that I'll still be able to go through with killing you now that I know the truth? Do you honestly believe that after learning what happened that I still want to seek my vengeance? Sasuke said before Itachi got closer to him and placed his hands on his brother's shoulders. I'm not asking you that you avenge anything now, I am asking that you please do this to redeem the Uchiha name as my. Promise me that you will honor my request, not as a fellow Uchiha, but as your older brother, Itachi asked his brother with a tone in his voice that showed that he was dead serious. As Sasuke tried to make sense of what his brother was asking him, he remembered what Naruto had told him about the things that Itachi had gone through just before the massacre. When the rest of your clan was preparing to perform a coup d'état against Konoha, Itachi was forced to make an impossible choice. He could either join his clan and potentially losing you, his precious brother, and his home to the war that he was sure would then engulf the land of fire, or he could have your life spared and Konoha spared from the flames of war in exchange for the lives of rest of the Uchiha clan. He had to weight you, Konoha, and the Uchiha on a set of scales and, in the end, he chose the first two. Itachi might have wanted to make himself the villain that had only killed his clan for the sake of power, but what he truly wanted was to make sure that no one else in Konoha had to suffer the horrors of war that he had experienced when he was a child. That was the last thing that Naruto had told Sasuke back then, but it was only now that the full meaning of those words became clear to Sasuke. Taking this revelation to heart, he sighed before he finally responded to his brother's request, as he knew he would truly regret what he was about to do. All right then, Itachi, if that's what you really, then I guess I have no choice but to do what you're asking of me when the time comes. You have to agree to do something for me, however, in exchange, Sasuke said as Itachi took his hands off the younger Uchiha's shoulders. The nod that Itachi then gave to Sasuke told him that he would listen to his request. I know that you're only pretending to go after Naruto right now. That said, however, the rest of that group you're in is still after him. You have to promise that no matter what happens you will not harm Naruto, he said. The fact that Sasuke was only asking him to not harm a friend came as a surprise to Itachi, as he was under the impression that Sasuke was still indifferent to the rest of the people of Konoha, since he had no intention of harming Naruto to begin with. However, what Sasuke was asking of was not that difficult to consent to. After Itachi agreed to honor his brother's request, he bid him farewell before he left to find his partner Kisame, who was still fighting Turaran at the time. As his brother got out of his sight, Sasuke sighed. Now I understand what you were tried to tell Naruto, Sasuke said to himself out loud before he went back to the village. Shukuba town, 40 miles west of Konoha. Meanwhile, it had been a week since the Sandaime had told Naruto and Jiraiya of their mission. The research that Jiraiya was doing meant that the two didn't set off for their mission until a few hours before Itachi and Kisame infiltrated Konoha, hence why they were still only a half-day's walk, for a shinobi at least, from Konoha. Jiraiya could tell that his godson was feeling rather uneasy and was in deep thought since they left Konoha, if the fact that the young Chunin hadn't said much of anything since that time was any indication of that. As the two shinobi went to find a place to stay for the night, Jiraiya thought it would be fun to mess with Naruto's worries. "What are you, the guy who defeated Orochimaru, so worried about?" Jiraiya said to his godson with a smug tone. He was surprised when Naruto gave him a, "What do you think, Sherlock?" expression before he said anything. Let's see. The old man decides to suddenly retire because the situations with Orochimaru and the Shukaku made him think that he's no longer capable of being the Hokage. And since you refuse to take his place and he has to pick Tsunade, who, among her many flaws, is a gambling addict with a bad temper, a fear of the sight of blood, despite being a medic nin, and a belief that those who either were Hokage, dad included, or who want to become Hokage are all fools. I think that's more than enough to make me worry, Naruto replied bluntly, which caused a sweat drop appeared behind Jiraiya's head. It took a little while before the Sannin actually reacted to the cynical response. Naruto's cynical views of the situation might have just been a result of the shock from hearing the old man's decision to retire, but he also had many good reasons for those views. In addition to the things that the young Uzumaki just stated, there was the problem of whether or not the female Sannin would agree to take the position. Considering her beliefs about the position, there was a good chance that she would not be so willing to take the position. Tsunade's personality may be a bit different from the Hokages that came before her, but she is more than capable of taking on the position. There's a reason why Sarutobi-sensei agreed to have her become Hokage, the Toad Sage said in an attempt to put his godson at ease. Naruto only shook his head before he replied to his godfather's statement. "I hope you and old man are right about this," Naruto muttered under his breath as he and Jiraiya entered a local inn that would use to rest for the night. Chapter 21, Searching for the Slug Princess. Shukuba Town, Land of Fire. The following morning, Naruto, who went to bed a couple of hours after arriving with his godfather in the small town, woke up shortly before noon. Despite the thoughts running through his mind during the night, the young Chunin managed to get a good night's sleep at the inn he and Jiraiya had stayed in for the night. Naruto got out of bed and, when he looked around the room, noticed that his old pervert of a godfather was not there. Jiraiya-san's either asking around for Tsunade's location or he's probably being the old pervert that he always is, Naruto thought to himself as he headed to the bathroom. After showering, getting dressed, and downing a quick breakfast of 2 cups of instant ramen, Naruto retrieved Kurama from his place on the side of the bed where the Uzumaki clansman had placed him the night before. After placing the tailed beast Zanpakuto in his usual position, Naruto turned to face the door, but didn't walk towards it. If those two actually thought that I wouldn't be able to detect them with all that chakra that they didn't suppress, then I'm going to be very insulted, Naruto thought just before one of those two knocked on the door. Naruto sighed at this. "I know that the two of you behind that door are after me, so quit trying to be sneaky. I could sense your chakras from a mile away if I had to," Naruto said in his usual calm manner while still facing the door. The way that he mockingly emphasized the word sneaky in that first sentence underlaid his irritation. One of the two foes Naruto sensed, who was likely the one that knocked on the door, let out a dark chuckle in response to Naruto's statement. "It would seem that you deserve your reputation, Jinchuri," the man said before the door to the room the Chunin was staying in flew off its hinges. It would have smacked the man in front of it had he not dodged it. The man moved back down the hallway he was in and turned to look at his partner, one Itachi Uchiha, who had been watching the entire scene unfold and thinking of an excuse to get both himself his partner Kisame to retreat empty-handed. Despite the fact that the Uchiha was not intending to capture the Uzumaki clansman, even before his reunion with Sasuke, he still had to make it appear as if he actually tried to do so in order to avoid arousing the suspicions of his fellow Akatsuki members, hence why he still went through with tracking down his target. Itachi turned to speak to Kisame. "I warned you that we needed to be more careful, Kisame," Itachi told the former Kiri-nin rather bluntly. "Yeah, I guess you're right, Itachi," Kisame said in reply as Naruto left the room and came into view. Naruto turned to face his two would-be captors, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of his blade in case Kisame made a move. While he knew that Itachi was not going to even try to seriously take him, he still kept an eye, so to speak, on the former Anbu captain, just in case. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, so the Akatsuki sent the two of you, huh? Naruto asked rhetorically while noting that Kisami's shark-like grin grew wider. So you're Naruto Uzumaki, Small wonder that you killed both Orochimaru and Zabuza with that massive amount of power you have. It's too bad, but you're going to have to come with us now, Kisame said as if it was an order. Naruto simply raised his Ryutsu slightly at the missing nin's words. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I have no intention of walking to my death, if you want me that badly. Naruto said as a smirk formed on his face. This caused both Itachi and Kisame to enter into a defensive stance. Neither of the two missing nins had any idea what Naruto had in store for them. You'll have to catch me and beat me first, Naruto said before he used his flash stepped out of the hallway, shocking both missing nins, even though Itachi's expression didn't change, with his speed, after they realized that the Uzumaki had left, which was several seconds after he'd done so. Such speed, it's even greater than that of his own father, so this is the power of Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi thought to himself. Itachi's thought process was interrupted when he noticed that he still felt Naruto's energy, which gave the impression that he was now somewhere on the outskirts of town. Unfortunately, for the Akatsuki anyways, Kisame still sensed the Uzumaki as well, and immediately ran off to confront him before Itachi could try to stop him. Damn it, Kisame, if you try to fight him alone, I have a feeling that even you might not survive, Itachi thought to himself as he walked to where Naruto was, as the endurance-challenged Uchiha had not fully recovered from his fights with Django and Sasuke. Shukuba town outskirts. With Naruto. Naruto had stopped flash stepping when he got to a forest clearing not that far from the outer limits, though he was far enough to confront his pursuers without endangering the town. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Kisame arrived and quickly unsheathed Samahata. Why'd you stop running all of a sudden? Kisame asked. Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto before he answered. Isn't it obvious? I ran out of town so that I could kill you without risking the lives of the people in the town, Naruto replied. Well, aren't we the confident one? Let's see if you can back up that little claim, Kisame stated as he backed up until he reached a river next to the clearing. Kisame then did a series of hand signs as he used the nearby water source to create a large shark-like entity. Water style. Water shark bomb jutsu. Kisame roared as he sent the projectile flying by thrusting his hands forward. Naruto simply gripped his blade with both of his hands before generating a familiar crescent-shaped wave of Raryoku in his blade. Getsuga Tensho. Naruto roared as he swung his blade, releasing the attack. The energy attack easily destroyed the water shark that Kisame had made and nearly hit the missing nin, who had to apply all of his speed, such as it was, to avoid getting injured. Kisame was shocked at the strength of the attack. Though it was obvious that Naruto was holding back a lot, the former Kiri nin could tell that the attack would have killed him if it had hit its mark. How did you learn to use an attack like that? Kisame asked his opponent. This caused Naruto to have another flashback. Flashback. Shielapuro Grance's lab, Las Noches. 3 years before Naruto's return. A.N. For the many readers who've questioned why I gave Naruto the Getsuga Tensho even though he first used it in Chapter 6, which means that it was JMAC 615's, otherwise known as the original author of the story, idea, this flashback is for you. Let's see if this works. Please try it now, Naruto, Shielapuro commanded after he gave the young boy his blade back. Okay, Grant-sama, Naruto said, though he was skeptical of what the master inventor of the Espada truly had in mind. The pink-haired 8th Espada had told the young Uzumaki that he had infused his Zanpakuto, or at least the weapon part of it, with a special shard that would grant him a new attack once he infused it with said Zanpakuto. Though Naruto did not really trust the creepy scientist, he decided it was best to go along with what his teacher, or at least this teacher, was doing. To that end, Naruto began building up his Raryoku. After he built up enough of his energy, Naruto, as per the Espada's instructions, grabbed his sword with both his hands and channeled the energy into the blade. He was amazed by what happened next. A massive crescent wave of his own orange Raryoku suddenly formed from the built-up Raryoku in his blade, shocking the young boy and causing a smirk to form on Shielapuro's face. Before you use that attack, please take note of its name, Grants said. Naruto nodded before he told the ninja the name of the attack, Getsuga Tensho. Now then, young Naruto, please swing the blade at that target right there, the Espada said as he pointed to a part of the wall with a target painted on it. Right, Naruto takes a deep breath. Getsuga Tensho. Naruto roared as he swung his blade, causing him to launch the wave of energy, and destroying the entire wall in the destruction. Despite the damage to his lab, or perhaps because of it, Shieloporo's smirk grew even larger. I declare this experiment a success, Grants declared before dismissing Naruto, but not before he reminded him to keep practicing with that technique. As Naruto Flash stepped out of Shieloporo's lab, the Espada began thinking about where he had gotten the shard. I wonder if Aizen-sama has any more of these shards from this Angetsu he referred to, the Arankar thought to himself as he focused on a different experiment. Angetsu is the name of Isshin Kurisaki's Zanpakuto. Since Isshin could also use the Getsuga, I added this bit to explain how Naruto acquired the technique. End flashback. Shukuba town outskirts. Current time. This attack was a gift given to me by one of my teachers, and it's actually one of the special attacks I use the most. That's enough about the Getsuga, though, as it's time I finish you off. With this next attack your life will come to an end, Naruto said before he moved a few feet back from Kisame as he held up his left hand in front of him while he still gripped Kurama with his right hand. Kisame finally decided to unsheath Samahata as he prepared for Naruto's attack. The missing nin was surprised, therefore, when Naruto sheathed his blade, and began chanting. The turbid crest begins to blur. An insolent vessel of madness. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own impotence. Naruto said. This weird incantation, not surprisingly, confused Kisame. What the hell is this Gaki doing? Kisame thought to himself. By the time Kisame realized that he should probably do something other than stand, it was too late. Hado number 90. Kurohitsugi, Naruto said as a ball of black Raryoku formed in his left hand, all while the sky began to darken. When that ball dispersed, the black energy then began to expand and take shape until Naruto had created multiple boxes of this energy, each of them topped off with spears shaped in the form of crosses. These then continued to multiply until there were hundreds of these boxes. Before Kisame could even respond to the shocking sight around him, the boxes suddenly fell upon him, merging with each other until the hundreds of boxes became one giant box with hundreds of cross-shaped spears surrounding the box. The spears then pierced the box simultaneously, with Kisame inside said box. The gurgled cries of pain coming from inside the giant box made it clear that Kisame was hit by the spears. Goodbye, was the only thing Naruto said as he calmly turned away from the box, just as it began to dissipate. When the black box completely vanished, Kisame, or at least his now lifeless form, could now be seen alongside an apparently grieving Samahata. The body of the former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Hidden Mist looked like a piece blue-colored Swiss cheese as the black Raryoku spears had pierced right through the shinobi in at least 20 different places, which left no doubt of the missing nin's demise. Naruto walked to a nearby tree on whose branches sat a familiar white-haired, perverted godfather of his. Jiraiya looked at the scene in front of him in shock for a few minutes before he finally turned his attention to Naruto. Don't you think you went a little overboard with that attack, Naruto? Jiraiya asked his godson, who simply smirked at the Sanin's comment. At least I wasn't fooled by a genjutsu-induced woman like you were, Naruto replied, causing the self-proclaimed super pervert to look away in humiliation for a few minutes before he remembered something important. Wait a minute, Naruto, what are you going to do about the dead body that's lying? Jiraiya said before his voice trailed off. He was looking at the spot where Kisame's body was and saw none other than Itachi carrying the body of the deceased missing nin on his shoulders. Jiraiya was about to confront the Uchiha before Naruto intervened. Leave him be, Jiraiya-san, he won't be coming back for a while. Besides, we still have to find Tsunade, Naruto said, getting a nod from his godfather. As both Konoha shinobi headed back towards the town where they were staying, Naruto turned his head to look at the area where the Akatsuki were. I guess our meeting will have to wait for another time, Naruto thought to himself before he and Jiraiya head back into town. Tanzaku Town, 90 miles west of Konoha. 1 week later, Naruto and Jiraiya, after several delays due to the latter's research, arrived in the popular tourist town. Naruto was surprised, and rather irritated, by the big festival that was going on around him. The fact that the town Naruto was currently in had a reputation due to its more adult amenities only caused the Uzumaki clansman to question his godfather's motives for coming here. The only thing that kept Naruto from grabbing Jiraiya by his red haori and dragging him out of town was the fact that the Toad Sannin was somehow not getting sidetracked by the many women all around them, which proved to Naruto, for now at least, that his godfather was focused on something other than his research. "Are you sure that she's here?" Naruto asked. The people back in the previous town mentioned seeing a woman matching her description in this town. With all the casinos here, it's very likely that she's still somewhere in town, Jiraiya reasoned. Naruto sighed at this, as he had suspected the female Sannin was spotted in a gambling town. Thought the blinding lights of the casinos had already sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Anyways, we should start looking for Tsunade. Assuming that she hasn't already left town, she shouldn't be too hard to find, Jiraiya said, to which Naruto nodded in agreement. They soon began searching every casino in Tanzaku town. Late in the evening, only to come up empty-handed, much to the frustration of both ninjas. Naruto was especially annoyed with the lack of progress and secretly prayed that Tsunade would be cooperative, for her own sake. "We should look for an inn to stay in for the night, Naruto," Jiraiya told his blonde-haired godson. Naruto sighed at this as he and the white-haired Sannin walked through the town's main street and into the western end of town. Both shinobi had spent most of the day searching the east side of Tanzaku town, where the majority of the gambling dens were located. "Fine, then, let's find one quickly, though, as I'm no mood to deal with your purr," Naruto said before he stopped dead in his tracks. Jiraiya turned to look at his godson. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked, to which Naruto held up his hand. "This chakra, could it be?" Naruto thought to himself as he felt a strong chakra signature. In order to get a clearer idea of what he was sensing, Naruto got on one knee before placing two of his fingers to the ground, much to Jiraiya's confusion. "Pesquisa," Naruto said softly before a massive radiating pulse through the ground. Among the many skills, whether Hollow or Shinigami, he learned at Las Noches, the young Chunin showed an unusually great affinity towards the sensing ability of the Arankars. Naruto's skill with the Pesquisa was so great, in fact, that he developed his own unique variant, which not only increased the range and accuracy of his sensory pulses, but it even allowed him to detect certain things with this ability that even the Espada couldn't, such as a person's physical condition or even a person's next move before they even did it. Much like a Sharingan, he usually didn't use the Pesquisa, however, as he had to stay absolutely still in order for it to work. The unique version of the Pesquisa that Naruto created was the same version that he was now using. After gauging the chakra signature with greater scrutiny, the young Chunin suddenly smirked at what he felt. "Jiraiya-san, I think I finally found her," Naruto said, taking the Sannin by surprise with his claim. Chapter 22, the title of Hokage, Naruto vs. Tsunade. Unspecified pub, Tanzaku town. Current time. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the small bar where Naruto had detected the large chakra signature and were immediately drawn to the faces of two of the patrons. Jiraiya was relieved to see that Naruto's senses had been right on the money. "Hey, Tsunade," Jiraiya greeted happily. Naruto, on the other hand, simply narrowed his eyes for a brief moment at the sight of the future fifth Hokage. The sight was not encouraging in the least to the young Chunin. Appearance-wise, the female Sannin appeared to be in her 20s to those who didn't know her. She was fairly tall, had light-colored skin, brown eyes, waist-length blonde hair that she had tied into two loose ponytails, a very large bust, and had a violet rhombus mark on her forehead that Naruto realized was a gathering point for some sort of massive chakra reserve. She wore a gray and sleeveless kimono-style blouse that was held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants, and open-toed sandals with high heels, as well as a necklace with green crystal around her neck. Tsunade's appearance aside, Naruto was more concerned that she looked like she was sulking and drinking sake like there was no tomorrow. She's the one they chose to replace the old man. We're so screwed, Naruto thought to himself in dismay before he heard the Slug Princess acknowledge them. "Jiraiya, why are you in a place like this?" Tsunade asked her fellow Sannin as she quickly tried to sober up. "We were actually looking for you, Tsunade," Jiraiya said in response as he and Naruto took a seat with Tsunade and another woman who sat next to the renowned medic ninja. She had fair skin, black hair and eyes, wore long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings that was held closed by a white obi, and open-toed sandals similar to Tsunade's except the heels were much lower. The woman also was holding a sleeping piglet in her arms, though Naruto decided to ignore it. Naruto guessed that she was most likely either Tsunade's apprentice or assistant. "And why'd you come looking for me, Jiraiya? And who on earth is the kid next to you?" Tsunade asked. She figured, incorrectly, that her fellow Sannin was just there to talk about Orochimaru's death and therefore she didn't understand why he had a kid with him. Jiraiya's expression had turned serious by this time. The Toad Sage decided to first answer her second question. Jiraiya began until, to his surprise, Naruto cut him off. "Just a young chunin who was asked to go along with Jiraiya-san," Naruto said. After a few seconds Jiraiya managed to figure out why Naruto refused to reveal his identity yet. Naruto did not want to reveal his identity to Tsunade just yet since he did kill Orochimaru, who was one of her former teammates. Even if that teammate had gone rogue, which would have probably put him on bad terms with both of his fellow Sannin, there was still no telling how Tsunade might respond if she found out that her teammate's killer was sitting across the table from her. "I see, but that still doesn't explain why you two have come looking for me," Tsunade pointed out. Jiraiya let out a sigh before he finally let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. "To be honest, we're here because the Sandaime has retired again. Sandaime and both of the councils have requested that you take his place and become the Godime Hokage," he said, causing the eyes of both Tsunade and the other women to widen in shock. The woman with Tsunade was the first to respond to this news. "Wait a minute, Jiraiya-sama, why would the Sandaime retire like this all of a sudden?" The women asked in shock. "Let's just say that Sarutobi-sensei was shaken up by recent events, Shizune," Jiraiya vaguely explained to now-named Shizune before he turned his attention back to Tsunade. "Well, Tsunade, what's your decision?" Jiraiya asked. Tsunade lowered her head down as she appeared to be deep in thought. After several minutes of silence Tsunade finally gave her answer. "Never in 1,000 years would I do it. I refuse," Tsunade said bluntly. Jiraiya sighed at his former teammate's refusal while Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. The Konoha Chunin had a very good idea about what Tsunade was about to say next. All those who became Hokage gambled with their lives and all but Sarutobi-sensei ended up giving up said lives for the sake of peace. Only a fool would want to become Hokage, much less actually becoming one. That includes my grandfather, Tobirama, and especially your student Min, Tsunade said before she stopped mid-sentence. The reason? Naruto, who took offense to Tsunade insulting the previous Hokages that included his own dad, unsheathed his sword and had it pointing towards the Sannin's throat. It was only separated by millimeters, which got everyone's attention, once they realized what had happened, of course. "I don't care if you're the one that the old man chose you to become the new Hokage. Try to finish that sentence and it'll be the last thing that you ever do," Naruto said. Even though it was a bluff, even though he had no intention of killing Tsunade, he would not let her insult his dad and the others. Since Tsunade had no intention of going to Konoha as Jiraiya had hoped, Naruto decided to persuade her to change her mind, his own way. The young Uzumaki removed his sword from its place near the now terrified Tsunade's neck, much to relief of both Shizune and Jiraiya. "Let's go, Jiraiya-san. She's not worth the trouble," Naruto said as he left the table. He walked towards the exit before he stopped halfway to the opening. "You know something, Tsunade. Somewhere in the afterlife I'm sure that your brother and boyfriend are watching you reduce yourself to this pitiful state you're in now." The founder of the modern-day system of medical ninja running from her past, living her days as a hopeless drunken gambler. Naoki is probably feeling ashamed that he ever called you his sister, and Dan probably feels the same way for ever having any feelings for you, Naruto said as he turned to face the threesome behind him. Jiraiya and Shizune were the first to register what Naruto had just said, and, when they did, their eyes widened in a comically horrified expression. "Please tell me he didn't just say what I think he said." Jiraiya thought, as he was well aware that his godson just entered forbidden territory, metaphorically speaking. "Is he insane? Tsunade's gonna kill him," Shizune thought to herself, unaware of who the boy was. As for the slug Sanin, her face suddenly turned red in pure rage at what Naruto had just said. Once it registered to her, and it was clear to everyone in the pub that they should now get out of Dodge immediately. Tsunade finally spoke when the last patrons left the little bar. "Take that back, you little Gaki," the female Sanin hissed. Naruto simply smirked before he picked up a plate of 5 dumplings from another table. He then grabbed one of the round dumplings and tossed it at Tsunade's forehead as he spoke. "Over my cold, dead body," the Uzumaki Namikaze said while tossing a dumpling at the slug princess, as many people called Tsunade, with each word he said. Before the 5th dumpling could reach Tsunade, however, she plucked it from the air with her right hand, which she then closed into a fist. The Sanin, in her rage, then slammed her fist into the table, smashing it to bits, much to the terror of both Shizune and Jiraiya. Naruto, on the other hand, smirked at Tsunade's reaction. "As I thought. I knew that this would happen," Naruto thought to himself. In truth, Naruto didn't really mean what he had said. He did, however, have a very good reason to provoke Tsunade, though it was a reason that only the young Chunin could have thought of. Tsunade looked at Naruto with face that would have made anyone else quake in terror. "You and me, Gaki. Outside. Right now," Tsunade snarled. Naruto's smirk only grew wider at her challenge. "Ladies first," Naruto said in a mocking tone, as if to further insult Tsunade by making an air quote with his left hand around the word, "ladies." As Tsunade stormed out of the bar, Shizune's eyes once again widened in comical terror. "Is that kid looking for death or something?" Shizune yelled out as Naruto walked out behind his next opponent. Jiraiya simply sighed at Shizune's words. "Not exactly, Shizune. If anything, Tsunade is the one who's made a mistake for picking a fight with Naruto," Jiraiya said. Shizune looked at Jiraiya in shock at finally learning the name of the young Chunin. "Naruto? You mean as in Naruto Uzumaki? The same Naruto who killed Orochimaru?" Shizune asked, to which Jiraiya nodded in response as he and Shizune left the damaged pub. "Let's just see what happens. I'm sure he has something in mind," Jiraiya reasoned. When the two shinobi passed the exit, they came upon a scene that practically screamed tension. Naruto and Tsunade faced each other, and on the main street of Tanzaku town, separated by 50 feet. The people nearby, thankfully, had enough common sense to get out of the immediate area, which meant there were less inhibitions on both combatants. "Now that we're about to fight, how about you finally tell me your name, Gaki?" Tsunade said before Naruto placed his Zanpakuto next to Jiraiya and asked him to keep a close eye on it. Due to his mission, Naruto couldn't risk using his sword in this fight, not that it made much of a difference. "Since you'll probably want to know my name after this fight, I guess I should give you my name before I fight you." He points his right thumb at his headband. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, Chunin of Konohagakure, and the guy who's going to defeat you," Naruto declared. Like her assistant, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock at the mention of that name. "So you're the kid who defeated Orochimaru? If that's the case, then I guess I can't hold back against the likes of you," Tsunade said as she got into her fighting stance. "Hey, then stop your yapping and let's do this already," Naruto said as he got into his fighting stance. Tsunade made the first move, charging at Naruto and throwing a punch with her right hand. Naruto, to Tsunade and Shizune's absolute shock, simply caught her fist with his bare left hand. If that weren't enough to surprise both Kunoichis, the young Uzumaki clansman didn't appear to be so much as even fazed by the attack. "That's impossible. That punch should have crushed every bone in his arm with that punch, and yet he doesn't even appear as if he was affected by that punch. Who is he? What is he?" Tsunade thought to herself. Naruto simply smirked at Tsunade's reaction. "It's my turn, Tsunade," Naruto taunted before he made his move. Using Tsunade's arm as leverage, Naruto lifted his body into the air, where he proceeded to smack Tsunade in the face with a roundhouse kick. The Sanin was sent flying by this strike, and by the time she had regained her footing, she had been knocked back 100 feet. Such strength! I should have guessed that his skills with taijutsu would be great, Tsunade thought to herself before she questioned Naruto on his prowess. "Where did you learn to fight like that, Gaki?" Tsunade asked him. Naruto was soon having another flashback. Unspecified location, Hueco Mundo. 4 years before Naruto's return. Naruto stood in the middle of the massive desert outside of Las Noches preparing to spar, yet again, with Grimmjow, who was probably the Espada Naruto spent most of his time with. Compared to most of his training regimens, this one, which was how Naruto trained to master his skills in Hakuda hand-to-hand combat, was on a weekly basis throughout his entire time at Las Noches. Naruto got into his fighting stance, which got him a smirk from the blue-haired Arankar. "Your move, Naruto," Grimmjow said. "If say so, Grimmjow-sama," Naruto said as he charged and threw a left jab at the former Ijukas. Grimmjow simply sidestepped the attack and tried kick the young Uzumaki in the face. Relying on his instincts, Naruto jumped over kick and proceeded to smack Grimmjow with a kick of his own. This move caught the Espada by surprise and he proved unable to dodge it in time. Naruto's foot smacked Grimmjow in his left cheek and sent him back several feet. Grimmjow, despite getting battered and bruised, simply widened his smirk. "Looks like you finally got me that time. You've certainly come a long way, Naruto." "Now let's try this again," Grimmjow said. "Yes, Grimmjow-sama, sir," Naruto said as he and Grimmjow continued their practice session. End flashback. "My teachers made sure that I could defeat any opponent I faced, even if I found myself unarmed or, in this case, if I find myself unable to use anything other than hand-to-hand combat. Now, unless you have any more questions, let us continue this fight," Naruto said. Tsunade responded by charging towards Naruto before she tried to hit the young Uzumaki with a left roundhouse kick. As Naruto proceeded to easily sidestep the kick, Jiraiya, who was watching the fight unfold alongside Shizune and the piglet, had one thought running through his head. Note to self: never piss off my godson. If I do, I have a feeling I might end up like Tsunade, Jiraiya mused as he watched the fight in amazement. Chapter 23 Fools. Tanzaku Town, Land of Fire. Current time. The fight between Naruto and Tsunade, if anyone could call it a fight, had been going on for 5 minutes now and, to the surprise of everyone minus Jiraiya, who was also witnessing the battle, Tsunade was clearly getting the worst of it. The medic Nin had been so badly beat up that she looked as though she needed a medic, while Naruto, who didn't even appear to be fazed in the least by this fight, decided to irritate Tsunade even further by pulling out a copy of Jiraiya's first novel, Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, and proceeded to read it while fighting the slug Sannin, not unlike what Kakashi did when the leader of Team 7 first fought the then genin of Konohagakure, though Naruto's book was obviously not pornographic in its nature like the books that his Jonin squad leader read. Tsunade obviously didn't take too kindly to Naruto's sudden lack of focus during their fight, and she made it very clear to the Uzumaki Namikaze clansmen. "Stop reading that damn and focus on the fight, damn it," Tsunade hissed as she charged at Naruto. As Naruto sidestepped to the right of the oncoming left punch, the young Chunin sighed at this attempt at another futile frontal attack. "If I can beat the crap out of you while reading a book, why should I focus only on this sorry excuse for a fight?" Naruto asked in a rhetorical and mocking manner. Before Tsunade could respond to this retort, the young Konoha Nin used the opening created by his evasion of the Sannin's jab to drive a left roundhouse kick into her stomach. Though Naruto held back most of his strength in this kick, as he had done with most of his attacks since he returned to the shinobi world, it still sent Tsunade flying back at least 200 yards before she ended up on the ground face first with a few of her ribs cracked. As the female Sannin struggled to get back on her feet, Naruto snapped the book he was reading shut as he turned to face Tsunade. "Are you done yet?" the young Chunin asked. The slug Sannin, not to anyone's surprise, refused to even consider giving up. "This fight is not over yet, you little gaki," Tsunade said bluntly as she was determined to make the young shinobi regret his words back at the pub. Despite Tsunade's determination, however, the reality of the situation was that the Sannin had no real chance of winning this fight. Even if Tsunade had been in her best condition, which she was not due to drunken rage that she had fallen into before this fight started, her opponent would have still been defeated her with almost no difficulty due to the massive difference in their powers. After all, if even Orochimaru was defeated in battle by Naruto without the boy receiving so much as a scratch as a result of that fight, how would either Jiraiya or Tsunade, who were supposedly on an equal level to the fallen missing Nin, be able to fare any better than their teammate? Naruto was aware of this and, in fact, he could have ended this fight before Tsunade realized what had happened to her without killing her, of course even with the restrictions placed on him by the requirements of the mission as well as those he placed on himself. There was a reason that the Chunin allowed his fight to drag on, however, and he decided that it was about time to reveal that reason as he sidestepped one of Tsunade's kicks. You know something, Tsunade. I've gotten sick of this fight, since you can barely do anything. So why don't I wrap things up right now? Naruto asked as though it were a challenge. Before Tsunade could even respond to his challenge, Naruto used a palm strike to push Tsunade away several feet. Now it's time to see how she'll respond to this. If she can't deal with it, then we'll have to find someone else to take the old man's place, Naruto thought to himself as he brought his left thumb closer to his mouth. Naruto's movement, along with his expression, caused Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow at the Chunin until his eyes widened at the realization of what his godson was doing. Now I get. This is a test Naruto had made for Tsunade. What he's doing is little harsh, but I'm guessing that was the idea. There's a great risk with what he's doing, but then again, there's a risk to everything when it comes to Tsunade. Minato, you really did make the right choice in placing your faith in Naruto. I just hope he doesn't get too carried away, Jiraiya thought to himself, having learned a lot about his godson in the time they spent together, including a bit of how his godson's mind worked, as he noticed that Naruto bit his thumb. The bite wasn't that hard, but Naruto made sure that it was enough to draw blood, and when he saw that the bite mark was indeed bleeding, not much, of course, but enough that it was noticeable, he placed that hand in front of him in an outstretched position. He had the open palm of his bleeding hand aimed at Tsunade in a position that guaranteed that the Sannin would clearly see that blood. Now then, Tsunade, should I use my blood-enhanced attack right now, or should I wait for you to attack me first? Naruto asked in a mocking tone as he made sure that Tsunade clearly heard the word blood when he spoke. Despite the rhetorical tones of that question, Naruto was expecting a response, whatever it might turn out to be, from Tsunade. After a few minutes of silence, Tsunade registered what she saw and heard. What happened next took both Jiraiya and Shizune, the latter of whom was about to call Naruto various, unpleasant names when he appeared to be attempting to use Tsunade's fear of blood against her just to gain an edge, by surprise. The young Konoha nin smirked when he saw that Tsunade clenched her fist in before fixing her eyes, which were full of rage, on Naruto rather than the bloody palm. I am going to kill you, Uzumaki, Tsunade hissed very slowly before mustering all the strength she had left and began to charge at Naruto. Before she could even take 2 steps, however, she suddenly felt someone grabbing her left arm at the wrist and holding it out to her side, which stopped the slug Sannin in her tracks. Tsunade turned to face the one who was restraining and was taken aback to find that Naruto had gotten behind her without her even noticing. Tsunade turned to see the spot where Naruto was before, just in time to see that Naruto disappear instantaneously. Tsunade could not help but be amazed at what she just saw, though she refused to show it, and immediately realized what had happened. He's fast enough to create an afterimage. The speed he has is unreal. He might be even faster than Minato, Tsunade thought as Naruto spoke to her in a calm, almost playful manner even as he was still holding her arm. I think that's enough of that, Tsunade, the young ninja said as he released his grip on Suon's arm. Naruto waited until Tsunade turned to face him before he continued speaking. Do you just realized what you did just now, Tsunade? Naruto asked. This question confused the female Sannin greatly. What are talking about, Gaki? All I tried to do was to charge at you for another attack before you used whatever technique that you planned to do with that blood-stained hand. Tsunade said before her voice trailed off. Her eyes widened at the realization of what Naruto was talking about and what he had done. Shizune, as she looked on at the young Chunin, also realized what had just happened. I see. Naruto-san was trying to find out if Tsunade-sama could get past her fear of blood by provoking her to the point that the only thing she should feel was rage. Those insults on her, Naoki, and Sato-san were nothing more than a means to get her as angry as possible, while his actions in this fight were meant to anger her even further before he drew his own blood. By insulting the memories of those she cared about most, he wanted to see if Tsunade could fight on even when she saw the object of her greatest fears. I'm certain that part of the reason was to see if she was truly worthy of being the Hokage, however. Shizune thought to herself as she turned her attention to her master. Tsunade-sama made her point very clear when she said that she refused the offer to become Hokage. Naruto-san is aware of this and yet he went to all this trouble to test Tsunade like this. Is there another reason he did this? Shizune mused. Unbeknownst to Shizune, she was about to get her answer when Naruto turned to speak with Tsunade. Back in that bar where we found you and Shizune-san, you said that those who dream of becoming Hokage are fools, correct? Naruto asked, though he already knew the answer to that question, to which Tsunade simply nodded as she was still simmering from all that the Uzumaki Namikaze clansmen had said during their fight. If by fool you meant someone who takes dangerous, even life-threatening, risks for the sake of their dreams, which we both know is what you meant, then let me ask you something, don't you think that's the type of person who has to be Hokage? Naruto asked, stunning Tsunade, Shizune, and even Jiraiya, as Naruto continued with his little lecture. Last time I checked, the Hokage is someone who must lead for the village, through times of peace and times of conflict, and must be willing to give everything, even his or her life, to protect the village. Do you honestly think that someone who wasn't a fool should be the one to be Hokage when they only care about themselves? Do you think that selfish cowards like Danzo should be allowed to become Hokage? Kami knows what would happen to Konoha if he was put in charge. Those type of people are the ones who rather would take an entire orphanage hostage in order to live rather than fight an enemy to the death to protect the village, and are the last type of people who would do what was best for the village, Naruto said while referring to the member of the civilian council who was the former leader of the now disbanded Root division within Konoha's Anbu Black Ops and was known as the Darkness of the Shinobi. Naruto had not spoken with Danzo personally, but he knew enough about him to know that the Shimura clansman was trouble and was not afraid to make his distrust of the village elder known to everyone, including Danzo himself, albeit indirectly, during one of Naruto's recent confrontations with the civilian council. The young Chunin knew that Danzo was afraid of dying, which was the main reason why Naruto brought him up in the little lecture he was giving Tsunade so she could understand his final point. Those qualities of selflessness and a willingness to sacrifice everything for what you care about are the reasons why someone like my dad and your grandfather were chosen to become Hokage. So yes, you could say that people like me are fools for having that dream. The way I see it, however, it takes a fool to be a strong Hokage, just like how it took a fool to help you past your fear of blood. While Jiraiya-san and I wait for you to change your mind, think about what I've said, before you decide to badmouth the Hokages, Naruto said before he finally left, without saying another word, the area to head to the hotel Jiraiya had checked into before he and Naruto had begun their search for Tsunade. As Tsunade thought about what had just happened, the Sannin finally fell to her knees as a result of her injuries and exhaustion, causing a concerned Shizune to run over and began to heal her master's wounds. Jiraiya walked up to his former teammate, who did not fail to notice her fellow Sannin's smug look if her glare was a sign of anything. Not a word, Jiraiya, unless, of course, you want to relive what happened to you when I caught you peeping on me in the bathhouses, Tsunade warned, causing a sweat drop to form on the back of Jiraiya's head. When Jiraiya didn't say anything in response, Tsunade sighed before she continued. He's a lot like his dad Minato, isn't he? I guess your old student made the right choice in sealing the QB in him after all, Tsunade said to her fellow Sannin. It appears so, though I'm still at a loss as to how he has grown this much. Whoever his teachers were, they certainly knew what they were doing, Jiraiya said, still wondering who it was that had trained his godson. Jiraiya almost didn't hear Tsunade's next words. I know I'm going to regret this later on, but I guess Naruto has a point. She sighs. Tell me where to meet up with you tomorrow. I'll accept the council's offer to become Hokage. Oh, and give this to Naruto now when you get back to your hotel, Tsunade said as she reached for an item that caused the eyes of both Shizune and Jiraiya to widen in shock. Akatsuki hideout, unspecified location. Meanwhile, the large cavernous hideout was currently occupied by only one flesh and blood member of the fearsome criminal organization that owned it. Itachi Uchiha, who, after reporting what had happened during his failed mission to capture Naruto, was now in a meeting with his fellow Akatsuki members who appeared in the form of holograms. One of these holograms, that of a man whose most unusual feature were the purple eyes with the rings that spread out from the pupil, belonged to the man known as Pain, the recognized leader of the Akatsuki. As the leader of the criminal organization listened to the Uchiha's repoer, he could not believe what he was hearing. Though his expression didn't show it, from what could be seen of him in his holographic form, his voice expressed that disbelief just as well. "Are you seriously telling us that a 13-year-old boy, albeit one who's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, was able to defeat Kisame, take his Samahata without so much as getting a scratch, and that he did all of this with only one attack?" Pain asked. Itachi nodded in response to the man's question. He had made a point to try to retrieve Kisami's blade after he had left the former Kiri-nin's body with Zetsu, but when got to the spot where Kisame died, he discovered that Naruto and Jiraiya were already sealing the sword into a scroll to take it with them. "Yes, Leader Sama, although it's hard to believe the Jinchuriki was able to effortlessly defeat Kisame, from the little that I saw of his skills he's probably more powerful than all of us put together," Itachi said, shocking everyone with that claim. The fact that Kisame lost to the young Konoha nin was shocking enough, but for Itachi, of all people, to make such a claim was enough to make everyone's hearts, all 12 hearts when one counts the 4 extra hearts that Kakuzu had, grow cold if they hadn't already lost their warmth. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Itachi was actually relieved to see that his fellow Akatsuki members were a bit unnerved by what they had just learned, since that would inevitably lead to the postponement of the group's hunt for the Jinchuriki. No one in the group had anticipated that they would have to deal with such a strong foe, which meant that plans would have to be changed and methods of capture would have to be adapted to capture Naruto, all of which took time. Itachi got out of his thoughts when he heard Pain speak. "We have lost one of our first and most loyal members. The loss of Kisame is a great blow to the Akatsuki and is something that cannot be overlooked. We will have to delay our plans for the capture of the other tailed beast. We'll also have to find a new member to take Kisami's place," Pain said. Itachi, though he didn't look interested in what was being said, was suddenly dreading what was about to happen. There was only one person at this time that the leader of Akatsuki would want to have for Kisami's replacement, and the former Anbu Black Ops captain knew how unlikely the chances of recruiting her actually are. Just finding her would be a next to impossible task, and, even if the Akatsuki did locate her, convincing her to join a group that was potentially hostile to her village would be an even more impossible task than tracking her down. After all, even though she was a missing nin, it wasn't something she lived with by choice, and, despite being on the run for almost 13 years, she would probably rather die a shinobi of Konoha than live to become an enemy of the village. Next info is from the author at the end of chapter 23. Important note about this story: read this. Or else. As I'm sure many of you readers are aware, Sasuke is not going to be an evil bastard in this story, and, as a result of this, there will be no Sasuke retrieval arc. Since there will be a time skip, however, there will be an arc that will replace the aforementioned arc in order to make the idea of a time skip, yes, there will be a time skip, more believable, all things considered, which ties into the Uchiha OC that was the focus of a poll that I made a while back. Yes, the voters choose to give the OC a chance, and, yes, she's the only other OC in this story besides Turaran and Django. This is a warning for those who were either unaware of the poll regarding the OC, wanted to know what I plan to do after the search for Tsunade arc, and for those who might question the idea of either a new arc, OC who will only play a moderate to minor role in this story beyond this new arc, or both. Chapter 24: The New Arc, The Lost Uchiha. Main Gate, Konohagakure. 1 week later, Naruto was waiting for the rest of Team 7 at the entrance for their next mission. As he awaited the rest of his team, he took a moment to glance at the latest addition to his wardrobe, a necklace with a green gem attached to it that was apparently once owned by the Shadaime Hokage. He was rather surprised when Jiraiya gave it to him a week, and even more shocked when he found out that Tsunade, who was the owner of said necklace, was giving it to him as a gift. As it was an heirloom from the Shadaime, however, Naruto was more than happy to accept the Sanin's gift. Naruto got out of his train of thought when he saw that Sakura had arrived. "Hey, Naruto-kun, where were you and Sasuke-kun yesterday? You guys weren't at the ceremony for Tsunade's induction as the new Hokage," Sakura asked right out of the gate, so to speak, since Naruto, along with Jiraiya, had brought Tsunade in the first place. His absence did not go unnoticed by the pink-haired Kunoichi. "Good morning to you as well, Sakura-chan. If you must know the reason, the judges from the Chunin exams had finished rendering their decisions on who else would become Chunin about 5 days ago," Naruto explained. Unlike most shinobi whose promotions to Chunin would take a month after the exams to be confirmed, Naruto's promotion had been decided immediately after his fight with Neji, When one considers the fact that he defeated Orochimaru during the second phase of the exams, it's much easier for the judges to make their decisions even before the finals began. Naruto's answer only confused Sakura even further if her expression was any indication, so Naruto elaborated on his answer. Sasuke apparently gained the necessary votes to become a Chunin. His promotion ceremony, which is the one you'll have to do once you become a Chunin as well, just happened to be at the same time as Tsunade Heime's ceremony, and, since Shikaku-san requested that I help with that ceremony, I had no choice but to miss the one for Tsunade. She already knew about that and said she understood, so I didn't have to worry about any backlash from her, Naruto said, getting a nod from Sakura. I'm surprised by you, Naruto. You make it sound like you believe that Sakura will become a Chunin, a familiar voice said. Naruto and Sakura, who were facing the area in outside of the gate, turned around and saw that Sasuke, who was the one that had said that comment Kakashi, and, to Sakura's surprise, Team Guy had just arrived. Naruto simply shrugged at Sasuke's comment. You and I both know that she has the potential, she just had realized enough of it yet, Naruto replied, to which Sasuke surprisingly nodded in agreement. An even bigger surprise came from Sakura. Instead of getting all excited over the acknowledgement from her crush, she was more focused on the other team. Hold on, Kakashi-sensei, why is Lee-san and his team here? She asked, to which Kakashi gave a light chuckle before he answered. That's a fair question, Sakura. This mission requires at least 2 squads to complete, so Guy-san volunteered to work with us, Kakashi explained. At this point Tenten entered the conversation. We wanted to repay Naruto for the things he's done for us. Guy-sensei and Lee wanted to help Naruto because of the time that Naruto saved Lee's life in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. Neji, though he refuses to admit, wanted to repay Naruto because he helped him overcome his belief in destiny and for helping him clear things up with Hinata-san and his uncle. I also owe him for the gift he gave me, and the training to help me use that gift, several days ago. When we heard that this mission would be done alongside your team, we decided to give you guys a hand, Tenten explained while drawing Team 7's attention to a scroll on her hip when she mentioned her reasons for wanting to come on this mission. Sakura was surprised when she saw the scroll read out that was labeled with the word Samahata, having recognized it as the name of one of the 7 swords of the Hidden Mist. Shortly before the beginning of the Sakura had come across an old book in the Konoha library. She was looking for information that might have helped her and her team prepare for the Chunin exams that talked about the 7 blades. Out of curiosity, Sakura looked through that book, which had some information regarding the Executioner's blade and Samahata as well as the other 5 swords. The pink-haired Kunoichi, having heard a rumor that Naruto had killed another of the swordsmen of the Hidden Mist during his mission to find Tsunade, assumed that Naruto had taken the man's blade, in this case Samahata, and, not having any real need for it, gave it to Tenten as she was primarily a weapons user and would be able to put the sword to good use. Sakura got out of her train of thought when Kakashi took control of the conversation. Now that Tenten has finished her little story, I think it's time we headed out, Kakashi said nonchalantly before he and the rest of the group walked out the gates of Konoha and towards the location of their mission, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Aka no Uzu, Red Whirlpool Harbor, eastern coast of the Land of Fire. 2 weeks later, teams Kakashi, 7 and Guy, with their clients in tow, had finally reached the large port that was their final destination after several delays held the group up for a couple of days. This mission, which was AC rank in its classification, was not really as dangerous as it was annoying for the shinobi. The 2 teams first arrived in a town several miles north from where the Great Naruto Bridge was located, where the clients, a large merchant caravan, were waiting for them. After trekking through the southern Land of Fire, which was heavy bandit country, the shinobi finally got their clients safely to their destination without serious incident. The head of the caravan gave his thanks, paid the fee for the mission, and bid the shinobi farewell. Naruto and the rest of the younger members of the 2 teams were now waiting for their senseis. Might Guy had gone to look for the nearest bathroom while Kakashi was simply late, again, with his squad unaware of his whereabouts. As Naruto stood at the entrance to the town that grew out of the port, staring into the ether, he suddenly heard Neji's voice, which appeared to be directed towards the Uzumaki Namikaze clansman. Is your sensei always this late, Naruto-san? Neji asked. Since the end of the Chunin exams, Neji, who was trying to fix his relationship with Hinata and her father, and Naruto have improved their relationship by a great deal, allowing the two talk to each other in a much more casual manner. Oh no, Neji-san, it's never this bad, it's actually much, much worse. If I know him, I think it's safe to assume that we'll be stuck here for at least a couple more hours, Naruto said, causing Neji to pinch the bridge of his nose upon hearing this. Before Neji could say anything else, however, he and Naruto noticed that 6 large chakra signatures had suddenly approached an area near the town. What really caused the young shinobi to grow alarmed, however, was the dark and virtually identical nature of these chakras. Are you sensing these chakras, Naruto? Sasuke asked his teammate, having seen the emanting chakra with his Sharingan, who simply nodded in response. You guys should go find Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei and tell them what's going on. I'll go on ahead and investigate this myself, Naruto said before he flash-stepped to the location of the 2 chakras, not even bothering to give Sakura or anyone else a chance to protest his actions. Upon realizing that Naruto had just left, Sakura and the 3 members of Team Guy prepared to head in the same direction as her blonde-haired teammate before Sasuke stopped them. As much as I hate to admit this, I think it's best if we do what he says. At the level each of are at right now, he sighs in reluctance, all of us would only get in his way, Sasuke said rather matter-of-factly, which took Sakura surprise. Even though Sasuke was still the same as far as his attitude was concerned, the Kunoichi did notice that her teammate, love interest, was changing. She hadn't realized how fast he had actually changed, however, since the Chunin exams. Before anything else could be said, however, Kakashi and Guy finally arrived, having sensed the menacing chakras at the same time as their students did. Kakashi looked around before he said anything. I'm guessing that Naruto is already heading to where those 2 chakra signatures are coming from. Kakashi asked the younger members of both squads. After they answered in the affirmative, both teams immediately headed towards Naruto's location. Upon sensing an increase in Naruto's energy, some of the members of the group to shudder as the memories of how he crushed Neji during the finals of the Chunin exams came crawling back into their minds. They realized that Naruto was about to do something drastic, and that was something that scared his peers more than the 2 foes that the young Uzumaki appeared to be fighting. After all, as powerful as those 2 people are, they were completely outmatched by their blonde-haired teammate. With Naruto, so you're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Naruto Uzumaki, it appears you're going out of your way to interfere with our plans yet again, a man said to the young Uzumaki. Naruto simply eyed the man who spoke to him, as well as keeping tabs on who the Chunin assumed was his partner, which wasn't that difficult considering the fact that they stood out like a sore Fuma shuriken. The one who spoke was a tall man who had green, pupilless eyes with red sclera and tanned skin where it could be seen, as the man wore a white hood, a black face mask, a headband with the symbol of Tokigakure scratched out, and, of greater concern to the young shinobi, a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it like the one Itachi and Kisame wore, which left little doubt in Naruto's mind that he was part of the Akatsuki. The man next to him wore the same Akatsuki cloak as he did, but a lot more details about his appearance could be discerned. The man had medium-length sliver hair and purple-colored eyes while, along with his cloak, he wore a shinobi headband, with the scratched-off symbol of a village Naruto didn't recognize, around his neck, along with an amulet that the Chunin recognized as a Jushinist symbol. The man also wielded a red scythe, which was connected to a metal cable, whose head carried 3 blades that were placed one on top of the other. The blades got smaller from top to bottom, with the top blade being the largest. After a few moments of tense silence, Naruto finally responds to the hooded man's comment. If the Akatsuki was willing to use its immortal duo as a couple of errand boys, I have to assume it's an important errand. So of course I'm going to interfere. Kakuzu, Naruto said in a serious tone. The eyes of the now named Kakuzu widened in shock at hearing this. He knows who we are. Does he know what we're capable of as well? No wonder Leader Sama told me and Hidan not to engage this Jinchuriki just yet, Kakuzu thought to himself as he eyed the very thing that got him and his partner into this mess. A small scroll that Naruto had placed in his right pocket that was partially sticking out of it. In addition to taking the scroll, had also disintegrated the contact that was carrying that scroll, as proven by the ash pile that stood 50 yards away from the group. The man having made the fatal mistake of trying to fight the Chunin, Kakuzu realized that this opponent was indeed as dangerous as Itachi had claimed, and realized that fighting him for the scroll was a lost cause. Unfortunately, Kakuzu's partner, Hidan did not take Itachi's warning to heart. "Who the expletive are calling errand boys, you son of a expletive. In the name of Jashin I'll expletive kill you." Hidan roared as he began to charge at the Uzumaki, as he had also forgotten that the Akatsuki needed the Jinchuriki alive, as well as Pain's order to the Jashinist, and the rest of the Akatsuki for that matter, to avoid a confrontation with the young Uzumaki Namikaze clansmen at all costs. Naruto simply unsheathed his blade as Hidan charged at him and, to Kakuzu's confusion, gave himself a small cut on the palm of his right hand before aiming that palm at the crazed cultist. "No, Hidan, no you won't," Naruto said rather calmly before he began to generate a large amount of orange Raryoku in his bloody hand, shocking the Jashinist. "What the expletive is that attack, for expletive Jashin Sake?" Hidan said to himself. Naruto simply smirked at the religious fanatic before he unleashed his attack. "Gran Rei Sero," Naruto yelled as he fired a beam of the orange-colored Raryoku. The beam soon took the appearance of a flying razor blade as the sheer speed and power of the attack caused it to compress and decompress wildly. Hidan was taken aback by this attack and didn't try to dodge it until it was too late. The Jashinist was caught in the beam, which began to glow shortly after overtaking him. A few seconds after that, the Sero exploded. As the explosion occurred in the middle of a large forest, it leveled a large number of trees and other natural features. As the explosion subsided, Naruto turned to face Kakuzu, who was smart enough not to charge at the Chunin head-on. "Since I'm in a merciful mood today, I'm going to suggest that you fall back if you want to live for now. And before you make your next move, be aware of the fact that I know about your Earth grudge fear as well as the secrets behind it, and, unlike the Jashin religion's techniques that make your dismembered partner immortal, I'm aware of the fact that you can still die regardless of that technique's power," Naruto said in a nonchalant manner. The Chunin was well aware of the fact that Hidan had survived getting hit by his Gran Rei Sero, but he also knew that the cultist was not going anywhere for a while. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed at what was obviously an insult on Naruto's part before he finally took off. Before the aged shinobi left to find his partner's pieces, however, he left one final warning to the Uzumaki. "You might have won this time, Uzumaki, but rest assured that it is only fleeting. We of the Akatsuki will capture one day, and, when we do, I will take my time instilling terror into you," Kakuzu snarled before he retreated. As soon as the former Taki Nin left, Naruto simply smirked at the man's warning. He could tell that, for all of the man's big talk, the so-called Akatsuki treasurer had been shaken up this encounter and would probably not be bothering him for a while. Naruto shook out of his train of thought when he felt the scroll that had been the cause of this entire incident nearly falling out of his pocket. The Chunin took the scroll and opened it up. After a few more minutes of trying to break through the seals that safeguarded the contents of said scroll, Naruto finally got to see why the contents of the scroll would compel the Akatsuki to send their immortal duo to retrieve it. What Naruto found in that scroll took even him by surprise, though he obviously didn't show it. So they're trying to get her to join their ranks, even though their chances of recruiting her are remote at best if they've already managed to find her. "I need to get this information to Tsunade and fast," Naruto thought to himself just as the rest of his team arrived along with Team Guy. The young Chunin realized the things were about to get difficult, for his team members at least. Unspecified location in the shinobi world. Meanwhile, at the mouth of a massive cave deep within an unknown mountain range, a young woman stood outside as the sun began to set for the night. She appeared to be in her early 20s, and at least 5.5 feet in height, with a slender figure and a fair skin tone. She had black hair that was long enough to reach her knees, though she held it in a ponytail that started below her mid-back, while the bangs that framed the sides of her face were long enough to go well below her collarbones. Her hair went along well with her large black eyes, whose piercing gaze would give a person the impression that she was trying to read their mind. She wore a simple attire consisting of a form-fitting gray shirt with long sleeves, black stretch pants, a blue sash ties around her waist that appeared to have some sort of metal plate stitched onto it. The metal could barely be seen, however, as it was covered by another blue cloth that is wrapped around the metal piece. In addition to her attire, the woman also had what appeared to be a naginata as long as her slung onto her back. As the woman, who was sitting on the ground watching the sunset, she felt a light wind blow into her face. It appears something big is about to happen. It feels so different from the times before, however, so maybe all should stay put this time, the woman mused to herself as she entered the cave to rest for the day. Though she normally fled from wherever she was at this sudden sensation, she decided not to do so this time. Unbeknownst to her, this decision to stay would lead to encounters she could never have imagined. Chapter 25. The new mission begins. Mission Assignment Room, Konoha. Several days later, Naruto returned to Konoha, along with the rest of his team and Team Guy, a few days ahead of schedule, despite the delays caused during their time escorting the caravan, and immediately made a beeline for the Hokage's aka Tsunade office. They arrived at their destination just as Hiruzen, now the former Hokage, again was about to exit the office. The old Sarutobi clansmen, at both Naruto's and Kakashi's insistence, went back inside before Kakashi and Guy gave the mission report. With that formality out of the way, Tsunade finally addressed the group. "I'm guessing you have more to say. Something important must have happened if you've asked Sarutobi-sensei to stay," Tsunade pointed out. Naruto stepped towards Tsunade's desk before he placed the scroll that he took from the Akatsuki on said desk. "I encountered 2 members of the Akatsuki. While they were able to escape, I managed to take this from the contact they were meeting with. I've already seen what's inside and I'm sure that you'll see importance of its contents," Naruto explained rather vaguely as he made note of how quickly Tsunade had changed from being a hopeless gambler to a capable and learned leader since becoming Hokage. "I guess being in a leadership position really can cause people to change. Never imagined it would occur this quickly with her, however," Naruto thought to himself as Tsunade opened the scroll with her sensei looking over her shoulder to see what was written on it. When the two read what was in said scroll, Tsunade almost dropped the scroll in shock. "Are you sure that this information is accurate?" Tsunade asked after a few minutes. Naruto nodded before he responded to the Sanin's question. "The Akatsuki sent 2 of their most powerful members, such as they are, to retrieve that scroll. I doubt that they would do that for phony intel," Naruto pointed out. At this point the rest of the group, minus Kakashi and Guy, were now even more confused than they were before they were forced to make a beeline for Konoha. "What information? What's going on?" Sasuke asked. Like the rest of the group, the young Uchiha was getting tired of being left out of the loop, so to speak. Naruto, knowing that this was going to come up eventually, finally decided to tell the rest of the group what they had discovered. The scroll contained the location of a former Konoha nin that the Akatsuki are trying to recruit into their ranks. The chances of that person joining are almost non-existent at best, but, considering who this person is, it's very important that we find her before the Akatsuki does, Naruto explained vaguely. The rest of the Konoha 12, as the younger members of teams 7, 8, 10, and Guy were now known, had learned about the Akatsuki's efforts to capture Naruto and, more importantly, why they were doing so. Thankfully, Naruto's peers were nowhere near as ignorant as the most of Konoha was before Naruto's return from Las Noches to begin with, so they were unaffected by the recent revelation of their friend having Kurama sealed within him. If anything, the revelation only made the rest of the Konoha 12 have more respect for Naruto, as well as make them more determined to protect him from the Akatsuki even if he had the strength to protect himself. This was also the reason why Naruto could talk about the Akatsuki in front of his friends without having to explain to his peers who the rogues were. Sasuke, Sakura, and the younger members of Team Guy were surprised to hear that the Akatsuki were already looking for a replacement for the guy Naruto had killed when he and Jiraiya. That shock was, naturally, then replaced by curiosity. Who is she, and why would the Akatsuki want to have her join their ranks? Neji had asked. Naruto sighed before he gave his friends the answer. Her name is Kazuko Uchiha. She's a former Konoha kunoichi who has been considered Mia for almost 13 years, Naruto explained. He turned to face Sasuke, whose eyes, as one could imagine, widened in shock even more than their other teammates. A.N. Kazuko roughly means, peaceful child. Uchiha. But, how? Sasuke asked in a stutter. Naruto sighed at this. Did she survive? Like I said before, she has been gone for almost 13. I can't really explain why she did, except that after a certain incident between her and the rest of the Uchiha clan that occurred sometime before Kurama attacked Konoha, they falsely implicated her in a heinous crime which forced her to flee the village at the age of 10. After the Uchiha clan was massacred, several documents arose that proved her innocence. This would have allowed her to return to Konoha without any consequences, assuming she was ever found. Naruto explained as he made sure he didn't give out any information that he didn't have to reveal. After a few seconds Neji, who was still in the room, realized something. I get it, because she was forced to flee the village at that time. She wasn't around when the Uchiha massacre occurred, which meant that she wasn't among those who had been killed that very night, the Hyuga prodigy reasoned. This got him an affirmative nod from Naruto. Sakura, meanwhile, still had a question that had been bothering her since the beginning of Naruto's explanation. But if this Kazuko was forced to flee when she was only 10 years old, how was she able to survive all this time? Sakura asked. At this point Hiruzen entered the conversation. That's a fair question, Sakura, but to answer it in its entirety, however, would be to disclose some very sensitive information which I cannot do for now. I can tell you, however, that Kazuko was the strongest kunoichi produced by the Uchiha clan and is an even stronger shinobi than Itachi. From what remember of Kazuko, she was also very wise and knowledgeable girl, with her understanding of the world and wisdom having reached the level of a Hokage by the age of 6. In all honesty, I would have been surprised if she had not survived for all this time, Hiruzen explained with a great deal of sadness in his voice. Naruto realized how uncomfortable this topic was for the Sandaime and had to raise his spiritual pressure slightly just to prevent several of his peers from pressing the issue even further before he turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-san, since most of the Jonin and Shunins are currently unavailable due to them either going out to find intel on the Akatsuki or being needed here to secure Konoha, is it safe to assume that we'll have to go and find her? Naruto asked, to which Tsunade closed her eyes as if she was deep in thought. After a few moments of tense silence, the Sannin opened said eyes and looked directly at Naruto. Not exactly. Kakashi and Guy are now needed elsewhere, and since there's a risk that a potential conflict Akatsuki might still occur, I'm going to have to put you in charge of this situation, including the formation of a team for this mission. In addition, you'll have to keep your fracciones here in Konoha in order to deter any further infiltration into the village, Tsunade declared, having learned about, and met with, Turarin and Django shortly after arriving in the village. The Uzumaki sighed at this. If that's the case, then I have to have the final say on who is to be on said team, am I understood? Naruto requested. After getting a affirmative response from Tsunade, the young Naruto exited the room with the rest of Team 7 and Team Guy following his lead. The young Uzumaki then left the group to prepare for the new mission. Akatsuki hideout. Meanwhile, Pain, upon receiving word of Hidan and Kakuzu's return from their mission, called for all of the Akatsuki to convene at the hideout that they were in now. As opposed to their normal meetings, however, the entire organization was currently present in the flesh as opposed to the hologram-like apparition that some member would normally use. Unfortunately for the immortal duo, this meant that they were in the presence of their leader, who was less than pleased when they gave their report of what happened. Let me see if got this correct. You're telling me that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi somehow managed to stumble into your meeting with the first contact, killed the man and took the intel on Kazuko Uchiha's location, and then proceeded to defeat Hidan with a single attack before he let you both walk away with your lives? Pain asked incredulously. The figurehead leader of the Akatsuki was getting tired of this Jinchuriki, a 13-year child no less, getting the better of the S-rank missing that have the misfortune of crossing paths with the Konoha Nin, and was considering the possibility of confronting the boy himself. Only the orders from Madara Uchiha, who was the true leader of this organization, prevented the village head of Omegakure from making his move. Unfortunately, Hidan refused to take heed to the warnings that Itachi gave to us before we headed out, and when the boy managed to provoke my idiot of a partner, he tried to attack the Jinchuriki head-on, which lead to the rag doll that you see before you now, Kakuzu explained in a nonchalant manner, getting a large vein to poke out of the aforementioned Jushinist's forehead. Who the expletive are you to expletive call me a expletive rag doll, Kakuzu? Hidan yelled in an irritated tone. After getting hit by Naruto's Gran Rei Sero, Hidan had lost both of his arms as well his left leg in the ensuing explosion. Once Kakuzu finally found the rest of Hidan, after obviously taking his time to do so, Kakuzu created new limbs to replace the ones that were disintegrated by the young Uzumaki's attack, hence why his limbs were now connected to his body with stitches, with his Akatsuki coat had been heavily torn by the Sero, allowing the stitches on his arms to be visible to everyone else. Before Hidan and Kakuzu could continue their argument, Pain managed to get their focus to return to him. Since it's obvious we have no intel on Kazuko's location, we have no other choice but to find a way to continue our plan with the manpower we have now, Pain declared solemnly. Before anyone could question the AIM Nin's decision, the Akatsuki's meeting was suddenly interrupted when two shadowy figures suddenly appeared from out of nowhere in the center of the hideout, taking the group by surprise. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Pain-san, one of the figures said in response. Aka no Uzu Harbor. Several days later, while the Akatsuki were busy trying to figure out what their next move would be, Naruto had already formed his team and was already at the first major stop along the way to the location where Kazuko was supposedly located. For this mission, Naruto had chosen Sasuke, Neji, to join him. In addition, the Uzumaki was able to persuade Shikamaru, of all people, to complete his team despite the doubts of the other two. After gathering whatever provisions they needed, the group arrived at the main gate where Naruto gave the group brief overview of their mission. After that, the group headed east towards the port where this entire situation started. Not surprisingly, Neji and Sasuke were surprised by this move on the part of Naruto. "Why are we here again, Naruto?" Sasuke asked. Naruto sighed as the group entered the port town. "As I've already told you, the information on the scroll clearly states that Kazuko is a certain location somewhere in the former land of whirlpools. As this is the closet port to that land, this is the place where we're supposed to meet up with the boat that'll take us there tomorrow," Naruto explained, having told the group about the former nation that was now Kazuko's home. "In any case, I think we should find a place to stay for the night. When we get on that boat tomorrow, I'll give you guys the full rundown on what you can expect," Naruto continued as he and his team entered a small inn next to the harbor. Chapter 26 Contact. The Worst Uchiha Reunion. Somewhere off the land of Whirlpool's coast. Current time. Naruto and his team were on a small motorized skiff heading to their destination. As the group of Konoha ninjas waited on that boat, Naruto decided to use that time to give the rundown of what his teammates should expect to deal with. "Alright you guys. Now that we're far enough from both coasts, it's time I told you what we will be dealing with," Naruto began. After making sure that he had the full attention of the other three shinobi, he pulled out a small scroll that he then opened it, revealing a map of the land of whirlpools, which was comprised of one large island. "This is the land of whirlpools as it stands now. I'm not going to bore you guys with a long lecture of the history of this place, except to say that this country has had no real government since the collapse of the shinobi village that was once here, called Uzushiogakure, around 20 years ago. Basically, it has become a lawless land and is a haven for those who need a place to disappear, which is probably why Kazuko chose this place as her hideout. Based on the intel we acquired from the scroll, she's located somewhere in the southern half of the island," Naruto explained. This got Naruto a couple of raised eyebrows from his teammates. "Southern half?" Sasuke asked. "Yes. The intel states that she's clearly residing in the mountains in the southern half of the island. The land of whirlpools is basically an island made up of two parts. The northern half of the island is comprised of steep low-lying hills as well as the ruins of Uzushio, while the southern half of the island is one giant mountain range, known as the Uzu no Seabone Whirlpool Spine, with a few small villages scattered throughout the valleys. As the mountain range is filled caves and large underground passages, most of them deserted, it makes the area a perfect place to hide. Unfortunately, that also means that we have a lot of ground to cover quickly," Naruto replied, pointing to corresponding parts of the map during his explanation. At this point, Neji entered the conversation. "Naruto, you've told us about the place we're heading to. What about the dangers that we might encounter while looking for Kazuko?" Neji questioned. "Well, for starters, there are several large, well-equipped, and very violent groups of bandits and missing nin, some of whom are supposedly at the level of an elite jonin from one of the 5 great shinobi nations, that reside in the Uzushio ruins, which is the only real port on the island, and the surrounding hills. Beyond the ruins, the wildlife on the island is full of many creatures, plant and animal, that could possibly make a meal out of us. This is true for the low-lying hills and especially for the Uzu no Seabone. As far as the Seabone itself, the mountains are even steeper than the smaller hills to the north and the terrain is very rugged. There are constant landslides that are so large that they can bury all Konoha if one ever happened there. The temperature outside of the valleys can sometimes go from scorching to freezing in an instant. The area is plagued by heavy blizzards and mudslides, and the caves and other underground areas are prone to collapse and massive gas explosions and contain various other underground hazards. Finally, we have to consider the possibility that the Akatsuki may still acquire Kazuko's location through other methods, which means that we may have to fight them at some point. It's not really that much to worry about, Naruto casually explained. Due to his training, Naruto could obviously handle these dangers with no difficulty, so he didn't think much of these hazards, unlike his now gaping teammates. Are you serious, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Naruto simply nodded in response while Shikamaru sighed in exasperation at this. And this is what we have to deal with. This mission's going to be such a drag, Shikamaru groaned. He could already tell that this was going to be a very long mission. Uzushio Ruins, the former land of whirlpools. Later in the day. We're not even here for a few hours and we've already had to fight 5 of these smaller gangs. I wonder if these thugs greet all visitors to this island like this, Neji said irritably as he and the rest of the group of Konoha easily beat back another group of bandits. Would you guys quit it with your bitching already? We're already at the edge of the ruins anyways, Naruto retorted back as he pointed towards the steep hills that now stood before him and his team. Shikamaru, in his usual lazy attitude, groaned at the sight of these hills. Great, now we get to the hard part. This as such. If you so much as finish that sentence, Shikamaru, you'll wish that last bandit attack did you in, Naruto warned with a smile on his face. Shikamaru paled in fear, though whether or not it was because of Naruto's warning or his smile was anyone's guess. Anyways, we better get moving. It won't be long before every gang in these ruins decide to retaliate after our little display, Sasuke pointed out. After Naruto and his team defeated another 10 groups of bandits, they finally got deep enough within to where the bandits were non-existent. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru, this was just the beginning of their nightmare. A few weeks later, to say that Naruto's teammates had a hard time surviving on this island was an understatement. It had been hell on earth for the 3 young shinobi. What really surprised them, however, was how Naruto shrugged off the dangers of this island like it was nothing to him. The 3 Konoha were now wondering whether or not Naruto really had been in hell for 7 years as they continue their search for Kazuko in the Uzu no Seabone. Neji, Sasuke, have you guys picked up anything yet? Naruto asked as the group walked through a plateau as he could only detect a trail of what appeared to be residual chakra that may have been left by Kazuko with her Pesquisa. Neji merely shook his head while Sasuke sighed. Nothing yet except that weird trail of residual chakra that we've been tracking for the past few days. Sasuke began with a great deal of frustration in his voice. Before Sasuke could say anything else, however, he looked over the edge of the plateau and, along with Neji and Naruto, was surprised to see that the trail led to a large cave and, unlike the other underground areas the trail led to, it didn't come out. Sasuke smirked at this. Though it appears that's about to change real soon, Sasuke finished. After another 30 minutes of trekking, the team of young ninja finally reached the mouth of the cave and, as they had expected, the source of the residual chakra was clearly within the cave. It was also a very large source as the amount of chakra coming from the mystery person was massive, easily the level of a cage. Unfortunately, while this made it more likely that it was Kazuko that dwelled within the cave, it also meant that the person inside, whether it was Kazuko or not, inside could easily crush Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru should they choose to fight. While Naruto could easily defeat the person, the terrain meant that if a member of Naruto's team got seriously hurt, it would be next to impossible to get them help with any meaningful haste. Naruto knew that he had to proceed with extreme caution as he got his teammates together. Alright guys, listen up. There's someone inside if that cave who might be our objective. Unfortunately, the person is not only very strong but, based on what I saw with my Pesquisa, this person has detected our presence and is ready to ambush us once we come within their line of sight, so we'll be entering according to our plan. Do you guys understand? Naruto asked, to which his teammates responded with a simple, yes or a nod. Naruto's plan, which he had explained to his team during their trek towards the cave, was rather simple. As Naruto was the strongest of the group, he would enter the cave first and would counter the person's ambush and, if it was Kazuko, would try to reason with her. Sasuke and Shikamaru would be 20 yards behind Naruto in order to avoid having the two get caught in the initial scuffle, after which they would provide the Uzumaki with support if needed. If the person was indeed their objective, Sasuke would also go to Naruto's side after the initial scuffle with Kazuko in order to help convince her to return to Konoha peacefully if she was unwilling to do so. Finally Neji, due to the sensory capabilities of his Byakugan, would stay back at the mouth of the cave in order to detect any approaching dangers. If something came that appeared to be above his level, Neji was to enter the cave and warn the rest of the team. Now that his teammates were ready, Naruto slowly entered the cave after using his Pesquisa to detect any potential traps that the person might have set. Thankfully Naruto didn't find any. The mouth of the cave led to a long pitch-black corridor that reduced visibility to near zero for the young Uzumaki, forcing him to proceed with extreme caution. After a few minutes of walking through the dark passageway, Naruto saw the faint light of a fire right where the person was located several yards ahead of him. After going back to Shikamaru and Sasuke to make sure that they waited until he had stopped the person's ambush before they made their move, he silently walked into said chamber while keeping himself on high alert. Even with only a few small campfires that were spread about to light it up, it was still clear that this chamber was massive. Naruto guessed that the cavern, which had a massive dome-like ceiling, was at least half of the size of the dome of Las Noches. Despite the chamber's size, however, Naruto didn't have to go too far inside, as he was less than 10 yards inside of the chamber before he detected some movement with his normal Pesquisa, which he could use on the move, unlike with his special variant. As he had expected, the person was hiding above the entryway to the chamber and was now about to attack him from behind. Naruto, who was too close to the person to block their attack in time with his sword, quickly turned around and held both of his arms up just in time to block what appeared to be the blade of a naginata with the gauntlets that came with his OUFIT. After a few seconds of silence, the mystery person, whose form was hidden by the darkness of the cavern, Naruto's own body prevented the light of the campfire in front of the cavern's entrance from revealing the person's physical features. Wielding the staff sword, finally spoke. "You're not bad, kid. That's the first time anyone's managed to block my first strike," the person said in what was clearly the voice of a young adult female. Naruto simply smirked as he pushed the attack back before he replied. "There's a reason why I was tasked lead a team to find and bring you back to Konoha. Kazuko Uchiha," Naruto calmly stated as he stepped slightly to his right, allowing the light from the campfire to reveal Kazuko with her weapon poised for battle and her Sharingan activated. Kazuko raised an eyebrow at this. "Normally I would question the fact that Konoha would charge a young boy to come after me. In this case, however, I can see why they would send someone like you. The question I have is why Konoha has sent you," Kazuko asked Naruto as she circled the young Chunin from his left. Naruto countered by circling to his right. Naruto found himself with the passageway to his back as he pulled out what appeared to be a letter from the right pocket of his pants. "This is letter from Tsunade, the Godime Hokage. As far as what the letter says, I think it'll speak for itself," Naruto explained. Kazuko blinked in surprise at this. "Godime, what happened to Minato-sama?" Kazuko asked. "I guess you wouldn't know about what has been happening all this time, would you?" Where to begin?" Naruto gave the Uchiha a brief overview of the events that had occurred since Kazuko had left Konoha. This included both Kurama's attack on the village as well as the Uchiha clan massacre. Naruto was especially careful in how he explained the massacre to her. Even though the clan was responsible for her exile, they were still her family. As luck would have it, Kazuko wasn't too fond of her family. "It looks as though it finally happened. I had always known that our clan's hatred would catch up to it sooner or later. Anyways, let me see that letter." Kazuko said. Naruto quickly realized he had not introduced himself. He changed that little problem as he handed Kazuko the letter. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." "Uzumaki, so you're Minato-sama and Kushina-sama's son. That explains a lot," Kazuko said as she read at the letter. After she finished reading the letter, Kazuko sighed. "Before I give you my answer to this letter, may I ask you something else?" Kazuko questioned the young Uzumaki, who simply nodded. "Were there any survivors?" Kazuko began to ask until she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from the passageway. After a few seconds, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji appeared at the entrance to the corridor, with Kazuko eyeing the younger Uchiha in particular. "I guess that answers my question," Kazuko said as Naruto turned to face his teammates. "Naruto, the Akatsuki are heading this way," Sasuke said cryptically, to which the young Uzumaki sighed. "Already? They work fast." Turns to Kazuko, "I think it would be for the best to leave this cavern now." You can give us your answer on whether or not you'll accept the pardon after we've dealt with the clowns outside, Naruto suggested. Lead the way, Kazuko said as she motioned towards the dark corridor. Naruto, with both his team and Kazuko following close behind him, ran through the passageway to the exit. It took less than a minute of running through the corridor before the group finally reached the exit. The sight that greeted them was about what the young Uzumaki had expected. There were 4 people standing in front of the group. 2 of them wore Akatsuki cloaks while the other 2 wore simple black hooded cloaks. Naruto took a good look at the assembled party. Naruto only briefly took note of the ones with the Akatsuki, a man who hid himself behind some sort of hunched back puppet with a tail-like appendage and another man with a somewhat effeminate appearance who wore his blonde hair in a way that, on Naruto's mind, made him look way too similar to Ino. Naruto was much more concerned about the other 2 figures. In addition to their cloaks, both figures wore masks. One wore a yellow-orange mask with unusual black markings while the other wore an orange spiral mask. The most unusual aspect of the masks, however, was the fact that they both only had one eye hole. As Naruto narrowed his eyes at the 2 masked figures, particularly the one with the marked mask, Naruto also took note at Sasuke glaring at the 2 figures with his Sharingan active and a great deal of anger in his eyes. Naruto sighed, realizing that this battle may be more challenging than the previous 2 weeks of the mission put together. Chapter 27 The Masked Men. Uzu no Seabone. Current time. Naruto's group and the Akatsuki stood before the entrance to the cave that Kazuko had been hiding out without saying or doing anything for several minutes before the man with the marked mask appeared to turn his gaze Naruto. So you're Naruto Uzumaki. You've been quite the thorn on our side, haven't you? He asked rhetorically. It's only fair, considering what you did to me and my parents, Naruto retorted as he gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto in case this guy tried to make a move on him or his team. Before the man could respond to this comment, the blonde-haired Akatsuki member entered the conversation. So you're the Gaki who killed Orochimaru. I wanted to be the one who defeated that snake and you had to take that honor from me, he said, to which Naruto smirked. Really? Why did you want to kill him so badly? Did he dump you or something? Deidara, Naruto asked mockingly, clearly trying to provoke the now-named Deidara. It appeared to work as Deidara began to clench his teeth in anger at the young Uzumaki's insult. Why you little, Deidara began as he reached into his robe. As Sasuke and the rest of Naruto's team tensed up at this move, the man with the spiral mask appeared to panic, in an almost childish manner, before he ran up to Deidara and grabbed both his arms from behind, restraining the former Iwanin. Please don't do it, Deidara-senpai. We're supposed to bring back Kazuko alive, remember? And besides, Madara-sama is right next to us. Do you really want to make him mad? The spiral-masked man pleaded with a childish voice that would have made this scene a bit comical if it had happened anywhere else. Deidara, now focusing his anger on the spiral-masked person, tried to break free from his grip until the person with the marked mask, who was presumably the Madara that his masked compatriot was referring to, calmly walked up to them and separated the two. That's enough from the both of you, Deidara and Toby. In case the 2 of you hadn't noticed, our guests are waiting. Turns to the Akatsuki member inside the puppet Sasori, be prepared to, Madara began. Before Madara could finish his sentence, however, Naruto flash-stepped in front of him and Toby and drew his Zanpakuto in an attempt to bifurcate the 2 masked men, only to completely pass right through their bodies as if they were only apparitions. While Sasuke and the rest of Naruto's peers were surprised by this, both Kazuko and Naruto were unfazed. As I thought, it looks like defeating you will take a little more work than it did for me to beat all of your lackeys so far, Naruto mused as he flash-stepped back to where his group was standing. That was way too close, wasn't it, Madara-sama? Another split second and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would have cut the 2 of us in half, Toby noted in a tone that had a bit of fear emanating from it. Indeed, Toby. He turns back to Naruto. Naruto, only a few minutes after we've met and you've already lived up to your growing reputation so far. Why don't we see how strong you truly are? Madara asked as if it were a challenge. Naruto, while more than willing to fight Madara as far away from his teammates as possible, had to be sure he could leave his teammates to deal with the other Akatsuki members. Kazuko, he said, yes, I know we've only just met right now, but could you please help my teammates fight those other two Akatsuki members? Naruto asked while directing the Uchiha's attention to Deidara and the Akatsuki member hidden inside the hunchback puppet. Kazuko turned her gaze towards the Akatsuki, and then to Naruto's teammates, before she let out a deep sigh. Not even a few minutes after meeting you and I'm already in the middle of a fight, huh? I suppose it can't be helped. There's no way that I'll ever join any organization that threatens Konoha, especially one with him in it. Count me in, Kazuko said as she narrowed her eyes at Madara. Thank you, Kazuko-san. He turns to Madara and Tobi. Let us take our battle elsewhere. I don't want fight here, Naruto said as if it were an order, all the while keeping his eyes locked on Madara and Tobi in case they tried to use any sort of trickery. After you, Uzumaki, Madara said in a mocking tone. Naruto, without saying another word, Flash stepped to an unknown location, but not before sending a glare at Sasuke in order to remind his compatriot on Team 7 to not get involved in his fight, while Madara and Tobi appeared to enter into the ground and simply vanish. After a few moments of silence, Neji spoke up. I hope Naruto-san knows what he's doing, Neji muttered. I'm worried about Naruto. There's no way he would ever lose to someone like that, Sasuke said rather calmly. He was somehow able to keep his rising anger towards Madara in check despite knowing what the man had been responsible for. Naruto's intimidating glares and warnings certainly made it much easier for the Uchiha to suppress his own rage. Before anyone else in Naruto's group could say anything else, however, they were forced to dodge an thrusting attack from the now-named Sasori, forcing them to focus on fighting their own battle. With Naruto. After a few minutes of flash stepping, Naruto finally reached his destination, the summit of a very large plateau several miles to the east of where Kazuko and the rest of his team was fighting Deidara and Sasori. Madara and Tobi reached the plateau several minutes later, with both shinobi emerging from the ground. Dear, you're a real fast one, Naruto-san, Tobi said. Tobi's attempt at flattering Naruto only earned him a harsh glare from the young Uzumaki, causing an intimidated Tobi to run back to Madara and hide behind his master in fear. Madara sighed at his protege's antics before he whispered something into Tobi's ears. Tobi nodded in response to whatever Madara said before vanishing into the ground. Madara Uchiha then turned his attention back to Naruto. It seems you're full of surprises, Naruto Uzumaki. I haven't seen someone as skilled as you were in a very long time, Madara said. Naruto smirked at this comment. I'm guessing that you're referring to my dad, or would you prefer, your sensei? Naruto said in a cryptic manner. Madara showed no visible reaction to the first part of Naruto's comment, but the second part of said comment was a different manner entirely. Even hidden behind his mask, Naruto could see that Madara's right eye, which had already changed to his Sharingan, had widened in shock. The Uchiha then closed his left hand into a fist. What did you just say? Madara asked back, to which Naruto scoffed. You heard me the first time. I guess I didn't make myself clear enough. He sighs. I know who you really are, and you're definitely not Madara. You're just his student, one who's simply borrowing his name. I haven't told anyone your identity just yet, and I won't do it until the time is right. I also won't explain how I know your identity because there's no point in doing so, Naruto explained. Oh, and why is that? The fake Madara asked, barely able to contain his growing rage. Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto, having sheathed his blade after his first attempt to strike down Madara and Tobi. Isn't it obvious? It's because you're going to die here and now, by my blade, Naruto ominously declared as he glared at Madara. Before Madara could respond to Naruto's threat, the young Chunin Flash stepped right behind Madara, who was barely able to turn himself transparent in time to avoid getting cut in two. The fake Madara immediately jumped hundreds of yards away from his opponent before he formed a hand seal. Fire style. Bomb blast dance. Madara yelled as a massive stream of flames in form of a spiraling vortex shot out of his mouth, despite the fact that he still wore his mask. Naruto sighed at this display. Bakudo number 81, Denku, he said before a rectangular wall that was translucent in its appearance formed in front of the young Uzumaki just before the streak of fire could envelop him. Madara watched in absolute shock as his attack was stopped dead in its tracks by this barrier. He was also surprised by the fact that Naruto appeared to be unfazed by his jutsu. Is that your best? Madara really did a crappy job training you if it is, Naruto taunted. The fake Madara's visible right eye narrowed at Naruto as the young Chunin pointed the tip of his blade at Madara. Anyways, you had your shot, now it's my turn. Hyoga Seirin, he said, which caused his blade to shoot out a massive wave of ice at his opponent. What kind of attack is that? Madara thought to himself as the wall of ice closed in on him. As with Naruto's previous attacks, Madara was barely able to evade the attack, but, instead of turning transparent as he had before, he made the absent-minded mistake of simply moving out of the way. Before the fake Madara could shift his focus away from the wave of ice, Naruto flash-stepped to the masked man and, with one quick swing of his blade, cut off the man's left arm before the fake Madara could see him with his Sharingan. Madara, despite the pain caused from losing one of his limbs, was able to turn the rest of his body transparent before Naruto could do further damage to him. The masked man then used what Naruto noted to be some sort of space-time ninjutsu to create some sort of distance between himself and the young Uzumaki, while a white ooze emerged from where his arm used to be, causing the profuse bleeding from the wound to stop. What's wrong? I thought you would be more of a challenge than this. Naruto taunted as he prepared for another attack. Before the Chunin could make his move, however, Tobi appeared right beside Madara. Sorry I took so long, Shisho. It took me a while to find Deidara and Sasori. They were really taking a beating from Kazuko and the others, so we were barely able to get away from them and reach our hideout, Tobi said in a cheerful tone that caused alarm bells to ring in Naruto's mind. That is of little consequence right now, Tobi. We'll deal with Kazuko and the others soon enough, anyways. Did you bring the item I asked for? Madara asked. Tobi nodded before reaching into his cloak and pulling out a scroll. Naruto recognized what it was right from his first glance at the object, as did Kurama. That masked bastard must be desperate if he's willing to use that. What do you plan to do now, Naruto? The tailed beast Zanpakuto asked his Jinchuriki. I haven't used that trick in a while, Kurama. I think this is as good time as any to use it, Naruto said to Kurama. The young Uzumaki could almost feel Kurama grin in excitement at what he said as he refocused his attention to Madara and his lackey as the former grabbed the mystery scroll. You've managed to surpass my expectations, Gaki, but I don't have time to play games with the likes you. Let's see how you deal with this, Madara said as he opened the scroll, revealing that it was a summoning contract for some unknown creature, and placed it on the floor. After making a few hand seals, the fake Madara then slammed the palm of his right arm on the seal of the summoning jutsu, which already had a few drops of blood placed on it. Summoning jutsu, Madara yelled out before he and Tobi were both enveloped by a massive cloud of smoke. Tobi suddenly ran out of the smoke before he made cheesy introduction for the creature that was just summoned. Ta-da! Introducing my Shishuo's main summon and one of the terrifying beings known to man, other than the tailed beasts, it's the one and only, it's the Geto Mazo. As soon as Tobi finished, the smoke finally cleared, allowing Naruto to finally get a good look at the summoning. Standing behind the fake Madara was something that looked like some sort of massive, humanoid, statue-like monster that had been decaying for quite some time. It stood several stories tall, was a pale shaded purple color, and had multiple spike-like protrusions sticking out of its back. It appeared to wearing some sort of robe and appeared to have shackles, with broken chains attached to the bindings, on its arms and ankles. For some reason the creature was wearing a blindfold and had a large metal rod sticking out of its midsection. The massive creature, whether by Madara's design or not, let out a massive roar that appeared to cause the very ground on which it stood to shake violently. And what was Naruto's response to the monstrosity standing before him? That's it. Your grand plan to defeat me is to bring a toy into battle? Naruto asked with a bored expression now etched onto his face. A toy, you say? Do you really think you can defeat my summoning so easily? Madara asked back as if he had already won the battle. I know I can beat that plaything around even if you and that idiot you call a lackey join the fray. That said, Naruto began as pointed his Zanpakuto at Madara. The Uzumaki then had the tip of his blade pointing to the ground as if he was about to release his Zanpakuto. Unlike with his previous releases, however, Naruto held his outstretched right arm, sword in hand, in front of him instead of to his side. I think it'll be more interesting to have him fight that chew toy instead. Oh, and don't even bother trying to control him with your Sharingan because it's not going to work this time, Naruto finished. Madara and Toba's eyes widened in shock upon realizing what Naruto was about to do, but it was too late to stop him. Devastate, Kurama, Kyuubi Kuchio's 9 tails summoning. Naruto yelled out. As soon as Naruto said the release command, the blade began to emit a massive blood-red aura while the red wrappings around the hilt disintegrated even as Naruto held on to his Zanpakuto, the exact opposite of what would happen with his normal releases. The red aura began to expand beyond the blade until it had enveloped Naruto and most of the plateau on which he stood. As the red aura continued to glow, Tobi, and his master to a lesser extent, felt their hearts drop when they heard an all-too-familiar roar. Ah! Run for your lives. It's the Kyuubi. He'll eat us alive. Tobi yelled as he ran away, tripping over himself in his panic a couple of times in the process. Madara, having planned for Tobi to withdraw once he had summoned the Gedo Mazo, paid no heed to his assistant's childish retreat, as he was focused on what was now coming out of the now vanishing aura that had enveloped Naruto. Naruto had somehow summoned Kurama from within himself. While the sight of the massive kitsune alone was enough to shock the fake Madara, it wasn't the only shocker. The Kyuubi's back to full size. Did it somehow regain the half of its chakra that Minato-sensei sealed away? Madara thought to himself. As Naruto flew beside the tailed beast that normally dwelled within him, pointed his Zanpakuto, which he still wielded even after summoning Naruto, at his masked opponent. I can tell that you take great pride in that empty shell of a summon, Kurama, and I will tear that pride apart, piece by painful piece, Naruto said in a dark tone as he and Kurama prepared themselves for the next part of their battle. Chapter 28: The Bloodline Thief, Kazuko Uchiha. Uzu no Seabone. Recap. Before anyone else in Naruto's group could say anything else, however, they were forced to dodge an thrusting attack from the now named Sasori, forcing them to focus on fighting their own battle. Current time. As Naruto's teammates focused on the tail-like appendage that Sasori used to nearly skewer them, Kazuko, who had already activated her Sharingan, kept a close eye on Deidara after he had created a giant bird out of some sort of white clay that he kept in 2 pouches latched onto his waist. Deidara got on the bird's back and had it fly around 50 yards away, at a low altitude no less, before he stuffed his hands into his pouches. Sasori's eyes widened a little bit at this. Don't do it, Deidara, you'll just play right into her hands, Sasori calmly warned his partner, clearly referring to Kazuko. Deidara, simply the former Sunanin, though whether it's because they didn't hear his partner's warnings or he simply refused to heed them was anyone's guess, as the former Iwa Nin glared at both Kazuko and Sasuke. 2 Sharingans, huh, this is perfect opportunity to finally prove the superiority of my art, Deidara declared as he withdrew his hands from the pouches. Sasuke and the others were surprised when they saw 2 mouths, one on the palms of both hands, spit out a glob of white clay. Those globs of clay now have chakra kneaded into them. What is that man up to? Neji thought to himself as he observed Deidara's jutsu with his Byakugan. Deidara was now grinning at the Sasuke and the others as he closed both hands for a few seconds. When the former Iwa Nin opened his hands, he revealed that he had molded the globs into 10 small clay birds, 5 in each hand. Let's start off with some C1, Deidara said excitedly. The former terrorist for hire then threw the 10 birds, the wings of which had suddenly spread out in midair. Then, like some sort of white clay homing missiles, the birds charged right past Kazuko and towards Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Neji, who tried in vain to dodge the projectiles which simply followed them around. In his excitement in attacking the young shinobi, Deidara failed to notice Kazuko making a few hand signs. This is the beauty my art, and art is an explosion. Deidara yelled with joy before seal of confrontation with his left hand. The clay birds suddenly swelled up before they all exploded, 6 of the bombs blowing up next to Shikamaru and Neji, 3 for each genin, while Sasuke had 4 of the bombs detonate in front of him. As the resulting dust clouds began to disperse, Deidara, having seemingly killed off Naruto's teammates, began laughing as if he was reveling in victory. Ha 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 ha, so much for Itachi's kid brother and those 2 other brats, They couldn't even dodge, Deidara began before the dust clouds finally dissipated. The blonde bomber's eyes widened in shock when he got a good look at the sight of the explosions. Instead of seeing the exploded corpses of the young leaf nins, Deidara saw that the three kids were alive and unharmed. Even more unbelievable was the fact that each of the three ninja were surrounded by 4 mirrors, made of solid ice. Sasuke was also surprised by this turn of events and didn't notice that the ice mirrors had dissipated in that shock. This is the same jutsu that Haku used against me back in the Land of Waves. How is this possible? Sasuke thought to himself before he heard Kazuko speak out to the Deidara. Interesting. So you've managed to combine the explosive style with an earth-style jutsu and that strange forbidden jutsu from Iwagakure that allows a user need chakra into inanimate materials. That's a very impressive combination, even if it's a bit too flashy, Kazuko said as if she was complimenting Deidara, who was further taken aback by what she said. How the hell did she figure that out so quickly? There's no way, Deidara thought before Kazuko suddenly closed the distance between herself and the blonde artist, surprising him with her speed as she stood directly below the young Akatsuki member. You had your shot, now it's my turn, Kazuko said as she planted her naginata onto ground. Everyone there, including Sasuke and his teammates, were shocked by what happened next. Kazuko, in a display of great agility and leg strength, jumped into the air and reached the underbelly of Deidara's large white bird, even though the clay construct was still 4 stories above the ground. At the height of her jump, Kazuko reared back her left fist. Deidara watched this scene in disbelief, but not because Kazuko had reached him. It was because he realized what the female Uchiha was about to do. Explosive style. Landmine fist. Kazuko yelled out before striking the clay bird's stomach with a left jab. The Konoha nins looked on in further shock as Kazuko's punch caused a massive explosion directed right at both the bird and the blonde missing nin. Even more incredible was that this first explosion caused the clay bird to detonate as well, blowing up right under Deidara's feet just as Kazuko, who was already on the ground, retrieved her naginata and rejoined the members of Naruto's team. Unless the three of you wish to meet your ends here, I suggest that you try to be more careful next time. That mad bomber isn't dead yet and I can't shield you three all the time, she warned. While Sasuke and his companions did listen to the elder Uchiha, they were also able to figure out something else. Shield us, so you were the one who protected us with those ice mirrors? Neji asked, to which Kazuko nodded as she kept her gaze upon Sasori. But how is that possible? I've seen the jutsu before, so I know that it's a Kekkei Genkei that can only be inherited by members of the clan that wields it. There's no way you could have just learned the technique if you're not from the clan that the jutsu belongs to, Sasuke pointed out. Kazuko sighed at her fellow clansman's skepticism. Under normal circumstances that would be correct, Sasuke-san. Then again, however, these aren't normal circumstances. I'll have to explain it on the fly, however, since this fight is not over just yet, Kazuko pointed out. The three preteens turned to see what Kazuko was looking at and were surprised to see Deidara standing next to Sasori. While the bomber was still standing, however, he did not escape the explosions unscathed. Not only was Deidara, who had lost his Akatsuki cloak in the blasts, sporting several burns to go along with a dislocated left shoulder and a few fractured limbs, but his left forearm as it had been incinerated by the blast of the clay bird. Naturally, Deidara was less than pleased, to say the very least. Damn you, how the fucking hell did you copy my Kekkei Genkei so quickly, Deidara angrily hissed. To the blonde's surprise, Sasori was the one to answer that question. She didn't copy it, you fool. She had already done that with another Iwa nin before she left Konoha. Maybe now you'll listen to me when I try to warn you. He turns to Kazuko. It would appear that you still live up to your reputation. Kazuko Uchiha, the bloodline thief, Sasori said, adding a mocking tone in his voice at the end. Kazuko noted the confused faces on the preteens due to the strange moniker that Sasori had called her, so she turned to face the Konoha nins, the elder Uchiha being well aware of the fact that the two Akatsuki members already knew what she was about to say. That's an old nickname people gave me before I was forced to leave Konoha. I got the name because I'm the only Uchiha whose Sharingan is able to copy advanced nature Kekkei Genkeis, like the ice style, even though it's supposed to be impossible to copy any Kekkei Genkei. I was able to master all 5 of the basic chakra natures in about a year, so I combined that with my Sharingan's enhanced copy ability, hence my unique ability. I can't copy other types of Kekkei Genkei like dojutsus, however, so there are limits, Kazuko explained to the young ninja. If this explanation was simple boasting on Kazuko's part, it clearly didn't sound like it. The young Konoha nin, especially Sasuke, were still surprised by this. She can copy Kekkei Genkai. If that's true, and it definitely looks like it, then it's no wonder those other Akatsuki bastards would have wanted her in their ranks. That ability alone is enough to warrant their interest, and Kami only knows what else she's capable of, Sasuke thought to himself while also asking himself how it was possible that he. Just as Kazuko finished her explanation, she suddenly turned around and held up her naginata, blocking another surprise attack from Sasori. I think those guys have had enough of letting us talk, Sasuke pointed out as he and the others got into their respective fighting stances. Several minutes later, it's going to be a real drag when we have to fight those guys again, Shikamaru groaned out as he and the others ran through a small valley in the mountains. Sasuke felt his eyes twitch in annoyance at the Nara clansmen's complaining. They're members of the Akatsuki, Shikamaru, they're all going to be difficult for us to defeat, so stop whining about it, Sasuke reprimanded before he turned to Kazuko, who was running in the center of the group. How much longer until we've arrived, Kazuko-sama? The younger Uchiha asked, getting a sigh from Kazuko for his question and surprised reactions from Neji and Shikamaru for using an honorific. Now that he's in my range, I think it may take at least another 15 minutes before we get there if we're fast enough. Anyways, I sure hope that we didn't make mistake in letting Naruto-san confront that man by himself, she replied while thinking about what had happened in the rest of their battle. After explaining her special ability, Kazuko had the three preteens battle a weakened Deidara while she fought against Sasori, who, to the surprise of both Deidara and Naruto's teammates, had fought against the Uchiha clanswoman 14 years earlier, during which the elder Uchiha had easily defeated the puppet master. Even after 14 years had passed since Kazuko and Sasori's previous encounter, the difference in strength between the two ninja remained unchanged, as the elder Uchiha easily rendered the hunchbacked puppet, which she referred to as Hirako, that Sasori had used as a useless improvised armor by blasting it with a lava-style jutsu, damaging the puppet to the point where Sasori had to seal it away to avoid losing it while. As this was going on, Deidara continued his battle with the Naruto's teammates, but with his common sense being hampered by his anger, and his fighting capacity being hampered by his injuries from Kazuko's attack, the former Iwan nin was being forced into a corner by the power of a Byakugan wielder, a Sharingan and MS wielder, though Sasuke limited use of the latter, and a Nara clansman, super genius. If the battle had continued on as it was, Deidara would have met his untimely demise, keyword being, if. Before either of the battles could be finished, Tobi, the man with the spiral mask who had gone to confront Naruto alongside the other masked man, suddenly returned and used an unknown teleportation technique to get the two self-proclaimed artists out of danger, leaving Kazuko and the preteen ninja to their own devices. With the two Akatsuki members having been rescued, to be it bluntly, by Tobi and being far out of their range, Kazuko and the others decided to go find Naruto and provide him backup. Sasuke, Shikamaru, Neji knew from first-hand experience, however, that their teammate would probably not need their help and would probably be finishing his battle at this point if he hadn't done so already. As the group got to the top of a ridge on that went parallel to the valley they had just came from, they finally got a good view of the battle occurring 10 or so miles they were rushing to join. The small group was shocked to see the statue-like creature that the man with the marked mask had summoned. Even more unbelievable than that, however, was the sight of Kurama himself confronting the summon, with Naruto floating beside the tailed beast. That's definitely the Kyuubi. Did Naruto actually summon him? Neji asked, though not to anyone in particular. Sasuke sighed at this, remembering how Naruto had explained to Team 7 the nature of his summoning ability. This fight's over. Even that thing can't last long against the Kyuubi, Sasuke mused, remembering the stories of the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha 13 years prior. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts, however, when he heard Shikamaru. Not to burst anyone's bubble, but what are we going to do now? The Nara clansman asked. Everyone suddenly realized what he meant. They were standing in an exposed area, with a battle between giant monsters about to begin only 10 miles away. Meanwhile, recap. As Naruto flew beside the tailed beast that normally dwelled within him, pointed his Zanpakuto, which he still wielded even after summoning Naruto, at his masked opponent. I can tell that you take great pride in that empty shell of a summon. Kurama, and I will tear that pride apart, piece by painful piece, Naruto said in a dark tone as he and Kurama prepared themselves. As the fake Madara looked on in obvious shock, even with his mask to hide the look on his face, Naruto turned his tailed beast Zanpakuto. Do what you like with the doll, Kurama, but take it somewhere else. He points to Madara. The masked bastard is mine, Naruto said bluntly. Kurama simply grinned at this. Fine by me. He turns to Madara. Just be thankful that Naruto's the one who's going to kill you and not me, Kurama said, causing a chill to fall down Madara's spine, before he charged at the Gedo Mazo, accidentally flattening a few mountains with his tails as he closed in on his prey. The fake Madara was able to snap out of his shock in time to respond to the Kurama's assault, ordering the Gedo Mazo to attack the tailed beast. As Madara did this, however, he almost failed to notice Naruto flash stepping right behind him and was barely able to turn transparent before the young Uzumaki Namikaze clansman could run his sword through the masked man's heart. You do realize that without any of the tailed beast sealed inside it, that little toy of yours doesn't stand a chance against Kurama, right? Naruto asked as he completely phased through Madara, before flash stepping back 10 yards away from his opponent. Do you really think you can stop me so easily, Uzumaki? The fake Madara asked. As if to respond to Madara's question, the Gedo Mazo was sent flying back at least 40 miles away by Kurama, who smacked the summon with a swipe of his claws. As both ninja now looked on at the battle of giants, Kurama, in an impressive display of speed, closed the distance between himself and the Gedo Mazo before using his left paw to grab the strange summon and push it deeper into the ground. Kurama then began running on its 3 other legs while he kept his grip on the fake Madara's summon, dragging the summon for another 50 miles, leveling another mountain as he did so before the tailed beast mustered all of his strength and threw the creature high up into air. Keeping up with his attack, Kurama then appeared above the Gedo Mazo while the latter was still in midair before he fell on top of the statue-like creature and drove it into the ground, leveling several her nearby mountains in the process. Kurama, who was now using his massive size to keep the Gedo Mazo pinned to the ground, then cocked his head upwards and opened his mouth before he began creating a massive black orb of Ryutsu. When he finished creating the massive attack, Kurama compressed the orb into a dense sphere before he ate said sphere. A few seconds after ingesting the orb, Kurama's mouth began bloating while steam seeped out of the tailed beast's mouth through the gaps between his bared teeth just as he cocked his head downwards so he could face the struggling Gedo Mazo. It's over, Kurama yelled out as he released the attack he had devoured in the form of a massive beam, hitting the Gedo Mazo at point-blank range, causing a massive explosion that engulfed both summons. Chapter 29: The Battle of Uzu no Seabone. Conclusion. Uzu no Seabone. Recap. It's over, Kurama yelled out as he released the attack he had devoured in the form of a massive beam, hitting the Gedo Mazo at point-blank range, causing a massive explosion that engulfed both summons. Current time. As the explosion caused by Kurama's attack rocked the surrounding area, Madara looked on at the battle of giants in complete shock. Even though he had yet to seal a single tailed beast in within the Gedo Mazo, the fake Madara never imagined that it would be defeated so easily. Then again, however, he also never imagined that Naruto would bring out the Kyuubi from within himself like some sort of summon. Such power! Damn it, Minato-sensei. Why did you have to seal the Kyuubi inside of that gaki? Madara thought to himself as the blast finally began to subside. The sight that emerged from the site of the blast was not encouraging for the masked man. Kurama stood victorious, completely undamaged from the power of his own attack, one of his clawed hand grasping the defeated Gedo Mazo by the head, the humanoid creature now sporting a massive hole in its torso. The tailed beast, using a great deal of strength, threw the heavily damaged statue-like summon, which then dropped to the ground with all the finesse of a sack filled with rocks. To the surprise of Kurama, the damaged Gedo Mazo suddenly poofed and, after the cloud of smoke had dissipated, had vanished into thin air. Sorry, Kyuubi, but I can't allow you to destroy the Gedo Mazo, for you and the other tailed beasts are to become one again with it. And the fake Madara began taunting but was interrupted when he was forced to turn transparent in order to dodge another of Naruto's slashes. So much for your trump card. I guess that means that you're out of ammo, Naruto taunted before he flash-stepped to Kurama. Was that it? Kurama asked, to which Naruto nodded. Unfortunately, Sorry I couldn't summon you for a more interesting opponent. Anyways, I think it's time I ended this battle, Naruto pointed out. Indeed it is. Anyways, I'm going back to my nap. Later, Kurama said before he was suddenly enveloped by the same blood-red aura that had been emitted when Naruto had summoned him. After a few seconds, Kurama suddenly transformed back into the red wrappings that then wrapped themselves around the hilt of Naruto's blade. Naruto sighed at the tailed beast's comment, but, before he could comment on it, the young Uzumaki Namikaze clansman was forced to dodge Madara, who had tried to grab the Konoha nin from behind. As Naruto jumped back to create some distance between himself and Madara, the latter began to consider his options. He's too strong for me and the rest Akatsuki to handle. I have to defeat me now before I become a major threat. That what's your thinking, right? Naruto asked, seemingly finishing Madara's thoughts. The masked man was clearly shocked by this, his one visible eye widened in shock and horror at this. Naruto smirked at this before he continued. Don't worry, I'm not literally reading your mind if that's what you're thinking. I'm just good at reading people. Like my father was before me. How he failed to learn the identity of this bastard I'll never know now. Then, Naruto began as he pointed his blade at Madara. Anyways, that's enough talk. It's time to finish this, Naruto declared as he charged at the fake Madara. With Kazuko and Naruto's team. During the very short and one-sided battle between Kurama and the Geto Mazo, Naruto's companions, with Kazuko in tow, managed to find a small cave to hunker down in and provide them some measure of protection from the devastation occurring all around them, even more so when Kazuko reinforced the area with walls made by using some earth-style jutsus. Several minutes passed, though it felt much longer to the members of Naruto's team, before the ground finally stopped shaking, after which the group finally decided to leave the safety of the reinforced cave. After several more minutes of staring in awe at the carnage caused by the giant monster battle, the shinobi then rushed to where they sensed Naruto's energy just in case they needed to come to his aid, though that was extremely unlikely. As the group of four rushed to Naruto's location, Neji decided to speak with Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, mind if I ask you something? The Hyuga prodigy asked. Go ahead, the young Uchiha. Kazuko decided to stay silent for this conversation, but she did pay close attention to what the Konoha nin were saying. Naruto said that he was gone for 7 years because he was training somewhere all that time, correct? Yeah, and your point is, has Naruto ever told you anything about person that trained him? Sasuke thought about it for several seconds before shaking his head. No. He's told me and the rest of our team a lot about where he trained, a place he calls Las Noches, but he's refused to tell us anything about his teachers, Sasuke responded. The rest of group was actually about to accept the Uchiha's response before Shikamaru suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, Sasuke-san, teachers. As in more than one? Shikamaru questioned, to which the Uchiha nodded. Yes, the only thing he has said about his teachers was that he had 13 of them. Of those 13, however, 3 of them, apparently the ones in charge of this Las Noches place, left most of Naruto's training to the other 10. That's I all know, unfortunately, Sasuke explained. The fact that Naruto trained under 10, or 13 depending on how you interpreted what Sasuke said, took Neji and Shikamaru by surprise. Even Kazuko listened to this with great interest as they continued heading towards Naruto's location. The group conversed amongst themselves as continued their trek to the site of Naruto's battlefield with a great haste. With Naruto, the fake Madara found himself in dire straits. After several minutes of fighting Naruto, the masked man had been forced on the defensive, having to keep his transparency ability activated to avoid certain death. To make matter worse for Madara, the young leaf Chunin that was his opponent somehow knew the secrets behind how his jutsu worked, including the fact that it had a time limit of at least 10 minutes, and used that knowledge to his advantage by refusing to let up his assault. What's the matter? You've run out of options and having to resort to hiding yourself in that dimnation of yours. Naruto taunted as he appeared on Madara's right and attempted to slash at him. Even though he managed to avoid getting cut in two yet again, the fake Madara finally admitted to himself that he had lost this battle and would have to withdraw. It was in that moment that the powers that be, having already made Madara's life a living nightmare at this point, had apparently decided to screw him over again at the worst possible time. because the 10-minute time limit for Madara's only means of survival had run out, and Naruto knew it as well as the masked man did. Looks like you're done. As a reward for having survived the longest in battle out of all of my opponents so far, allow me to finish you off with an attack that I haven't even shown to anyone back in Konoha, Naruto said as he stepped a few away from the now bewildered and exhausted Madara. Just as the masked figure was about to question the Chunin's claim, Naruto pointed the tip of his blade, which he was holding with only his right hand, at the Akatsuki mastermind before channeling a large amount of Raryoku into his blade, which began emitting an aura of orange light. What is this? What the hell are? Madara began to ask. That was as far as he got. Sero Metroletta, Naruto yelled out. Faster than the blink of an eye, Naruto charged up several orange Seros in certain points around the tip of his blade at all once before firing a barrage of the orange beams like a machine gun. The fake Madara, having exceeded the time limit of his space-time jutsu and finding himself unable to use it for several minutes, was now a sitting duck and was easily overwhelmed by the seemingly endless barrage. After about 2 minutes of non-stop Seros, Naruto finally cancelled the attack. Keeping his Zanpakuto in hand in the unlikely event that his opponent could still fight, Naruto slowly approached Madara, who was lying face up on the ground. Thankfully it looked like the attack had done its job, as the fake Madara was, to put it lightly, a dismembered mess. Madara had been cut in half horizontally, the upper part of his body having been separated from the half at the belly. His right arm from the elbow down had disintegrated, as were his left shin and his entire right leg. To say Naruto's attack was brutal overkill was a massive understatement. Despite his injuries, however, Madara managed to miraculously maintain consciousness as he glared at Naruto with his visible eye. The mask, though heavily damaged, did not break. Damn it, what kind of attack was that? The fake Madara hissed very weakly. As Naruto thought of how to best answer this question, he suddenly had another flashback of his time in Las Noches. Flashback. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo, 2 years before Naruto's return. Naruto was currently underneath the perpetual night sky of Las Noches. This time around he was training with Coyote Stark, the incredibly lazy yet incredibly powerful first Espada, who had just merged with the Lilinet Jinger Buck, and Arankar also happened to be Stark's Zanpakuto. Though Stark would have preferred to train inside of Las Noches, or, even better to him, not train at all, someone had to teach the young Uzumaki how to use a Sero, and, unfortunately for Stark, Seros were his forte among the Espada. In addition, Aizen made it perfectly clear that he had to train the kid while in his resurrection, something that was forbidden for him to do, as well as for Baragon, Haribel, and Ulquiorra. After a few minutes of silence, Stark finally spoke. All right, Naruto, Lilinet, let's hurry up and finish this damn training session. I want to go back to bed already, Stark suggested, complained as he pointed one of the 2 pistols that formed part of his resurrection at Naruto, who did the same thing with his blade. Stark, stop your whining already. An annoyed Lilinet, who had turned into the very pistols was currently wielding, yelled out before Naruto regained the duo's attention. Ready when you are, Stark-sama, Naruto yelled out. As soon as Naruto did so, his blade emitted an orange aura while Stark began emitting a blue aura all around himself, especially around his pistol. Sero Metroletta, Naruto and Stark yelled out simultaneously before they both unleashed massive barrages of Seros. Blue and orange Seros began colliding with each other as explosions began to cause the ground around the training area to shake violently. It was perfectly obvious that Naruto and Stark's Seros were evenly matched, much to Stark's dismay, since that meant that this session was probably going to be another long one. Stark didn't have any problem with Naruto personally, and in fact had began a close friend of the young ninja, but the Arankar's trademark laziness meant he wasn't looking forward to this session. And I have to start training this kid to use the Sero Escuras today as well. This day is really going to be such a pain in the ass, Stark thought to himself as he and Naruto cancelled out their respective Metrolettas so they can ready themselves for another attack. End flashback. Uzu no Seabone. Current time. That was the signature attack of one of my teachers, and he managed to teach me how to use it, though his version still has several advantages over mine. That's enough about that, though, Naruto explained before he held his blade at Madara's throat. Any last words? Obito Uchiha? Naruto asked, finally referring to the now named Obito by his actual name for the first time. Despite appearances to the contrary, however, it would not be the last time. Do you really think it's that simple, Gaki? This is not over. Not by a long shot, Obito taunted despite his weakened condition. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this but, before he could question Obito on this, said Uchiha was suddenly enveloped by a puff of smoke. That smoke quickly dissipated to reveal that Obito had sent a wood clone to fight Naruto this time around. Despite the sudden turn of events, Naruto was not even fazed in the slightest. Hey, I thought as much. That traitor doesn't have the balls to confront head-on, so he sent a clone to gauge my abilities first. Won't do him any good in the end, though, Naruto said to himself as he sheathed his blade. Anyways, I should probably regroup with Sasuke and the others. We still have a long distance to cover in order to get back home, and I'd rather confront that person following me back in Konoha, Naruto thought to himself as he went to rejoin Kazuko and his teammates, fully aware of the mysterious figure that had been tailing him since before he arrived in the land of whirlpools. 100 yards away from Naruto, and several yards above the young Uzumaki, a person was floating in the air. The person's physical appearance was hidden by a black cloak that hid their entire body, save for their golden-colored eyes. As the person continued watching Naruto very carefully, they pulled out what appeared to be a cell phone and dialed a number. Soon enough someone answered them. Hello. Yeah, it's me. The kid is headed back to his village. Yeah, it looks like those rumors are definitely true. He wields the power of both Shinigami and Hollows. But he's also the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Not sure how Aizen was able to convince Sarutobi to let him train under his wing, but it looks as though he did a hell of a job with him. No, there's no indication that he's aware of Aizen's plans. It must mean Aizen is trying to keep him in check until the time comes. What? Are you sure that's a good idea? This kid already knows that I'm following him and he might not be in a talking mood if I do that. I see. I guess you have a good point. Anyways, I guess I should hang up. If anything happens, just send me a message right away and keep me in the loop. Later, Kazuki, the person said before hanging up. The person then noticed Naruto beginning to walk away from the site of his battle with Obito and proceeded to tail him, taking care not to be spotted by anyone, except Naruto, as he was already aware of the person's presence. Chapter 30: A Future Uncertain. Espada Meeting Hall, Las Noches. Current time. In the main meeting area of the Espada there was a long table where the elite members of Aizen's Arankar army would normally meet with Aizen to discuss various matters. Right now, however, only 3 people were seated at the table: Sosuke Aizen and his 2 fellow Shinigami, Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tosen. The 3 traitors to the Soul Society, which was still unaware of the trio's evil intentions, were currently watching a holographic recording of Naruto's battle with Obito, or his wood clone to be more accurate, and basically, evaluating his progress. Well, it looks like dear Naruto-kun has learned well, Aizen Taicho. Jin asked in clearly sarcastic tone. While Aizen remained silent, not responding to Jin's comment, Tosen decided to speak up shortly after Naruto had summoned Kurama. Aizen-sama, are you okay with this? Naruto-san is a bit of a loose cannon if he used his summoning ability so liberally, the current, for the time being, captain of the Godder 13 asked. Aizen gave a light chuckle at this. It is of no concern, Tosen-san. In any case, this means that our dear Naruto has found a way to keep his skills sharp. Jin, Tosen, Aizen said as the scene where Naruto blasts Obito's clone with a Sero Metroletta. There is no need to worry. Everything is going according to plan. We have Naruto-kun in our corner and in a few years' time. Aizen said before pressing a button on a table deactivating the hologram of Naruto's battle. We will make our move and force even the Soul Society itself to its knees, Aizen declared confidently. He was unaware that, even now, certain things were going on behind the scene that would prove him wrong. Hokage's office, the academy. A few weeks later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kazuko had just arrived in the Hokage's office late at night and stood before Tsunade and Hiruzen, who was now Tsunade's advisor. It had not been easy, at least for Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru, but the team of Konoha Nin had successfully brought Kazuko back to Konoha. After the battle with the Akatsuki had ended, and the group reached the Uzushio ruins with Kazuko in tow, the group managed to steal a skiff from a group of bandits they managed to defeat, which they used to head back to the mainland. After arriving back in Konoha, Naruto allowed Neji and Shikamaru to return homes, leaving Naruto and his fellow member of Team Kakashi to escort the female Uchiha to the Hokage's office. And that's what happened. We arrived on shore a few days later and arrived back with no further incident. As for Shikamaru and Neji, I allowed them to go back to their homes when we arrived, Naruto said, finishing his report. At this point Tsunade finally spoke to the young Chunin. Good job, Naruto and Sasuke. Despite the risks, your team performed very well. She turns to Kazuko. So you're Kazuko Uchiha. I believe this is the first time that we've met, Tsunade said. Kazuko respectfully bowed her towards the Godime Hokage before she replied. Indeed it is, Tsunade-sama. It's an honor to meet you, though I have to say I'm surprised that you would agree to become Hokage. From what I heard, you thought that the Hokage was title reserved for fools, correct? The female Uchiha teased. Much to the surprise of everyone there, Tsunade was able to limit the outward expression of her annoyance to her twitching eyebrows. You can thank Naruto for that. I'd rather not go any further than that, though, Tsunade said. Despite having changed for the better thanks to Naruto, the slug Sannin had a hard time talking about their first encounter due to the fact that he beat her like a drum. After a few snickers from Naruto, Kazuko proceeded to greet Hiruzen, whom she did know from the time before her exile, before she finally got back to the matter at hand. Now that introductions are in order, I'd like to make a request, Kazuko asked. Tsunade and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this. Go on, Tsunade replied. Kazuko sighed before she made her request. I have every intention of returning to my duties as a shinobi of Konoha. In fact, I would like nothing more than that. That said, I don't know what to expect since I went into exile for 12 long years. That's why I would like at least to wait a couple of more years before I officially return to my duties so I can see the world and how much it's changed, Kazuko explained. Tsunade was surprised to hear such a request from Kazuko. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all, but he did find a certain detail regarding the female Uchiha's request unusual. Kazuko-chan, while the request is reasonable enough, that's quite a long time for someone to travel throughout the shinobi nations. Is there something else you plan to do? The retired Hokage asked. Kazuko walked to Sasuke's side and placed her left hand on his shoulder. With your permission, Tsunade-sama and Sarutobi-sensei, I would like to bring Sasuke with me so I can train him, Kazuko requested. Tsunade and Hiruzen were taken aback by this. After a few minutes Sasuke spoke up. If it helps ease your minds, I asked her to train me during our trip back to Konoha and Naruto backed me up on this, Sasuke pointed out, with Naruto nodding in confirmation to the Uchiha's claim. After Tsunade and Hiruzen talked it over for a few minutes, the Godime turned to the group. Very well, then, Kazuko. I'll allow you to go on this journey and allow Sasuke to go under your tutelage during said journey. Just make sure you return in 3 years' time, all right? Tsunade said as if it were an order. The fact that this journey would take so long was now made clear by Kazuko taking on Sasuke as her apprentice. Both Kazuko and Sasuke nodded at this. Now then, Naruto and Sasuke, if neither of you have anything else to say, you can leave. Kazuko and I have other things to discuss, Tsunade said. Naruto and Sasuke both left the office and headed to their respective homes, calling it a night. Namikaze Estate, Konoha outskirts. A few minutes later, Naruto finally arrived home where the lights had already been turned off for the night. I guess they all went to sleep. Makes things easier for me, Naruto thought to himself as he walked towards one of the estate's 3 kitchens, the only place where lights were currently on. As Naruto approached to the entrance of the main kitchen, he drew his Zanpakuto, just in case the person making the sounds within the kitchen tried anything stupid. When he got to within a few feet from that room, sneaking around in the dark, that's quite unbecoming of you given your character, Naruto Uzumaki, a female voice said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this. Now what would you know about my character? Unless, of course, you got that impression from your spying on me back in the land of whirlpools. Naruto asked as he cautiously entered the main kitchen. What Naruto saw made his eye twitch. Seated on one of the chairs in the room was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, of average height with dark skin and a slender figure. She had golden color eyes and long purple hair that she kept in a ponytail. She wore an orange shirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, and black shirt underneath the orange shirt, black stretch pants, lightweight brown shoes, and a pale brown sash. She also had what appeared to be a black hooded cloak that she set on the chair. While the woman was obviously the person following since the moment he went to the land of whirlpools, Naruto was focused on another issue. The mystery woman had apparently decided to get a snack, and made the mistake of taking a cup of instant ramen. Naruto's eye kept on twitching as he suppressed the urge to cut the mystery woman into pieces. After his finally got his eye to stop twitching, Naruto tried to get back to the matters at hand. In any case, who the hell are you? And don't say that you're Shinigami because I could figure that part out myself, Naruto demanded. The female Shinigami stopped eating, turned to look at the leaf Chunin and merely smirked at this. Who, me? Well, since you asked I might as well introduce myself. I am Yoruichi Shihoin and, you right, I am a Shinigami, the now named Yoruichi said in a nonchalant manner. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Yoruichi's casual explanation before he continued his questioning of the former 2nd Division captain. Okay, Yoruichi Shihoin. Now, without telling me that you wanted some ramen, explain to me why you're here, and explain to me why I shouldn't detach your head from the rest of you, Naruto demanded. At that point Yoruichi's expression turned more serious as she put down the cup of instant ramen on the table in front of her and stood up from the chair, turning to face Naruto. I'll cut to the point, Naruto-san. Both myself and a few of my associates know that you were trained by Aizen and his Arankars. I think that there is something you should, Yoruichi began. That's as far as Yoruichi got with her explanation, however, before Naruto chuckled at said explanation. I see, so you're trying to save me from some horrible fate. You don't have to worry about it, though, because I already know the truth. Aizen-sama wanted me to help him conquer my world and betray the leaf in the process, Naruto explained. Yoruichi was naturally shocked by this. Wait, you knew, she breathed out, to which Naruto nodded in response. Oh, I knew. I've known Aizen-sama's intentions for quite some time now. He sighs. Aizen-sama, Jin-sama, Tosen-sama, and the Espada trained me, made me strong and a better person, and I'll always be grateful to them for that. That said, however, I have no intention of turning my back to Konoha. I have been preparing for an eventual showdown against them, Naruto said as he explained his side of the story to the stunned former Gote 13 captain. Konoha Gates. 2 weeks later, Naruto was currently standing alongside Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto's Fracciones, as well as the younger members of Team Kurenai and Team Asuma. Team Guy was on a mission and was therefore unable to join the group, as they said their farewells to both Sasuke and Kazuko, who had finished preparing for their 3-year journey. After Naruto had managed to convince Yoruichi of his true intentions, and cover up any proof of his meeting with the former captain once she departed, he continued on with his duties as a leaf Chunin while preparing himself for this very moment. After Sakura said her farewells, while making Sasuke promise her that he'll return, Naruto approached him. Well, I guess this is goodbye for now, huh? Naruto asked as he held up his fist, which Sasuke responded to by bumping it with his own fist before responding. I guess it is, Naruto, Sasuke replied. Naruto gave a light smirk at this. You better not get yourself killed, Sasuke, Naruto said smugly. After what you had me, Shikamaru, and Neji go through back in the land of whirlpools, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine, Sasuke retorted. Before this conversation could continue, Kazuko interrupted the two Chunin. Sasuke-san, it's time to go, she said. Sasuke sighed at this before turning back to his friends. It's time. Take care of yourselves until I return, alright, Sasuke said. After Naruto and the others nodded, Sasuke and Kazuko finally set off on their journey. As soon as the two Uchihas vanished from sight, everyone finally headed back into the village, with all of them vowing in their own hearts to become stronger as well. Namikaze Estate. A few weeks later, Naruto was sitting at the entrance of his home, watching the sunrise as he always did while he reflected on everything that had happened in the past few weeks. In the time since Sasuke and Kazuko's departure, a few things had changed. One of them was Naruto's rank. A week before the current time, he had managed to be promoted to Jonin despite the objections of a few within the council. Danzo. In addition, Sakura had begun an apprenticeship under Tsunade while Kakashi also stepped up her training with him. In addition, in spite of some objections from a few members of the council, Django and Turaran were made official shinobi of the Hidden Leaf at Naruto's suggestion and were both given the rank of Special Jonin. This was also the case with Haku, whose skills got her promoted pretty quickly. Naruto got out of his train of thought of past events when he heard a surprisingly familiar female voice. "And here I thought the shinobi world would be more primitive. I guess I was wrong," the voice said. Naruto turned his attention towards the path that led from his home to Konoha where a figure stood before him. It was a woman who had a somewhat youthful appearance. She had a slender figure, long, flowing, olive green hair, long eyelashes, lavender eyes, and 3 pink dot tattoo-like markings right below her right eye. She wore a long white dress with long sleeves, one of which was covering her mouth, which extended well past her hands, with a single slit in each one, 2 thin belts that crisscrossed around her waist, and a furry black necklace. She also had what appeared to be 3 hair clip-like extensions on the right side of her bangs. "Sung-Sun Dono. What a surprise to see you here, especially without Mila Rose Dono and Apache Dono nearby," Naruto said, greeting the now-named Sung-Sun. "It's good to see you as well, Naruto-san. As for the 2 monkeys you mentioned were unable to come here because they were too busy arguing with each other, as usual," Sung-Sun explained with her sleeve covering her mouth the entire time. At this point Turaran and Django, who had woken up, sensed their fellow Arankar's presence and appeared at the entrance. After a brief greeting, Django finally got to asking the all-important question. "Why did you come here, Sung-Sun? Does this mean that you found her?" he asked. Sung-Sun nodded at this before opening a garganta. "It was by mere chance, and it wasn't easy, but Haribel-sama was able to locate her and get her to come without Noitra finding out," Sung-Sun explained just as a figure appeared before the group. Turaran and Django were shocked to see who it was. That shock was quickly replaced by happiness, however, if Turaran's tears of joy were an indication of anything. "It's you. It's really you. Nel Onezen." Part 2. Shippuden. Konoha Gate, Konoha. 3 years later. For the people of Konoha it was clear afternoon day for their village as they went on with their lives. In the 3 years since the Uchiha's departure things had changed greatly, but not in a manner that actually affected the people of Konoha in any significant and negative way, though some people were certainly bored with the situation and were wishing for something interesting to happen. This was especially the case for the guards stationed at the gates of the villages, Azumo Kamikuze and Katetsu Hagane, who were currently keeping the usual tabs on those who entered and left the village. Needless to say, Katetsu was bored out of his mind. "Man, this is getting to be a real drag today," Katetsu said as he leaned on his chair in the guard station, having just checked the credentials of a traveling merchant who had come for the upcoming Chunin exams. Azumo frowned slightly at this. "Could you try to take your more seriously, Katetsu? More importantly, if you're going to complain about your boredom, at least try to not sound like Shikamaru-san while doing it," Azumo scolded. Before Katetsu could say anything, he noted that his longtime friend's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he looked on at something behind Katetsu. Katetsu turned around to see who or what his friend was looking at that could have surprised him. When he did, Katetsu himself was shocked by what he saw, 2 familiar faces passing through the gate. "Azumo, is that?" Katetsu asked. "Sure looks like it," Azumo said in shock. Walking past the gates was none other than Sasuke and Kazuko Uchiha, having finally completed their journey and training in Sasuke's case, and had now returned to Konoha. As the Uchihas entered the village, and passed Azumo and Katetsu, the 2 guards looked at the returning shinobi before they turned to face each other, having gotten their first shock since Naruto's return to Konoha from Las Noches. A few minutes later, Sasuke and Kazuko were currently walking up the main street on their way to the Hokage's office. As far as appearances go, Kazuko had more or less remained unchanged, as the only changes to her appearance was that she no longer wore a ponytail, allowing her hair to flow freely, a new blue sash tied around her to replace her Konoha headband which she now wore as an armband over her left shoulder, and a rosary-like pendant that was wrapped around head, right wrist and forearm. Sasuke, on the other hand, had changed a great deal in the past 3 years. He had grown taller, now reaching 5 feet 7 inches in height, and had become somewhat more muscular. He now wore a sleeveless dark gray shirt, with an Uchiha crest on the back of said shirt, with dark blue pants, a black sash around his waist, and shinobi-style sandals that were the same color as his shirt. Sasuke now wore dark gray arm guards that covered his palms, which reached halfway up the forearms, while his elbows were wrapped in bandages that covered the upper part of his forearms and went a third of the length up his upper arms. He wore his Konoha headband, which now consisted of a dark gray cloth, around his neck, and he also had a tattoo of the kanji for the word hawk etched onto his right shoulder. Finally, Sasuke had a kunai holster attached to his right thigh, 2 storage scrolls attached to his sash on the left side of his hips, and, most curiously of all, he had what appeared to be a dark gray gunbai war fan that was as tall as he was slung over his back. As the 2 Uchiha walked up the street, they appeared to be reminiscing about the past. "It's been quite a journey these past 3 years, Kazuko said. "Yeah," was Sasuke's reply as he stopped before a small tower. Sasuke then climbed up the face of the tower and, upon reaching the top, silently gazed upon the village he had come home to. Konoha has changed quite a bit," Sasuke said to himself as he noted the changes, most noticeably the face of Tsunade that had been carved into the stone of the Hokage monument. After a few minutes of gazing upon the village, Sasuke was interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. "Welcome back, Sasuke-kun. When did you get back?" Sasuke turned around and focused his gaze to the ground below him. Standing next to Kazuko was none other than Sakura Haruno. Sasuke jumped from the tower and landed on the ground beside the 2 women before he answered. "I just arrived a few minutes ago. Anyways, it's good to see you again, Sakura," Sasuke said in usual calm and collected tone as he noted the changes in Sakura's appearance. Sakura, like Sasuke, had also gotten taller, as she was now 5 feet 6 inches. Sakura's hair had grown longer, reaching the small of her back, and she now had a more curvaceous figure. Sakura now wore a sleeveless red top that reached just below her ample bosom, underneath which she wore a short-sleeved, the sleeves barely cover anything past the shoulders, mesh shirt that stopped just above her belly button, and a red miniskirt with slits on the sides, underneath which she wore very short black shorts with mesh extensions that reached halfway down the length of her thighs, with the miniskirt reaching just below the mesh extensions. Part of her right thigh was also covered in bandages where she attached her kunai holster. Sakura still wore her Konoha headband behind her bangs, which now reached well below her collarbones, though she had changed the blue cloth of the headband to a red cloth, and her standard shinobi-style sandals had been replaced by knee-length, open-toed, black boots. Sakura had also chosen to wear fingerless gloves that stopped right before her elbows and were a burgundy red in color. Finally, Sakura had chosen to wear both a small silver chain necklace with a pink sapphire pendant and a pink sash around her waist where she held a medical pouch, a few storage scrolls, as well as 2 small daggers, one on each side of her hips, with simple black grips and pink sheaths. Sakura blushed slightly at the sight of her longtime crush. "So, Sasuke, what do you think of my," Sakura began. "Not now, Sakura, I just got back home. I guess some things never really change," Sasuke said after sighing in exasperation at his teammates' continued attempts to woo him even after he left for 3 long years. Sakura's head hung downwards as a comical aura of failure permeated around her. Kazuko, who lightly chuckled at the reactions of her fellow Uchiha and his teammate, decided to enter conversation. "I'm glad to see you're still lively as ever, Sakura-san. Now, if you don't mind, we need to report into Tsunade-sama now that we've arrived," Kazuko said. Sakura lifted her head at this. "If you have to see her now, I can take you there." "I need to give a report to Shisho, so I was headed there anyways," Sakura suggested. Well, after you," Sasuke said as he and Kazuko followed Sakura to the Hokage's office. 30 minutes later. Needless to say, it took a longer time to reach Tsunade's office than Sasuke, Sakura, and Kazuko had expected. Naturally, those who recognized Sasuke stopped to greet him. Among those who they trio bumped into along the way included Choji, Lee, Neji, Tenten, Guy, Ino. This reunion took longer than the other. No surprise given her crush on Sasuke, and Shikamaru, who was escorting Temari through the village in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exams. It was during his reunion with the latter two that Sasuke had learned what had more or less had happened since his departure. Probably the most shocking, and by far the most tragic, news that Sasuke and Kazuko had learned was that Hiruzen Sarutobi had tragically passed away over a year earlier. He had finally succumbed to old age and had passed away peacefully in his sleep. The reaction to the Sandame's passing was about what you'd expect in Konoha, with the long period of mourning and the large gathering for the former Hokage's funeral. The Uchihas were rather surprised by this piece of news. Not only was it somewhat surprising, but not unexpected given Sarutobi's age, but that they had not heard any news about his passing, something that would have been big news across all of the shinobi nations. Besides this tragic passing, a lot more had happened since the Uchihas were away. For one thing, everyone from the Konoha 12 had at least reached the rank of Chunin, with Naruto, Neji, as well as Haku, Temari, and Kankuro, Turaran, and Django, having reached Jonin, while Gaara had taken it a step further and was now the Kazekage. Sasuke also learned that Naruto had personally Gaara to control Shukaku shortly before Gaara had made the rank of Kage. Sakura then revealed that another Jinchuriki had now moved to Konoha almost a year earlier after they were kicked out by their village due to their fear of being attacked by the Akatsuki. Sakura revealed that the Jinchuriki was Fu, a Takigaku kunoichi who, coincidentally, had met Sasuke and Kazuko a few months before she had been kicked out. Sakura also revealed that Naruto was the reason that she moved to Konoha, having convinced the leader of Takigaku, a young man named Shibuki, whom Naruto had befriended at some point and who only kicked the person out after the village elders forced him to do so, and that the young Uzumaki had also taught Fu how to control her tailed beast, Chome, who was better known as the Nanabi. And speaking of Naruto, where is he? Sasuke asked Sakura. Well, you're probably not going to believe this, but, okay, do you remember when Naruto mentioned reviving the MPF before you left? Sakura asked, to which Sasuke and Kazuko nodded. Well, he actually rebuilt it and Tsunade-sama decided to make him the head of the group. And because Tsunade had also decided to make the head of the military police force a member of the council, Naruto is now one of the council members. Between his work in the council and the police, as well as his usual missions and his many excursions, as he calls them, Naruto has had a lot on his hands lately, Sakura explained, which caught the two Uchiha by surprise, though only slightly. Sasuke had told the female Uchiha during their journey that the former Uchiha-controlled Konoha Military Police Force KMPF, simply known as the Military Police Force or MPF for short, had been disbanded in the wake of the Uchiha clan massacre. At the time of Sasuke's departure, the duties of law enforcement in Konoha had unofficially been transferred to the Hyuga clan, and there was no other organization that was able to keep tabs on the Anbu, specifically Danzo's underground root faction. It was latter issue that Naruto used to convince Tsunade to approve for his re-establishment of the KMPF, which would perform the official duties of the original organization. A few seconds after Sakura's explanation, Sasuke let out a low whistle. Sounds like Naruto has accomplished a lot since I left, Sasuke said. Well, what else did you expect from Naruto-sama? Sasuke and the others stopped at hearing the familiar voice, which almost came from out of nowhere, and turned around to where the source of voice had originated from. The person was none other than Turaran, who was standing beside Django. The two Frakens looked exactly as they did 3 years earlier, with the only difference being that they were now a few inches taller. They were not the only ones there, however, as Sasuke noted the person standing beside the Fracciones. The person was a female that appeared to be in her late teens to early 20s, with hazel eyes and long wavy green hair, which reached slightly below her waist, traits that gave her a striking resemblance to Turaran, who shared the same traits. The women had a very curvaceous figure, with a bust that easily rivaled Tsunade's in size, a large scar that went from her forehead to her nose, and a crimson line that stretched horizontally across her face just below her eyes. The woman wore a white kimono-style blouse with black lining, underneath which she wore a short-sleeved mesh shirt that, unlike Sakura's, reached down to her elbows, that was held together with a large green sash, as well as black stretch pants and white shinobi-style sandals. The woman was using the sash to carry a katana with a green sheath that had a light green hilt and a tsuba that resembled a pair of crescent moons joined together at the back. What was probably the woman's most unusual feature, however, was a skull-like mask fragment that sat on top of her head. It had a pair of what appeared to be curved ram horns, and, most curiously of all, it had the appearance of being partially repaired. The skull mask was missing 4 teeth on its left side, and there appeared to be a thin line, which was slightly darker in color to the rest of the mask, that also ran along the side of the mask which, to Sasuke, meant that the was had cracked open along that line at some point. In addition, the repaired crack appeared to line up almost perfectly with the scar on the woman's face, giving the impression that both the crack and the scar were created by a single blow. I wonder what could have caused a wound like that, especially when it cracked something that appears so sturdy, Kazuko thought to herself as she also took notice of the wound. It took a few seconds for the woman to realize that the both Uchiha were focusing on her and few more seconds to figure out why they were looking at her. That's right. This is the first time we've met. She bows respectfully. I am Neliel2 Odelschwenk, though most people tend to call me Nell for short. It's an honor to finally meet you, Sasuke and Kazuko Uchiha. I've heard a lot about the both of you from Naruto-sama, the now named Nell greeted. Sasuke and Kazuko respectfully returned the bow. The honor is all ours, Nell Dono. I take it that you must be one of Naruto's personal followers, correct? Kazuko deduced. I am now. Anyways, he asked for me to join him after he helped me regain myself. After I asked him to prove his worth by sparring with me, and succeeded in defeating me, I accepted his offer and, well, the rest is history, Nell explained. At this point Turaran interrupted the conversation. And why did you have to have that spar with Naruto-sama anyways, Onezen? You never liked violence, so why do you use it to see if someone is worthy of being your commander? Turaran asked in an irritated tone, to which Nell sighed. Sakura, on the other hand, paled slightly at seeing that Turaran was in that mood. I think it's time we moved on, she said to the two Uchiha. Sasuke, remembering the horrors he experienced the last time Turaran was in that mood, wisely agreed with Sakura and continued following the young Haruno alongside Kazuko, the trio being determined to get as far away from the area as they possibly could. Hokage's office, the academy. A few minutes later, Sasuke and company had finally reached Tsunade's office where, by chance, Kakashi, whose appearance had also remained unchanged, since was currently located as he had been summoned by Tsunade on unrelated business. After Sakura finished giving Tsunade her report, the Godime turned her attention to the two Uchiha after they had exchanged greetings with the copy ninja. It's been a while, you two. She turns to Sasuke. I can assume that your training proved to be fruitful. Tsunade asked, to which Sasuke flashed a slight smirk in response. I wouldn't have come back if that was the, now would I? Sasuke replied back. Hey, I'm glad to hear it that it went well. Why don't we put you and Sakura to the test, then? Tsunade suggested. Both Sasuke and Sakura raised an eyebrow at this. And how would we do that? Sakura asked. At this point Kakashi reached into his right pocket and pulled something that the two young Leaf Chunin recognized all too well, 2 silver bells. I see, so that's how it's going to be. Are you sure you can handle the both of us, Kakashi? Sasuke asked. To the surprise of both of the younger members of Team 7, their sensei began giggling while flashed an eye smile at the two. Now that wouldn't be much of a challenge, would it? Your opponent isn't in this room, though he's probably listening to us as I speak, Kakashi explained very vaguely. Sasuke was about to question Kakashi when an invisible force suddenly pressed down on everyone in the room for a few seconds. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly upon recognizing this feeling as he walked towards one of the windows in the room, opened it, and looked up into the sky. Standing several feet up in the air as if he were literally walking on air, was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's appearance, as with his teammates, had changed a great deal since Sasuke last saw him. As far as height, Naruto, who had previously been the shortest member of Team 7 at around 5 feet, had the biggest growth spurt out the 3 younger members of said team and was now 5 feet 10 inches in height, which now made him the tallest member of the 3. In addition to his height, Naruto's blonde hair had become longer and shaggier. Think Menma's hairstyle from Road to Ninja after he was corrupted by Toby if it had not turned black, and he now had a more athletic build. The color scheme for Naruto's attire was now an inverse of what it was 3 years ago. Naruto wore a black, short-sleeved, collarless coat with a white flame pattern along the hemline. Emblazoned on the back of the coat were 2 symbols, a white Uzushioi symbol and a white reverse crescent moon design. The reverse crescent moon is the moon seen in the skies of Hueco Mundo. Underneath the coat, Naruto now sported black-colored Konoha flak jacket with a white Uzushio symbol emblazoned on the back. Naruto did not wear a shirt underneath the jacket, but he did have bandages wrapped around his lower abdomen. Naruto now donned black pants with a white trim, which were also less baggy than his old pants, though they were still somewhat baggy. Black Zori sandals, white tabi socks. It's the same footwear that he wore in part 1 of this story, but with an inverse color scheme, and a white sash that was tied around his waist that he was using to carry his Zanpakuto. Naruto's Konoha headband, which he still wore over his forehead, still used a black cloth, but the cloth was now longer, with the ends of the cloth reaching as far as his waist. Naruto still wore the first Hokage's necklace that Tsunade gave him around his neck. As for the rest of Naruto's attire, he no longer wore the spalders on his shoulders, and he had swapped his old gauntlets with black vambraces, basically metal forearm guards, which had the same skull design as the gauntlets. Though hidden by the sleeves of his cloak, Naruto also had some tattoos etched onto his shoulders. The symbols of Uzumaki clan and Konoha were etched into his right shoulder, while the images of a reverse crescent moon and 2 blades locked together were etched onto his left shoulder. From where he was standing, Naruto, with his hands in the pockets of his pants, looked down at Sasuke and allowed a large smirk to form on his face. It's been a long time. Sasuke. Chapter 32 The New Power. Team 7's Growth. Just outside of the Hokage's office, the academy, Konoha. Current time. Naruto stood in the sky for a while, taking his teammates' measure, before letting his smirk grow a little bigger. It looks like he's grown quite a bit since the last time. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto asked his tailed beast Zanpakuto. I'd agree, it looks like that Kazuko brat did a good job training him. Anyways, I think it's time you went down there, wouldn't you agree? Kurama said from mind. Indeed, Naruto said before ending the conversation with Kurama. Naruto then jumped from where he was standing in the sky and landed on the first-story roof of the academy next to the window leading into Tsunade's office. Window to enter the room, Sasuke having backed up a bit to allow the young Jonin to enter. After he quickly greeted Kazuko and welcomed her back, Naruto too. Back to Sasuke. So you finally came back, huh? I'm surprised to see that you're still in one piece. I guess I won't have to get you a coffin just yet, Naruto teased. Sasuke felt, and the ends of his lips twitch in annoyance at Naruto's dark humor. Nice to see you as well, Naruto. Now why don't you go ahead and skip the jokes? Sasuke greeted, trying to suppress his annoyance. If you insist. He turns to face everyone. I take it Kakashi-senpai explained everything. Naruto asked. Senpai. Sasuke thought to himself, slightly taken aback by how Naruto was now referring to the Team 7 squad leader. Once Sasuke and the others nodded in response to his question, with Sasuke doing so after getting out of his train of thought, Naruto turned to face Kakashi. I'll take those bells now, senpai, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded before tossing Naruto the 2 bells. After catching the bells with his left hand, Naruto attached the bells to the white sash wrapped around his. The bells now hung from the right side of his hips, before turning his attention to Sasuke and Sakura, who had obviously figured out that Naruto would be around. I'll give you guys 3 hours to plan and make preparations you may need to better your chances. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to our old training G. 3 hours are up, Naruto explained as he went out the window from where he had entered the room, before the Uzumaki clansmen left the group to their turn to face his old teammates yet again. One more thing. Don't expect me to just give the bells away like I did last time, okay? Naruto joked before he used his flash step to leave the building. Sakura did not take kindly to his mocking comment, began to yell at the now absent Leaf Jonin. Training ground number 7, Konoha. 3 hours later. Naruto was standing in front the entrance to Team 7's old training grounds, have gone deep into his own thoughts, when he got out of train of thought and who had thankfully calmed down, and Sasuke, both of whom had just arrived at the meeting area. Naruto soon raised an eyebrow when he saw that the weapon slung over Sasuke's back had changed. In place of the giant gunbai, Sasuke was now carrying a Kama sickle, which a noticeably longer, it was a round curved blade than normal Kama sickles, as well as a much longer handle than the average sickle weapon. It stood around 3.5 feet, that was the same. Both his shirt and gunbai. I felt that this would be a better choice of a weapon, Sasuke explained when he noticed that Naruto was eyeing his Kama. Fair enough. Anyways, Tsunade and the others are already inside, so let's go, Naruto said, in addition to the 3 Konoha nins at the entrance. Tsunade, along Kakashi, Kazuko, and Naruto's Fracciones, the latter 3 showing up after Nell and Django had finally managed to get Turaran to calm down. The 2 Chunin nodded in agreement before they followed Naruto as the trio entered the training grounds. After a minute of walking, the 3 Konoha nins center of the training field, which happened to be the very same one where Kakashi had given them their first test. I can't believe it's been over 3 years since the last time we came here for that first test. This place, it sure brings back memories, Sakura said, as the things that she and her teammates went through before Sasuke's departure. Yeah, Naruto said softly in agreement. Sasuke, while remaining silent, let out a small smile as he also reflected on all that had happened while briefly glance. Stone that stood at the heart of the training grounds. After a few minutes, Sakura and Sasuke's recollections of the past were cut short when they both heard a familiar chiming sound. The 2 Konoha nin turned to face Naruto, who had already finished his reflection on the past, as he unfastened the 2 bells from his sash and was now left hand in full view of his old teammates. Browse just in community forum beta's story. Naruto plus Bleach crossover, Naruto _ Bleach _ crossovers, 1402-1758. Plus. Alright, you guys, it's time to show me how much stronger you really are. The rules for this test are the same as that first day with Kakashi Senpai. It doesn't. Do it, just get these bells away from me, you'll have until noon tomorrow to do it. And remember, if you're not prepared to kill me, Naruto explained. Both Sakura and Sasuke slightly smirked upon hearing this. Quote. We won't get the bells. We know, Sakura said, finishing Naruto's last sentence. Naruto gave a smirk of his own. Alright, then, we'll start when you make the first move, Naruto said as he placed a small timer, set to go off at noon the following day, on the memorial stone. Upon hearing this, the young Chunin reached for their weapons. Sakura unsheathed both her of daggers, which had a curved, single-edged bladed design which to them, while Sasuke gripped the handle of his kama and held it to his side, the blade pointing towards the ground. Naruto's smirk merely grew a little big. Force and, once he refastened the bells to his sash in the same place as before, he took off for his black coat, revealing the tattoos on his forearms, before Thr. Wind, which carried the coat into one of the wooded areas that surrounded the clearing. The young Uzumaki then did something that neither Sakura or Sasuke had expected him to do. He gripped the handle of his sword. There's one last thing that you guys should know. I'm also going to come at you with the intent to kill. I hope you guys are ready because this time, I'm not. Naruto warned them with a menacing tone in his voice. This warning only seemed to further motivate Naruto's old teammates. Do you worst, Naruto, Sasuke said before both he and Sakura entered their respective fighting stances. He, I usually do. Now, then. Naruto began. At this point Naruto fully unsheathed his Zanpakuto, which the young Jonin held within front of him, his right hand, the tip pointed at the area at his opponents. His sentence. Come, Naruto said, almost commanded, to which Sakura and Sasuke gladly obliged him. Meanwhile, as the younger members of Team 7 began the bell test, Tsunade and her group, who had arrived before Sakura and Sasuke, were silently observing the fight. Thicker forests, the same one where Naruto's black coat ended up, their presence visible concealed by the large number of trees. As the group watched the beginning of the fight, Kazuko turned to face Naruto's Fracciones who were standing to her left. She noted with curiosity that Turaran munching on servings of Hanami Dango served on about 4 or 5 skewers. I take it that's how you two managed to calm her down, Kazuko said to Django and Nell, the former nodding in response while the latter sheepishly rubbed th. Apparently she really likes these sweets so much that her bad mood virtually disappears the moment she sees a stick of them, Nell replied back. Despite the fact that Arancars, Naruto's Fracciones included, don't have to eat human food, as it have no nutritional value for them whatsoever, it doesn't mean human food, and in Turaran's case she developed a liking for Dango. How and why she developed a taste for the round sweets, however, was still a mystery to fellow Arancars. Kazuko simply nodded at the response from the two more level-headed of Naruto's followers. Makes sense. Anyways, as far as this test goes, what do you think of Sakura and Sasuke's chances? The elder Uchiha asked. Django chuckled at hearing the question before he answered her. Truthfully, they have no chance. Sakura and Sasuke have grown, no doubt, but those two wouldn't have stood any real chance against Naruto even if they H. Current levels 3 years ago, Django said, confident of Naruto's victory and for good reason. Is that so? Kazuko asked, to which Django nodded. That said, however, I do think it'll be interesting to see how this fight turns out. Django pointed just as Sakura and Sasuke charged at Naruto, beginning the with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Hold still, damn it, Sakura yelled in frustration as Naruto dodged the last of a series of slashes from the Chunin with her daggers. Now why the hell would I do that when you're supposed to come at me with the intent to kill? Naruto asked blankly. As Naruto jumped away from his pink-haired teammate, he sensed Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan the moment he and Sakura first attacked the blonde. From behind, trying slash at the bell strings with his Kama. Naruto, not surprisingly, easily dodged the attack by flash-stepping several yards away from both of his teammates. I see you're as fast as ever, Naruto, Sasuke complimented as he turned to face the young Uzumaki Namikaze. It has been more than 4 hours since the test had begun and, needless to say, Sakura and Sasuke had certainly proven how effective their training had been. Sakura, in addition to having shown a great deal of mastery with wielding her daggers, had increased her physical strength, with both her arms and legs, to a comparable to Tsunade's, and had also demonstrated that she also had the ability to use chakra-enhanced strength to make her attacks even more powerful. I apparently learned to use various water and earth-style jutsus, which she was using to great effect. She even learned to use high-level genjutsu. This was Su. When Kurama managed to snap Naruto out of her illusions. Sasuke, meanwhile, had also learned to use his Kama very well, though he had yet to shown his skill with the gunbai fan he also carried around. His mastery improved, though he had yet to use his MS Mangekyo Sharingan in the fight given the side effects. However, that was understandable. Sasuke had added lightning, and even wind-style jutsus, with Sasuke using the latter two in conjunction with his Kama, though not simultaneously, to increase the weapon's cut. That Kazuko was the one who trained Sasuke. The addition of a third nature release was somewhat expected. Sasuke had also acquired a summoning contract. Used it a few times already. Despite their growth, however, Sakura and Sasuke were still unable to even land a hit on Naruto, much less take the bells from him. Naruto, as he had warned, showed no restraint in the battle, using his speed, Hakuda, Zanjutsu, swordsmanship, Kido, Sero, including the variants of it he had learned to use, and his beat the two Chunin back with almost no effort. Even more problematic for Sakura and Sasuke was that all of Naruto's abilities had only grown in stray 3 years. Other than a few abilities he was saving for later, the only thing Naruto had yet to use were his Zanpakuto releases, and the only reason for that was because Naruto did not do so for this fight, the tailed beast wanting to only observe this time around. Despite this, however, the two Chunin, as with everyone else in TH, still far outclassed by their blonde teammate, making their chances of success very slim at best. Naruto turned to face Sasuke before he smirked at the Uchiha's comment. You're not the only one who has been training and honing his skills, Sasuke. I may be the head of the MPF now, but I'm certainly no paper pusher. Why else w? One of Tsunade's secretaries to do my paperwork for me, Naruto pointed out, having already discussed a bit about his duties as head the new MPF with the U. Arrived at the training grounds. Fair enough. Then it looks like I'll have to take this battle up a notch, Sasuke cryptically said before he set his Kama to the side. Sakura, realizing what Sasuke was about to do, jumped several yards away while Naruto widened his eyes, though only slightly, when he saw the Uchiha made fire style. Great fire annihilation. Sasuke yelled before he breathed a massive and very wide wall of flames that raced towards Naruto, who had already for the attack. Bakudo number 81, Danku, Naruto said. The translucent barrier formed just in time to block the massive fire wall. Because of the width of Sasuke's jutsu, however, the flames wrapped themselves arrow. Few seconds later and enveloped the area where Naruto was standing, but not before Naruto had flash-stepped into the air. Nice try, Sasuke, but it's going to take more than that to get me. Then again, Naruto thought as he looked at the skies in front of him, where Sakura and again wielded his Kama, where currently standing on the back of a giant hawk, which Naruto assumed was a summon made by the Uchiha. Trying to trick me into a false sense of security by forcing me into the skies was pretty clever, even if it didn't work, Naruto finished thinking to himself as closed in on the young Jonin. Do it now, Sakura, Sasuke said. The young Kunoichi nodded before she made a hand seal of her own. Yin seal. Release, she yelled out. Upon saying that command, a violet rhombus mark, which Naruto noted as being the same one that was on Tsunade's forehead, appeared on the Chunin's own. Then began to extend in the form of lines before those lines then spreaded across Sakura's face and body. Once this transformation was complete, Sakura turned to face Sasuke. Let's go, Sakura said. The Uchiha nodded before he had his hawk summon charge right at Naruto, who simply sidestepped the attack. As the hawk flew past Naruto, however, Sakura, the giant bird, despite being more than 70 or so feet up in the air, a move which actually managed to catch Naruto off guard. Those bells are mine, Sakura yelled as she tried to reach for the bells fastened to Naruto's sash. Unfortunately for the young Kunoichi, however, Naruto was still able to respond by move back several yards, and leaving Sakura standing in midair for a few points. Sakura began falling to the ground. Despite this, however, the pink-haired Chunin appeared to be completely calm as she braced herself. Sakura soon impacted the ground feet first, to the surprise of the people watching the fight, minus a smirking Tsunade, the entire area where feel a large clee. One where the test had began to rumble before it exploded from the force of Sakura's fall. As Naruto descended to the ground, the Jonin watched the devastation with a bit of curiosity. As I thought, Sakura had a way to survive that fall and was going to use my shock to try and go for the bells. I'm glad to see that she and Sasuke are actual team, even if it wasn't enough, Naruto thought to himself just as Sakura emerged from the clouds of dust, completely unscathed despite having fallen 70 feet. I see, so you've already stored enough chakra to perform the Yin Seal. Not only that, but your Yin Seal did more for your physical abilities than just increase. Also increases your durability, which is why you were able to survive that fall. Not bad, Naruto said to himself just as Sasuke had his hawk land next to Sakura. Are you alright? The Uchiha asked as he got off the hawk, which then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I'm fine, Sasuke-kun, it was my idea to try that, so I have to be, don't I? Sakura pointed out. Sasuke merely shrugged at Sakura's response before both of the Chunin's senses suddenly went haywire. The two Konoha, relying on sheer reflex, jumped, creating some distance between themselves. Moments before, 4 orange energy orbs sped right through the space where the two Chunin had been standing, smacked into a couple of nearby boulders, which were obliterated by a massive amount of concussive force that was apparently stored within each orb. The Chunin by surprise. That wasn't a Sero, that was something else, Sasuke said, with Sakura nodding in agreement, before they turned to face Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke were surprised when they saw that Naruto's hands were now enveloped the same orange orbs that nearly blindsided them while the young sheathed his katana as if in order to use the energy orbs. What the hell are those things? Sakura asked, which caused Naruto to have another flashback of his time in Las Noches. Flashback. Somewhere within Las Noches, 3 years before Naruto's return, Naruto was sitting behind a large column under the false daytime sky of the Las Noches canopy, panting heavily as he considered his options. Naruto was fighting Yami Yargo, the large and short-tempered 10th Zero Espada, who was training the young Uzumaki in the use of the bala. Using his small agility, Naruto, knowing full well that a straight-up fight with Yami was suicide, have given the intellectually challenged Yami the slip as the brutish Aranka where he thought Naruto was hiding with a massive barrage of the red orbs. Come on, Naruto, come out and fight me. Yami yelled as he kept attacking the same spot. Naruto sighed before emerging from the column, right where Yami had his back turned. "Alright, Yami-sama, but only because you asked," Naruto said before launching a barrage of 10 balls, with all of the projectiles hitting their mark. Yami, despite his massive size, was sent flying by Naruto's sneak attack before he even realized that he had been hit from behind, after about 40 yards or s. Finally able to get back on his feet. "That was a really cheap shot, Gaki," Yami said in an irritated tone. "With all due respect, Yami-sama, you did leave yourself open to that one," Naruto sheepishly pointed out, to which Yami responded by making a nasal G. "Whatever, let's just get back to fighting. You still have a ways to go with your balance, Gaki," Yami said before charging at Naruto, beginning another game. End flashback. Training ground number 7, Konoha. Current time. This attack is called a Bala. It's not as powerful as a Sero, but it is much faster than any of my Sero variants, with the exception of my Sero Metroletta. Also used it only as a long-range attack. I've managed to find another way to use it, Naruto explained before he entered his Hakuta stance, his hands still enveloped. Energy orbs. As Sakura and Sasuke braced themselves for the worst, Naruto went on the attack, flash-stepping between the two Chunin. With both Sakura and Sasuke unab enough to this sudden turn around, Naruto took advantage of the opening his old teammates had provided him and began attacking his teammates. As Sasuke finally registered what was happening in his mind, he suddenly saw a fist closing in on his face. As he barely dodged the attack, one thought raced th mind. "This is going to be tougher than I thought." Quote. The following morning, "Are you all right, Sasuke-kun?" a very exhausted Sakura asked as she healed her longtime love interest, who was currently sporting several cuts and bruises. Behind a tree, the two Chunin were currently hiding in one of the forested areas within the training ground. "I am now, though I'd feel a lot better if we had those bells," an equally drained Sasuke said, to which Sakura nodded in agreement. A few hours since sunrise and, after fighting for almost 18 hours, the two Chunin were exhausted. Naruto had proven to be more than capable of handling both teammates. For the past 12 hours, Naruto, in the process of fending off his teammates during their attempts to take the bells, had alternated between using his Sero and Kido, and his Hakuta and Bala attacks, the latter of which was an attack that both Sasuke and Sakura were coming to hate with a passion. In addition to being a rapid-fire projectile, Naruto, by enveloping his hands with the orbs, was also using the attack as a form of chakra or Ryutsu to be more strength, making an already physically strong Naruto even more so. In addition to the increase in the strength of his punches, every blow Naruto made would see explosion, as the concussive force from the Bala was still retained by the orbs. Needless to say, those enhanced punches were painful, to say the very least. And now there was only half an hour left before the test ended, and Sakura and Sasuke had yet to take the bells from Naruto, who had yet to even break a SWE. After a few minutes, Sakura, who had briefly deactivated her yin seal in order to conserve her remaining strength, finished healing Sasuke's wounds before she own injuries. "I can't believe that Naruto is still this much stronger than the both of us," Sakura said as she healed her left arm. "Same here. Though I guess we shouldn't be so surprised. With the level of strength he had 3 years ago, he could have easily been made Hokage back then. Natural that he'd still be this much stronger than either of us. I'm more surprised that Naruto had an ability that he hasn't showed us before," he sighs at this. "Those bells from him. I guess I have no choice but to use it if we're going to have any chance against him," Sasuke said as he closed his eyes, which finally finished healing her own injuries after several minutes had passed, to widen her own eyes at the realization. Wait a minute, Sasuke-kun. Isn't that going a bit too far? I mean, the side effects of using that Sakura warned before Sasuke cut her off. "I know the risks of using it, Sakura, but do you have any way of getting those damned bells? Besides," Sasuke said before he opened his eyes, revealing to his MS. "There's a reason why I am only using these eyes for so long. In any case, I have an idea," Sasuke said as he stood up from the ground. Several minutes later, Naruto was walking through the clearing where the test had started, his senses on high alert as he waited for Sasuke and Sakura to make what would probable attempt to try and take the bells around his sash before the test ended. As he got near the center of the clearing, Naruto suddenly tensed up as he picked up 2 chakra signatures, closing fast on his position, with his Pesquisa. I guess it's finally time to close this fight out, Naruto thought to himself before unsheathing his Zanpakuto. At that point the young Uzumaki sensed the chakras of the 2 Chunin beginning to diverge from each other, which meant that they were splitting up. As Naruto, so to be able to keep tabs on both of his old teammates, Sakura, who had reactivated her yin seal and had brought out both of her daggers, emerged from the Sakura had been resting. Without saying anything, the young Kunoichi closed the gap between herself and her opponent and swung the dagger in her left hand, aiming for Naruto's throat. Already read her movements, however, and was able to block the dagger with his own blade, which he held with his right hand. The pink-haired Chunin then too, using the balls of her feet to build momentum, spun around until she was faced with Naruto's backside. As Sakura then tried to slash at Naruto's exposed daggers, her attack was foiled when Naruto spun around until his right side was facing the Haruno girl and blocked both daggers with his Zanpakuto. Nice try, Sakura-chan, but it's going to take more than that to get the better of me, the Jonin said with an almost mocking tone in his voice as his blade scrawled 2 knives. Ignoring Naruto's taunts, or at the very least resisting the urge to lash out at the Uzumaki, Sakura continued attacking Naruto, who easily evaded and defended himself from Sakura's assault. However, Naruto kept part of his attention, via his Pesquisa, towards Sasuke, who was within another forest, waiting. Skirmish between Naruto and Sakura. What is Sasuke up to? He's clearly waiting for something to happen between me and Sakura, but what? Naruto thought to himself before he suddenly now pushed him several yards closer to the hidden Uchiha, a fact that had escaped him until now. Sasuke, Sakura yelled before she stopped her attacks Naruto and fell back to the far side of the clearing. Naruto was about to question this move before he sensed Sasuke's chakra spiking up. He then heard the Uchiha's voice from within the forest. Inferno style. Yusaka Magatama. Sasuke yelled out. Naruto's eyes slightly widened in surprise before he flash-stepped several feet away moment before a strange projectile attack raced past the young Uzumaki. Of 3 orbs that appeared to made of Amaterasu flames, these orbs were shaped in the form of Magatama beads and looked as if they were bound together. Thread that also appeared to be made of Amaterasu flames. When the attack impacted the ground, it created an intense shockwave that threw debris and Amaterasu flames all over the place. As Naruto, who was unscathed from the blast, he suddenly saw that the Uchiha had now emerged from the woods. To the surprise of most of the people watching the test, Tsunade and the watching the fight the entire time, though how they had remained awake was unknown, minus Kazuko, was what Sasuke had brought with him. The young Uchiha was now encased in what appeared to be a large purple skeleton. The features of the ethereal skeleton were not much different from that skeleton, with only exception being that it had 2 sets of arms, which were conjoined at the elbow. As Sakura, who ran in a wide circle around Naruto, appeared by the side of Sasuke and the unearthly entity that enveloped the Uchiha as some sort of defense. Smirk. So you've finally decided to use your Mangekyo Sharingan, and looks as though you've managed to awaken the Susanoo during your training. Interesting. This is the extent of your Susanoo. Am I right? The Leaf Jonin said as though he were talking about the weather. Naturally. Though I won't be needing it for what Sakura and I have in store for you, Sasuke said confidently. Naruto merely chuckled at this, not to Sakura or Sasuke's surprise. What the blonde Konoha said, however, caught the 2 Chunin off guard. As much as I would love to prove how dead wrong you are, I'm afraid I won't have to, Naruto vaguely explained, causing his teammates to narrow their eyes. Tried to question him about it. You won't have to. What do you mean by da? Ring ding 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 ding. The 2 Chunins widened in shock when they heard the timer go off. That's what I mean, and just when things were finally getting exciting, I should have set that damn thing go off an hour later than I did. He sighs. Hado number 1. Before he pointed his left index finger at the timer, which was immediately rendered silent. After a minute or so, Sasuke finally registered that the test had ended, and that he and Sakura had failed to get the bells in time. After he deactivated Bo, his MS, reverting to his normal eyes, Sasuke joined Sakura, who by then had also registered what had just happened, in heaving a sigh of defeat. And just before we could even begin our plan, talk about bad timing, Sasuke said dejectedly. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head at seeing his old teammates' reactions. I agree. Then again, that wasn't the actual point of the test, isn't that right, Tsunade-san? Naruto asked, his eyes gazing on something behind the two chun. At that point Sakura and Sasuke turned around and were greeted by the sight of Tsunade and the rest of the group who had observed the three Konoha D. Turaran was missing, having fallen asleep hours earlier. Shisho, Kakashi-sensei, was everyone still here the entire time? Sakura asked, slightly taken aback by this, to which Tsunade nodded. Of course, why else would we be here? That question aside, the two of you did well even if you failed to get those bells. She turns to Naruto, wouldn't you? Asked, to which Naruto nodded in agreement. Their training actually paid off. They actually surpassed my expectations by a wide margin. If it had been anyone other than me or my fracciones they would. Within the first hour or two of the start of the test, Naruto responded, to which Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, much to the confusion of Sakura and Sa. What are you guys getting at? I take it this conversation is about more than just complimenting the two of us, so stop beating around the bush and get to tea. Asked, the blank tone in his voice clearly meant to hide his annoyance. To both Sasuke and Sakura's surprise, it was Shizune who answered the question. Well, during the test, both Tsunade-sama and Kakashi-san were busy discussing what your status in the village would be, as well as that of Sakura-san's, she. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this, Shizune's explanation having only confused and annoyed both him even further, at which point Kakashi addressed his form. It's actually very simple. He flashes an eye smile. From this moment on, the three of you are a team again. From here on out you'll be known as Team Nar. Explained. Sakura's eyes widened slightly at this declaration for a brief moment before she smiled at this and nodded, more than happy that they would be working Toget. Feelings of crestfallenness that were weighing down on her apparently vanished. Sasuke had similar feelings about this news even if he refused to let it show. Naruto, while also glad to hear that he would be joining his old team, and was thankful that the secretary he borrowed to do all of the paperwork he would head of the MPF, had realized that there was something else to what Kakashi had just said. Wait a minute, Team Naruto, not that I don't like the sound of that, because I do, but does that mean that I'm the squad leader? He briefly pauses until What about you, Kakashi-senpai? Naruto questioned. Yeah, about that, Kakashi began in a rather awkward tone. Akatsuki hideout, unspecified location. Meanwhile, in a large cavernous chamber, which was what most of these hideout essentially were, the Akatsuki, who had gone underground after their previous defeat at his teammates, and Kazuko 3 years, were currently holding a meeting. Obito, the rest of the Akatsuki still believed him to be Madara, minus Zetsu and two. Known otherwise as they were his main subordinates, now wore another mask with same design as the one Naruto destroyed and had swapped his hooded collared, black with a red cloud pattern cloak of the organization as Pain assigned Deidara, Sasori, Itachi, and Tobi, who was Itachi's new partner following Kiss. Failure to get Kazuko to join their ranks, the task of trying to capture Gaara. Though normally observant, Obito was hardly paying any sort of attention to the thought about how far behind his plans had fallen. It had been a downhill ride for the corrupted Uchiha these past 3 years thanks to one Naruto Uzumaki, a name that was becoming more and more dangerous. The Uchiha as those who did were now endangering their own lives by the mention of the Leaf Jonin. Fu, Gaara, Yagura, the Jinchurikis of the Nibi, Yonbi, Gobi, Rokubi, and the Hachibi. Naruto had managed to establish contact with all of them. In Yagura's case, he even freed him from Obito's genjutsu, which also led to him stepping down as bonds with his fellow Jinchuriki and teaching them how to control, and then make peace with, their tailed beasts except for Yagura and Killer Bee, the Hachibi. Already learned to control their respective tailed beasts. The biggest setback, aside from losing control of Yagura, was Naruto's decision to have Fu, the Jinch Nanabi, become a Konoha nin, which made Konoha an even stronger threat to Obito's plans and made capturing Fu even harder. And now Obito's patience had run so thin that he was now throwing caution into the wind and decided to start trying to capture the tailed beasts again, and with Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shukaku, the Aikibi. Obito, after several minutes, finally got out of his thoughts just as pain dismissed everyone, leaving Obito and Zetsu by themselves. Everyone else had appeared. Their holograms. At this point Zetsu turned to face Obito. White Zetsu, are you sure about this? Black Zetsu, you know the QB brat, will probably get involved, right? Obito sighed at this from behind his mask. I'm more than aware of that. With the way things are going, however, something has to be done or our final goal will forever be out of reach, Obito pointed out. After Zetsu nodded in agreement, both they and Obito sank into the heading off to prepare for Gaara's capture. Chapter 33 The S-Rank Mission. Rescue the Cage. Ichiraku Ramen, Konoha. 2 days later, Sakura was currently standing right outside of the popular food joint, which had been upgraded to a bar and grill in the time before Sasuke's return to Konoha, waiting for the rest of the newly formed Team Naruto to arrive as Naruto had asked them to meet up with him there. Given Naruto's love of ramen, this didn't come as a surprise to either of his teammates. The pink-haired Kunoichi arrived at the establishment a few minutes earlier and stood there for a few more minutes until Sasuke arrived. Hey, Sasuke-kun, how are you feeling today? Sakura asked. I'm fine, Sakura, though I'm still a bit sore from our fight with Naruto, he responded, to which Sakura sighed. That makes two of us. She looks into the ether. It's hard to believe that we're in the same team again, huh? And yet Kakashi-sensei isn't part of it now, she said softly. Yeah, Sasuke said as thought about what his pink-haired teammate just said. After the Chunin, upon the end of their bell test, were told that they would be part of a team again alongside Naruto. They were given a shocking piece of news. Kakashi, the former Jonin squad leader of Team 7, would not be part of the newly formed Team Naruto, as he felt that the three teenagers had grown so much that they could now strike it on their own. As such, they didn't really need him anymore. While eventually accepting this change, Sakura and Sasuke were left at a loss for words when they first learned about this, and even Naruto was shocked by the decision. Regardless of their shock, however, the three Konoha nin decided to adjust to this change. Because of the gap left in the team left by Kakashi, part of that adjustment required that Naruto find another ninja to fill said gap in the team's ranks. So, what's Kakashi up to now? Sasuke asked his teammate. If you mean besides reading those books of his, Kakashi-sensei said that he was assigned to be the squad leader for Konohamaru and his team, Sakura explained, to which Sasuke nodded in understanding. Deciding to change the subject, Sasuke pointed his thumb to the entrance of the ramen eatery. Maybe we should go and wait for Naruto to arrive inside. What do you think? Sasuke suggested. After Sakura nodded in agreement, she and Sasuke entered Ichiraku Ramen. The place had indeed been expanded, with a seating area similar to the one inside Yakiniku Q, another popular restaurant that was the favorite eatery of Team Asuma. At the opposite end of Ichiraku Ramen's interior there was a bar-like stand similar to the one that had once formed the entire interior of the establishment. As Sasuke looked around, he and Sakura were surprised by a familiar voice. Finally, we can eat. Over here, you two. The voice yelled. The two Chunin turned their focus to the seats closest to the bar where the voice had come from and were surprised to see Naruto, who was wearing his black coat. Nell managed to retrieve it at some point during the bell test, seated in one of the tables. After shaking off their surprise, Sakura and Sasuke walked towards the table where they were surprised yet again when they saw that someone was seated next to their new squad leader. It was a girl that appeared to be around their age, who was around 5 feet 3 inches, at least based on what could seen, as the fact she was seated made it somewhat difficult to take her measure in height, and had a slender and feminine, though very athletic, figure. She had short and spiky mint green hair, orange eyes, and caramel-colored skin. She was wearing a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with mesh armor underneath, long white armlets, mesh shorts with a short white apron skirt over it, and an orange clip on her hair which complemented her eyes. Similar to Kazuko and several others, the girl also wore a Konoha headband, which had a black cloth on her right upper arm like an armband, right above her right armlet. In addition to her attire, the girl had a cylindrical object covered in a red wrapping propped on the floor next to her seat. The girl turned to face Sakura and Sasuke and, after her eyes slightly widened at the sight of the Uchiha, she flashed a very cheerful smile. "Hey, Sasuke-san, it's been a while," the girl said as she stood up to give a small bow which Sasuke returned in kind. "Yes, it has. I was actually surprised to hear that you've moved to Konoha, much less that you're already a Jonin." "Fu." He turns to Naruto. "I take it that she'll be our new teammate," Sasuke said as he, Sakura, and the now named Fu sat down. Naruto nodded before he spoke. "Guys, you already know who Fu is, so I don't need to make any introductions. As Sasuke just said, she'll be joining our team. I thought it would be a good idea to bring our team together over a ramen lunch," Naruto explained. At this point Ayame finally approached Team Naruto's table and, after both greeting Naruto and company and a brief conversation, she took their orders. Several minutes later Ayame returned with the ninja's orders: a bowl of steak ramen for Sasuke, a bowl chicken ramen for Sakura, a bowl of shrimp ramen for Fu, a bowl of miso-flavored ramen with roasted pork fillet for Naruto, and an order of green tea for all four of them. After about a few minutes everybody had finished their meals, except for Naruto, who was currently gulping down his sixth bowl. 5 minutes after that Naruto finally finished his meal, about 20 or so bowls. Any person that had never seen Naruto's rapid consumption of ramen would have looked at him as if he had grown multiple heads. Sasuke and Sakura, on the other hand, had seen this scene before and were unfazed by this spectacle at all, and Fu, who had apparently seen the Leaf Jonin's rapid consumption before, only reacted to this by turning to speak with her fellow teammates as Naruto pulled out some ryo to pay for their meal. "Does Naruto-kun suffer from an eating disorder or something?" the Nanabi Jinchuriki asked, to which Sasuke merely shook his head. "No. He's always been like this. I honestly think ramen is like mother's milk to him," Sasuke said as he and his teammates got up to leave the restaurant, with Fu slinging the wrapped-up object on her back like a backpack of sorts before she left. Hokage's office, the academy. Several minutes later. "You've got to be kidding me," Naruto said with a great deal of disbelief and annoyance. The person that is currently the focus of Naruto's ire, one Tsunade, let out a heavy sigh. The Godime Hokage, with Shizune standing by her side, had just finished briefing Naruto and his teammates on their first mission. It was obvious that the assigned mission was not a mission that really befitted the team's skills if Naruto's reaction was anything to go by. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but this is the only mission available at the moment above AD rank mission, so unless you want one of those missions this is the best you're going to get for now," Tsunade explained. Naruto slightly groaned at this explanation and his teammates, while not as visibly exacerbated by this as the young Uzumaki, obviously agreed with their squad leader even if they didn't say it out loud. This conversation was suddenly interrupted at this point when the door to Tsunade's office burst open and a Leaf Chunin barged in. "Emergency report from Suna, Hokage-sama. The case cage has been captured by the Akatsuki," the Chunin reported. At that moment the eyes of every person in that room widened in shock at the news, with both Fu and even Naruto stunned to hear that the Akatsuki had captured their fellow Jinchuriki. "What do you mean the case cage has been captured?" Tsunade asked. As the Chunin gave the full report to the Godime Hokage, the shock of the news, at least for Naruto and Fu, was replaced by anger, with the green-haired Kunoichi clenching her fists. Naruto turned his attention from the Chunin to Tsunade. "Tsunade-san," was the all Naruto said. It was more than enough to get his message across, however, as Tsunade nodded in understanding. "It looks like your mission has been cancelled. Team Naruto, your first mission will now be to aid the ninja of Sunagaku in the rescue of the case cage. This'll be AS rank of extreme importance. Do I make myself clear?" Tsunade explained. Naruto turned to face his teammates who nodded, as if they were responding to a question. Naruto in turn nodded back before turning his attention back to Tsunade. "We understand loud and clear, Tsunade-san," Naruto said. "Then all of you are to assemble at the village gates in half an hour. If you have to make any preparations, do so now," Tsunade ordered. Tsunade's order had barely left her mouth before Naruto and his team left the office and were gone from the Godime's sight almost instantly. At this point Shizune, who had been quiet the entire time, finally walked up to front of Tsunade's desk to address her longtime master. "Are you sure it's wise to send Naruto's team on this mission, Tsunade-sama?" I know that Naruto is more than able to handle himself against the Akatsuki, and Fu-chan has gotten stronger under Naruto's tutelage. That said, isn't it still tempting fate to send Naruto and Fu, both of whom are Jinchuriki, of the first and third most powerful of the tailed beasts no less, against an opponent that we know is hunting down the tailed beasts? Shizune questioned, clearly concerned by Tsunade's decision. Tsunade merely chuckled at Shizune's questioning before she answered her assistant, though she didn't look up to face Shun as she did so. There are several reasons why I'm sending Naruto and Fu, Shizune. The most important one is not strength, however. She notes Shizune's confusion. The biggest reason for why I'm sending Naruto and Fu on this mission is because they're both Jinchuriki like the Cage. After the only one who can truly understand a Jinchuriki is another Jinchuriki. Besides, Tsunade began. The slug Sanin then smirked before lifting her head up to face Shizune. Naruto and Fu are much stronger than me, you, or even the Akatsuki could even hope to comprehend, the Hokage declared. Hyuga Estate. 10 minutes later. As such, I'll be leaving you in charge until I've returned. Also, I'll also be leaving my fracciones under your command until that time. They'll be at your disposal while I'm gone, Naruto explained. The person the Leaf Jonin was currently speaking to was none other than Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, father to Hinata and uncle to Neji, and one of Naruto's main deputy commander in the MPF, who's had left the headquarters of the MPF to attend a clan meeting. Hence why Naruto was there to give temporary control of the MPF to Hiyashi until he returned from his mission. When Naruto was rebuilding the MPF, he was able to convince several of the clans in Konoha to lend their support, primarily the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans, with many of the members of the MPF originating from these two clans. Very well. How long do you expect to be gone? Hiyashi asked in his calm, collected tone. At least 3 to 5 days. Depending on how much of head start the Akatsuki managed to get. He sighs. Hiyashi-san, if he tries to pull something, as unlikely as that might be for now, you know what to do, correct? Naruto asked in a very serious tone, to which the Hyuga clan head nodded in response. We'll immediately suppress Danzo and his root faction upon the slightest hint of treachery, Hiyashi responded. All right, then, I'll take my leave now, Naruto said. As the young Leaf Jonin turned to leave, he decided to leave on a lighter note. By the way, if they return before I do, give Neji and Hinata my regards, Naruto said in a somewhat teasing manner before stepping away. Hiyashi merely sighed at Naruto's quip before he headed back into his clan's estate, the meeting he was attending having yet to finish. Konoha Gate. 20 minutes later, Naruto was now waiting, alongside Tsunade and Shizune, at the gate where he was to meet up with his team before they head out on their mission. In addition to Mari, by the way, she's in her 5-cage summit outfit, who was still in Konoha due to the fact that she was to be one of the proctors for the upcoming Chunin exams, was standing alongside the Leaf Jonin, temporarily putting her proctor duties on hold so she can go and aid her village. As Naruto waited for his teammates to show up, he sensed another familiar person approaching the gate. Naruto turned to face towards the gate and was greeted by the sight of certain perverted sage. Welcome back, Jiraiya-san. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a proper welcome, but I was kinda in a rush and, Naruto began before Jiraiya held his hand up to interrupt the blonde ninja. It's alright. Considering that I wasn't around for most of your life, I don't think you have any reason to apologize. He briefly pauses anyways. I see you're now the leader of your own squad, Jiraiya said, to which Naruto nodded in response. After a few minutes of waiting, during which time Jiraiya noted how similar Naruto had become to his father, Sasuke, Sakura, and Fu finally arrived. After Tsunade gives a brief overview of Team Naruto's mission, and giving the go-ahead for their departure, Naruto did something that took Sasuke and Temari slightly by surprise. The Uzumaki clansman got on knee before slamming the palms of his hands on the ground. Alright. Get ready, guys. We're going to take a little shortcut, Naruto said before he channeled his Ryutsu into the ground. At this point, a massive portal similar to a Garganta appeared to open. Unlike a normal Garganta, however, this Garganta opened from the ground up, and a clear and wide walkway made of pure energy appeared at the entrance to the Garganta and appeared to extend indefinitely into the blackness of the portal. Naruto could apparently tell that Sasuke and Temari were taken aback by this display, despite the fact that he had his back turned to them since he decided to explain what he was doing. This is a special variant of the Garganta portal that my Fracciones and I use to travel to and from Hueco Mundo. This Garganta allows me and anyone traveling with me to go from one point in the Shinobi Nations to another in a fraction of the time. In this case it'll take us a couple of hours to reach Suna as opposed to 3 days, even faster if you guys can run really fast. I only created this shortcut a while back and I've only perfected it now, so watch your step, Naruto explained. Sakura, who learned the dangers presented by the portal the hard way, appeared to be a bit uncomfortable with the idea. Are you sure about this, Naruto? The pink-haired Kunoichi asked. At this point Fu added her 2 cents to the conversation. Better to get there in a couple of hours than 3 days, Sakura-chan. Besides, I don't see what the big deal is. I was able to get through the portal just fine when Naruto and I went to deal with that issue with Yagura-san, she said nonchalantly. Sakura didn't take the Nanabi Jinchuriki's quip lightly as she now had an angry, yet comical, expression on her face. Oh, that's easy for you to say. It's not like everyone can just sprout wings and fly though the portal, Fu. Sakura yelled while pointing an accusing finger at her fellow Kunoichi. Before Sakura and Fu could continue arguing, however, they suddenly noticed that Sasuke was already running into the portal. Hold on, Sasuke-kun. You don't know what's in there. Sakura yelled out as she then entered the portal, with Temari following close behind. Fu then manifested her wings, which were actually 2 of Chome's tails that Fu was merely using as wings, before flying into the portal. Naruto, upon seeing his team and Temari enter the Garganta, stood up and turned to face Jiraiya and the others. We'll be back soon, Naruto said before turning around and running into the portal, which quickly closed behind the young Uzumaki. After a few minutes Jiraiya sighed at this before he said a few words meant for his godson. Good luck, Naruto, and good hunting, the Toad Sage said before he, Tsunade, and Shizune headed back into the village. Chapter 34, Picking Up the Trail, Crisis in Suna. Inside Naruto's special Garganta, current time. Naruto and his teammates, with Temari, were currently running or flying in Fu's case along the pathway he made to traverse the black void that was the inside of Naruto's Garganta variant. They had been running along the pathway for almost 2 hours and were due to reach the exit at any moment, much to the relief of a couple of the members of the group. As the 4 Konoha nins and 1 Suna nin ran through the blackness of the Garganta, Sasuke briefly looked over the edge of the pathway, only to see that the black void just continued on endlessly. So, Naruto, is the black abyss right below normal? Sasuke asked curiously the young Uzumaki who was now currently at the head of the group. Said Uzumaki, without stopping, nodded in response to Sasuke's question. Yep, and if you fall you be stuck falling in that void for all eternity. So mind your step, Sasuke, Naruto warned, to which the Uchiha sighed. I figured as much. I had a feeling that there would be a catch. Well, I couldn't make it too easy for us, now could I? Naruto's little joke obviously made Sasuke and Sakura a little uneasy. Fu didn't really mind, seeing as the abyss wasn't an issue for her since she could fly, though the young Uchiha didn't show it as clearly as his pink-haired teammate, so Naruto decided to at least ease their troubles. Don't worry about it. I made sure that the pathway is solid enough to withstand a punch from Tsunade-san when she's pissed off soon, so, as long as you don't do anything stupid, you'll be fine, Naruto said before he cocked to Temari, who had been strangely quiet the entire time. Having a pretty good idea of what was on Temari's mind, Naruto looked at her with a stern but reassuring look in his eyes. Don't worry, Temari-san, we'll save Gaara. I promise you that we won't let anything happen to him, Naruto said determinedly. Temari's eyes widened slightly when Naruto addressed her but quickly got over it. Naruto, thank you, the Suna Kunoichi said, to which Naruto responding by waving it off as if to say, it's no trouble at all, or something of a similar meaning. Before the young Uzumaki clansman could say anything else, an opening appeared 50 yards ahead of the group. It looks like we're finally here, time to see how bad the situation really is, Naruto said before he and the other ninja passed through the exit. A few miles outside of Sunagaku. Moments later, Naruto and company emerged from the special Garganta and found themselves in the middle of a large desert, with Suna a short distance ahead, much to the surprise of Temari and Naruto's teammates. We're not exactly in the village, Naruto-kun, Fu said, as she was a bit confused, as were Temari and Naruto's other teammates, as to why Naruto didn't just have them appear in the center of the village. I know that, Fu-chan. I did that on purpose, Naruto pointed out. This only confused the other ninja even further. And why did you do that? Sasuke asked. Naruto merely shook his head at this before he answered. Because the shinobi of Suna will probably be in a state of emergency, and a few people teleporting into the center of town from out of nowhere would probably cause a very bad misunderstanding, wouldn't it? Besides, we shouldn't take more than a minute or two to reach the gate. Anyways, Naruto said before he motioned for his group to follow him towards Suna Hospital. A few hours later, Sasuke and Fu were currently sitting on a bench located in a hallway outside of the main emergency room of the Suna Hospital, with Sasuke propping his current weapon, the gunby fan, on the spot on the bench next to him. As the two members of Team Naruto waited in the hallway, they were both startled by a male screaming from behind the closed doors of the ER room in front of them. Fu let out a low whistle at this. Man, the Akatsuki did a number on him. I feel pretty bad for Kankuro-san, the Nanabi Jinchuriki said, to which Sasuke sighed. Yeah, though he's also lucky. If we didn't arrive when we did, he would have ended up as another statistic. Such as it is, Sakura and Naruto should be able to heal him, Sasuke pointed out as he rested his back in the stone wall behind him as he collected his thoughts on what had happened since he and his teammates arrived in Suna itself. Naruto and his teammates, with Temari in tow, arrived in the village, much to everyone's surprise, as they had obviously arrived days ahead of schedule. After meeting with Baki, the Suna Jonin, who was Gaara's former squad leader who had essentially taken charge in light of Gaara's absence, and discussed what had happened. Basically, the Akatsuki, specifically confirmed members Deidara and Itachi, managed to double-team the Cage and capture him, though not before Gaara ripped off Deidara's arm and nearly killed him several times, with Itachi only getting involved when Deidara nearly got killed for the 5th time. After Deidara and Itachi managed to give the Suna Nins the slip, their prize in tow, Kankuro eventually ran after them, determined to save his little brother. As Naruto and Baki discussed their next move, the conversation between the two Jonin was interrupted by a Suna Nin who barged into the room to report that Kankuro had been brought back after having pursued the Akatsuki, and getting his ass handed to him by Sasori, who was also among the Akatsuki members who was part of the assault. As a result of that lopsided battle, Kankuro was badly injured but not critically injured. The real problem, however, was that Sasori had left an eventually lethal amount, his trademark poison, in the young Suna Jonin, forcing Sakura and Naruto, both of whom were skilled medics, to help treat the puppet Nin, which is what they were doing right now. After another 15 minutes of waiting, and flinching whenever the Suna Jonin screamed in pain and agony, Sasuke and Fu noticed that the small commotion inside the room had subsided. A couple of minutes after that, the doors to the room opened, with one Naruto walking out of the room. Neither Sasuke or Fu asked whether Kankuro was alright, seeing as how they could seeing the Suna Nin sleeping peacefully in one of the cots. Man, that was rough. I thought we would never finish. He turns to face Sasuke and Fu. So how are you guys holding up? Naruto asked. I'm fine for now, Sasuke responded. I'm bored out of my mind. How much longer until we go already? Was Fu's response, to which Naruto sighed before he gave his explanation. Well, Kankuro isn't in danger of dying anytime soon, but there's still a bit of Sasori's poison left in his system, so Sakura-chan's going to have to create an antidote, seeing as there is none for this particular poison. Thankfully, I recorded all the details regarding Sasori's poison and had that information on hand for her to use. It shouldn't take more than a couple more hours, Naruto explained, to which Fu reacted by sighing in exasperation. You're joking? Fu asked in disbelief. Naruto merely shook his head before Fu groaned again, the mint-haired leaf Kunoichi having realized that they would be waiting for Sakura for a while. 4 hours later. Wake up, Fu-chan, Naruto said as he nudged the Nanabi Jinchuriki, who had fallen asleep shortly after Naruto had exited the room. Fu slowly sat up, the wielder of Chome having a groggy expression on her face, as she stretched out her arms and yawned. Huh, what's wrong? Are you and Sakura done yet? She said groggily. We've been done for almost 3 hours, Fu-chan. Now come on, we've managed to find out where the Akatsuki is taking Gaara, Naruto said. Fu got up and, after grabbing that mysterious wrapped-up object and slinging over its usual position on her back, followed Naruto. The two Jinchuriki left the hospital and walked to Suna's gate as the sun began to set. As the two ninja walked down Main Street of Suna to reach the gate, Fu decided to ask Naruto a couple of questions. "So, where's Sakura and Sasuke?" she asked her fellow Jonin and Jinchuriki. "They should already be at the gate waiting for us. Temari is going to join us again and should also be there as well," Naruto replied. Fu's eyes widened slightly at hearing that Temari was joining them, though not for the reason you might expect. "So Temari-san is the only one from this village that's going to help out?" Fu asked, taken aback by the fact that only one ninja in Suna was going to G with them to save their cage. Suna is a pretty vulnerable situation. They've spread forces even more than Tsunade did when the Akatsuki came out of hiding the first time 3 years back, so they can't spare any more shinobi. At least Baki-san was willing to let Temari come along. Seeing that she's Gaara's sister, she has every reason to want to save him. If Kankuro wasn't recovering in the hospital, I would have had him come along as well, but 5 ninja in total is still enough to pull this rescue off, and besides. Naruto began. As the two Jinchuriki approached the gate, Naruto turned and looked at Fu with a fire in his eyes that the Jinchuriki of Chome, like anyone else who knew Naruto, recognized all too well. "I want to save Gaara just as much as the people of Suna, and I know you feel the same way, right?" Naruto asked Fu, who nodded in the affirmative with a great deal of her own determination just before they arrived at Suna's main gate. Just as Naruto had told Fu, their teammates, as well as one war fan toting Kunoichi, were already waiting at said gate. "Sorry we're late. Anyways, are you guys ready to head out?" Naruto asked. Sakura, Sasuke, and Temari all nodded in response. "Alright, then, let's move out," Naruto said. The young Uzumaki's words had barely left his lips before he ran off into the desert. His teammates and Temari were right behind the Leaf Jonin as the group went southward. 10 miles north of the southern border of the Land of Wind. Half a day later, the sun was just beginning to rise on the horizon as our heroes approached the southern border of the Land of Wind. They had ran almost non-stop ever since they had begun their pursuit of the Akatsuki members who had captured Gaara, with a 30-minute break 6 hours into the chase being their only respite, and were now approaching the Land of Rivers where an Akatsuki hideout was located. Unbeknownst to the Akatsuki, this hideout, which was the closest one to Suna, Django had stumbled upon this hideout while on an unrelated mission. After Django informed Naruto of the discovery, the Uzumaki decided to keep it a secret, in case the unthinkable should occur and Gaara was captured, since Naruto knew that this was the place the Akatsuki would most likely take the Ikibi Jinchuriki. Now, with Naruto using his enhanced Pesquisa to track the Akatsuki members down, the group was approaching the border of the Land of Rivers, which all but confirmed Naruto's suspicions. As the group continued pursuing their quarry, Naruto was slightly surprised when he sensed something up ahead with his Pesquisa, even if it didn't show on his face. "I see, so that's how they plan to stall us. It won't be enough seeing as how I can take them on myself, and that the ones with Gaara are almost close enough for me, Kurama, Fu, and Chome to contact Shukaku, so Fu and the others can track them that way. Though at least this mean I can finally speak with him face to face," Naruto thought to himself before he cocked his head back to face Sasuke, who had a slightly uneasy expression on his. "Do you sense that, Sasuke?" Naruto asked the Uchiha. "Yeah, he's definitely up ahead," Sasuke replied. Before the other members of the group could respond to this, everyone's senses suddenly went haywire and, acting fast, the group quickly scattered as a large fireball came hurtling towards them head-on, minus Naruto, who grips the handle of his blade. In one swift and fluid motion, Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakuto, effortlessly cut the fireball in half, which caused the flames to dissipate, and returned the blade back to its sheath. Dear, it looks like Naruto-san is as strong as ever," a voice said before two figures appeared before Naruto and the other ninja. They was none other than Itachi and Tobi, who was that one that just spoke, the duo having been ordered to stay behind to try and stall our heroes and buy some time for Deidara and Sasori to reach the hideout. Sasuke, despite having already been informed that Itachi was among Gaara's kidnappers, was still somewhat taken aback by this sudden reunion. "Itachi," Sasuke breathed out. Despite his slight surprise at this sudden reunion, he made sure not to address his brother in a manner that sounded too familiar, hence why he didn't use an honorific this time around. After Itachi briefly eyed Sasuke, and noted how much his younger had grown since their last encounter 3 years ago, before he finally turned his attention to the one person he had been eager to meet for quite a while. So I finally get to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.